An unknown voice reassured itself. This was all for the sake of the Empire. For the sake of the Emperor and his people, any threat must be destroyed. And that is the only purpose of the Imperial Guard's existence, concluded the boy, looking at the flying bullets. Afterwards, the guard looked closely at the enemy team, considering his next steps. One of the recently fired bullets was flying towards the warrior's head. But a second later, this same recently holed bullet was cut in half. A moment later, bullets flew into the heads of the enemy team, causing them to be defeated. And the guard, stopping abruptly, waved his pistol, cooling the barrel. As if from the fog, two gloved hands appeared and began clapping for the performance. The winner, bowing his head, showed his gratitude for the ovation with all his appearance. A future Earth where technology is highly developed. But there is no hope for it. Due to endless war caused by resource shortages, life on Earth has come to an end. However, the surviving part of the population continued to explore the vastness of space, and a similar planet was found. Humanity decided to call it Novus, meaning new home, and so people scattered throughout the galaxy began to gather. Balato Federation, a free territory for humans and other species. The Accretion Empire has a powerful army of robotic soldiers. The Holy Alliance of Korra, a nation of believers who possess powerful energy coupled with mental fortitude. Novus's resources were also limited, which is why humanity began to prepare for war again. For the monopolization of resources, this is how the story of people repeating their mistakes begins. Empire of Accretius, Machine Laboratory Man warned the warrior standing nearby about his exit. The man with the scar said that the young man needed to show all his skills to His Majesty. Imperial Guard trainee Luca agreed with the Imperial Guard commander Hamilus Castoria. Hearing the boy's name, the man told him how he was obliged to live up to his expectations. Luca himself thought how he should at least block or dodge the bullets. This is the main character. He has gone through all the training simulations of emergency situations. An Imperial Guard trainee with the deepest understanding of space. His opponents are 5 suicide bombers in cheap cybernetic equipment. Looking at them, the protagonist began to draw his blade for the upcoming battle. The 5, wasted no time and decided to attack, rushing towards the boy. But Luca was waiting for this. Leaning on his supporting leg, he wanted to jump straight at his opponents. The Imperial Guardsman thought that he would only have 10 seconds to deal with such a rabble. And in a moment, the warrior rushed like lightning through the first enemy, who did not expect such speed. Heading towards the next surprise targets, a second later, a living suicide bomber was beheaded. Realizing the full strength of their opponent and how he killed one of them in an instant, the rabble was horrified. But still, despite the fear, they wanted to get rid of the main character. Luke himself thought how good this opportunity was to impress the Emperor. Thinking back to the previous fighter, he wondered how he could make that impression. And suddenly an idea came to him. Although the guy had never tried this before, but now he had to cope with it. Focusing on all the sounds around him, the protagonist heard everything. The sound of grinding teeth, spreading blood, a drop of sweat. Luca heard all this clearly, and the dark-haired man thought about how he was able to crank up his feelings to the maximum, after which all the bullets flying at him were either reflected or cut up. The commander of the Imperial Guard, Hamilus Castoria, who was observing all this, was delighted. At this time, the main character finished his fight, emitting steam around himself. Having wiped the blood from the blade, the entire battlefield was covered with the blood of the opponents. And Luca thought about how he had managed to surpass himself and had certainly distinguished himself. Looking at the symbol of his empire, the dark-haired man realized that he had definitely managed to increase the value. After the fight, Scar shared that he hadn't thought about how the guy was using trajectory control, to which the main character responded by saying that he simply copied the one who came before him. And Hamilus Castoria said that he liked his performance and would give him a gift. After saying his words, the man reached for the dark-haired man's eye. Seeing the subsequent action, all the trainees standing nearby were terrified. Looking at his work, the commander only smiled. Squeezing Luca's eye in his hand, Scar noticed how the guy didn't even flinch. Apparently, he had also been honing his pain tolerance. Having received all this praise, the main character thanked the person standing opposite him. While talking to another guard, Luca told him how he still wanted to install an eye with a predictive function. After some time, the blonde man suddenly appeared and introduced himself as number 12, Eli. He would like to speak to number 32, Luke. Having looked at the whole picture in the dark-haired man's room, Eli asked him if he was too sudden. But then came only one word from the dark-haired man. "Come in." The blonde guy told how he saw the guy fight. It was amazing and impressive. To which Luke replied that if the young gentleman had come to exchange praise, then he was in the wrong place. Eli Karfika, Just from his aura, it's clear that he is a representative of the noble aristocrats of the Karfika family. Thinking about this, Luca suggested that it would be best for him to tell this aristocratic person that he was tired. But his thoughts were interrupted by the same blonde man holding out a strange object. He also told me how he came here to give this. It dulls the sensitivity of pain a little. But the main character decided to agree to this and used the blue thing. The dark-haired man noted how different it was from the sleeping pills they made on the street. After which the blonde told how he had long possessed mechanical combat eyes, which is why he showed such a victory. And he thinks that this is why the commander noticed the main character, because he even gave him an eye. Upon hearing this, Luca began to wonder how he, a commoner, could be far removed from the magnificent aristocrats. You have to cling to any opportunity, being at the bottom of the hierarchy. The blonde, seeing the boy's thoughtful reaction, began to think about him himself. Understanding what he was thinking, Eli said that he understood how Luca had passed the fair selection, and he was sure that he would still be repaid. Although there is no evidence, he has a feeling that this is how things are, because such guys become the strongest. To which Luca thought that he hadn't expected such words from an aristocrat, but he became interested in what exactly the blonde wanted to convey. But his thoughts were interrupted again by Eli, who extended his hand and declared that people like Luca were worthy of the summit. The main character was even more surprised by the aristocrat's words, after which the two completely different sides, differing in many ways, shook hands. Then the dark-haired man agreed with the blonde man's words, because it was all for the sake of the empire, at which Eli looked with some hopelessness at the boy sitting next to him. This story tells the events of the life of a boy who was raised as a military instrument, raised in an oppressive empire, Akritia. The planet Novus, similar to Earth, is divided between three very different forces. The next day, the duo found themselves at the shooting range to practice. Looking at his target for the day, the protagonist prepared to shoot. A second later, he pointed his pistol and began to aim. His eye was not the same. Luca received that very gift from the commander of the guard. In just a second, having completed many necessary actions, the dark-haired man fired. Having finished with the hail of shots, the boy, reloading the pistol, looked at the mannequin. And there the main character saw many shots and they all hit him in the head. Eli appeared suddenly and was surprised, noticing how cool the guy was. Then he asked Luca if he had gotten used to his new right eye and how unfair it was to be good at shooting while specializing in close combat. To which the protagonist replied that a representative of the guard must be good with any weapon. And he also doesn't want to hear it from someone who fired all the bullets at one point. If the blonde continued to be so carefree, he would definitely surpass him, Luca declared. Eli replied that he would be only glad, because the Empire needs people like the guy. The value of skills and talent is gradually eroding in the Empire, and as long as there is status and money, any weakness becomes gifted. But if a commoner is naturally gifted, people will begin to distinguish between the truly gifted and the untalented. Hearing this from the aristocrat, the protagonist said that these words were a criticism of the foundations, but the blonde only grinned at the dark-haired man's comparison. Eli said that the boy shouldn't worry because he's a good person. The blonde then thanked the protagonist, to which he decided to remain silent. 2 years later, in the third training building, the machines were moving towards the required location. The guard commander ordered Luke and Eli to lead today's squads. And if anyone present has a problem with this, Hamilus Castoria asked them to leave the premises. Without hearing a single word, the commander of the guard decided to continue. He explained how the Korets had illegally settled in this gorge, and this training would allow them to test their skills in field conditions. After which, Hamilus Castoria declared that it was forbidden to take prisoners. Everyone had to be killed. Having received the necessary information, the duo and the others set off to carry out the task. But this time, they were an external armed force. They are similar to the human species, said Eli. To which the main character asked the blonde not to give in to emotions during the mission. He doesn't think the senior guards are here to protect us, the boy asked. The Legion is entirely mechanical. They are the overseers. They can easily kill them. And the dark-haired man agrees that there is no place in the Imperial Guard for those who do not know their place. All the other inhabitants of Novus are just annoying bugs for the Empire. The aristocrat agreed with the guardsman's point of view, because that's what they were taught from an early age in the Empire. Within minutes, the recently residential settlement was ablaze in agony. Walking through the village, the main character noticed how the Korrites were not even armed. This task must be completed without incident, concluded Luke. And suddenly the dark-haired man caught sight of a small Korrit child. The boy, huddled against the wall, cowered and called for his mother through tears. The main character himself thought that he had come across a child, and he is so scared that he can't even move. A non-combat unit that will not offer resistance. Luke, thinking about this, came to the conclusion of what he should do, after which the dark-haired man remembered the commander's words about the need to kill everyone. Remembering this, the guy thought how he could not hesitate, because the enemies of the Empire were doing harm to this. The sound of a blade breaking through the wall was followed by the sound of the protagonist's katana passing right through. But everything was fine with the boy. The blade only passed near his ear, catching his hair. Leaning over the brown-haired man, Luca whispered to him to pretend to be dead. He himself thought that he shouldn't have done this, because if the general staff found out about this, something could happen to him. As the guardsman walked away from the small one, the thought flashed through his mind that he might return and eliminate the target. Suddenly, behind the boy, where the child was sitting huddled, a shell exploded. The main character was surprised by this outcome and looked at the one who did it. This man turned out to be Eli, who himself was not happy with his actions. Luca nervously wondered, since when the blonde had been there, he could see his recent actions. At this time, the aristocrat looked at his friend with some concern, and the dark-haired man calmed himself down, thinking that Eli would not report. After which, Luca thought about his ally and how he too should follow his example. Once again, his thoughts were interrupted by the explosion of a shell, which was located exactly in the place where the blonde was. Why did the main character exclaim his friend's name? Something could have happened to him. At this time, the creator of the explosion himself appeared behind. Preparing for the next blow, the magician drove the accretions, insulting them. Finally finding the Kurita, Luca wondered what kind of power it possessed. And if he's able to cause an explosion without any weapon, then this is very bad. Suddenly, Eli appeared and headed towards his enemy. The blonde was surprised by the blue glow that appeared out of nowhere. An explosion followed, completely enveloping the white guard. This made the main character even more surprised, as his assumptions about the strength were justified. At this time, he reproached, clutching his heart, and called out to the guards who had destroyed a peaceful settlement without reason. Luca became curious whether the commander knew about this, because if he had told, everything would have been fine with his friend. The blonde was now lying in a half-torn state with several body parts missing. Luke has been through many times how to deal with those who wield power. He should figure it out. The dark-haired man's allies standing behind him began to hide from the magician's sight. This made him even more angry, which is why he wanted to take out all his anger on the guard. Luke thought about how he had taken on the role of bait so that his allies could escape. To use power, a person must follow a certain sequence of actions. And while he sees these cracks in space, the boy can dodge. Using the man's nose began to bleed, and with each explosion he became more and more exhausted. And the guy thought how he would prefer a battle of attrition, even if his body suffered from such high-speed maneuvers. He must attack him while he can, the protagonist concluded. One of the created spheres was moving closer and closer to the boy, but Luca was able to dodge, after which, swinging his blade, he headed towards the Kurita. The magician was very surprised and even frightened by this outcome of events. The dark-haired man pointed his blade at the Kurita to pierce him through and through. Heading towards his target, the guardsman thought about how to prevent the enemy from escaping. Suddenly, the magician's hand appeared and headed towards the guy's head, emitting a light of power. The protagonist could not completely dodge such a direct attack. The force began to tear apart the guy's helmet, and he began to wonder if this was his death. A second later, the boy couldn't believe what he had done. With a blade in his chest, the man said through tears that the guard was a child. Without wasting any time, the dark-haired man knocked the Kurita to the ground and grabbed the handle. A moment later, Luca jumped back from his opponent, looking at his dead body. This battle was hard for both sides, but the guy emerged victorious. Who thought that if Korit had continued to press on, he would have died? The Kuritavites are fanatics whose beliefs are beyond human comprehension. But why didn't the magician kill him? The symbol of the Empire turned to the main character, telling him that during a fight, you can't let your emotions consume you. After which, Luke shouted at the top of his voice that his only purpose for existence was the Empire. After the mission, the duo found themselves in the recovery capsule ward of the Accretion Hospital. Eli asked his friend how he felt the line between life and death, to which the main character sent the blonde man away, asking him to watch himself. Then the two began to discuss who would replace what in the limbs. Suddenly, Eli suggested that the commander knew that there would be a power wielder in the settlement. But he didn't tell them anything just to test them, the blonde added. To which Luca noted that no one was hurt on the mission and that this was strange. The dark-haired man assumed that the man had not wanted to kill them at all. Then the boy remembered the magician's words about how the guard turned out to be a child. It is this worthless mercy that keeps the Korits dying. Suddenly, Eli asked why his friend had turned a blind eye to that child. The blonde asked the dark-haired man to tell him about it. He was very interested. To To which the guy asked his friend whether he had changed his language or not, that he liked chatting so much. Then the dark-haired man replied that it was just an unfortunate misunderstanding. After some time, a man in glasses announced that the guards had completed 2 of the 4 years. Next, he noticed the duo Luca and Ailey, who took 1st and 3rd place. The bespectacled man noted that at this rate they could become centurions. After these words were spoken, the duo thanked the man for the praise. The Imperial Guard is organized quite simply. It is 1,000 guardsmen divided into 10 hundreds led by centurions. Cadets like the dark-haired one, after a complete body replacement, become centurions of the 10th hundred. Thinking about this, Luke was happy and thought about how much he could do. After this meeting, Eli and Luca went to training. The blonde aimed his fist straight at the protagonist's face, to which he, without losing his composure, blocked his opponent's fist with his hand. A real slaughter of the best took place in this training ring. The boy noticed how his friend became much stronger with his new arm. But then the dark-haired man waited for the right moment and hit Ailey on the leg. Continuing his attack, Luca aimed his fist at finishing off his opponent. The blonde was, to put it mildly, surprised by this turn of events. And the dark-haired man stopped a few centimeters from the face and announced his 124th victory in a row. After such a test of strength, the duo found themselves in their favorite place. So the conversation turned to the bespectacled man's speech and how after it Luca became harsher. The boy talked about how he wants to achieve success for his own future. After all, unlike his friend, he has nowhere to return to, which is why he tries so hard. After listening to the dark-haired man, the blonde laughed at how he thought about him. After which, Eli also shared his thoughts on how he wants to become a scientist, an archaeologist. But in their empire, archaeology is prohibited, and besides, people from his family were often generals. Hearing this, Luca declared that the blonde was spoiled, and that in the slums they dreamed of surviving. So the 2 friends exchanged their secrets with each other. Remembering that situation on the mission, the blonde said that he wouldn't tell anyone. But the main character told how at that moment he hesitated over the unarmed man. After which, the dark-haired man declared that he was loyal to the Emperor and the Empire. But Ailey made this exception, Luca, which made the blonde think. Then he smiled, realizing that this was how the dark-haired man showed his friendship. Jumping down, the aristocrat said out loud that the boy was a liar. If his devotion had been strong, Luke would have finished him off already. Leaving his friend, Eli asked the protagonist not to strain himself so much. Having listened to the blonde's entire speech, the dark-haired one, to put it mildly, was not happy. A 3rd-year reconnaissance mission, somewhere in the uninhabited neutral zone. Ailey's hand touched one of the pillars in these lands. The blonde noticed how the pillar responded with a surge of energy even after millions of years. The aristocrat's eyes filled with delight, and he himself said how amazing it was. He was very pleased with the fact that before them there were civilizations that followed the stars. And the main character thought about how he set boundaries for his friend, but he continues to trample on them. After which, Luca asked the aristocrat not to relax because they had a mission. Continuing to rub against the pole, Eli reminded them that if such a situation were to occur, the guards would come to their aid. Suddenly, one of the guards also shared how this place allows one to look into the past. This white-haired man's name is Cloud Ramones, an Imperial Guard cadet. Suddenly, the cadet turned to the main character with a request to ask a question. Cloud Ramones admitted that he likes Luca and is curious if he is dating someone. Seeing the dark-haired cadet's reaction, he added that he wanted to introduce him to his younger sister. Eli, who heard this whole conversation, noticed how popular his friend had become. Suddenly, the main character felt an enemy presence next to him. The aristocrat also noticed this, which is why he immediately hid behind a tree. Ailey's group will provide rear cover, while the duo themselves will remain at the front. Looking ahead, the boy thought that something was approaching. Between the pillars, the duo noticed the silhouette of a man standing next to a levitating cube. Having realized who the main character was, he realized the whole situation they found themselves in. Luke immediately identified his enemy. It turned out to be a Koret paladin. At this time, the White Knight also felt someone next to him. This is why the 2, who had disappeared from the Korita's sight, were very frightened. But the paladin immediately got ahead of the enemy's location and began to aim his spear. Realizing what was about to happen, the main character ordered his allies to flee. The white-haired man was surprised by this order and was at a loss. Then the place where Cloud had recently stood was pierced by the same weapon. Thus, the first blood was shed on this battlefield. It was the blood of a blonde man. The dark-haired man who watched this whole scene couldn't believe his eyes. But the paladin didn't think long and used his power again. The spear began to return to its owner at his command, after which the weapon flew past the same place where it had pierced the tree, and along with it, Cloud. A few seconds later, the spear was in the Kurita's hand. Then the dark-haired man looked at his ally, assessing his damage. But then their recent conversation began to surface in his memories. The protagonist fell into his thoughts, thinking about how Cloud died in an instant. The boy managed to catch a glimpse of a spear, but the upper part of the white-haired man's body disappeared. Looking at the paladin, Luke tried to make out the trajectory and saw only a system error. Suddenly, shots from Imperial guns were heard behind the dark-haired man. Many bullets were unfortunately reflected by the Korite shield. These were the main character's allies, one of whom was Ely. Aiming the barrel for further shots, the blonde ordered Luca not to stand there like a pillar. Hearing the blonde man's voice, the dark-haired man came to his senses and calmed down a little. The boy immediately realized that he couldn't run away, which meant he needed to get out of this situation in a different way. And that decision turned out to be a fight until reinforcements from the Imperial Guard arrived here. Luca remembered telling the guard that only 20 seconds would be enough for him. This means that the warden should arrive soon, concluded the main character. Looking at the enemy in the guy's mind, the time counter began. At 1 second, 65 milliseconds, the paladin took aim at the guard. In just 20 milliseconds, the spear was right in front of Luke's face. Having deflected the weapon with his blade, the boy wondered how these measly 20 seconds would last forever. At the second, 15 millisecond, the spear touched the guy's hair. Once again, the paladin prepared to attack, and with a wave of his hand called his weapon. The spear began to approach the main character, becoming closer and closer. Noticing the object flying at him, the dark-haired man couldn't believe it. Looking at the glowing tip in Luca's head, the thought of death flashed through his mind. The commander's voice inside him began to encourage the protagonist. Scar told the guy that while the enemy was swinging his sword, he needed to do the same. "There is no place for weaklings in the Imperial Guard," was the last sentence the commander spoke. Luca gathered his strength and leaned on his leg with all his might to dash to the side. After which, taking hold of the blade's handle with both hands, he raised it in front of himself. And thus the dark-haired man repelled the paladin's sudden attack. The tip, upon contact with the blade, began to emit blue power. At the 4th second, 36th millisecond, an explosion occurred. The blade that the dark-haired man was holding flew to the side, ending up in the air. The main character himself stood there, thinking about how he managed to do it. But there was one drawback. Lukov could no longer use one hand, but it could block a spear. Looking at the dark-haired paladin, he thought about how he needed to prepare for the next attack. At this time, Korite, emitting a blue aura, grabbed the sword on his belt. Then, swinging the blade, 3 attacks were directed at the Imperial Guard. And so, at the 9th second, the boy's hand was cut off by one of the attacks. But that was not all. Luke's allies standing behind were much more severely defeated. Among the guards was Ely, who was also wounded. The protagonist realized that this attack was not directed at him. At the same time, the paladin, having received what he wanted, headed for the finishing blow. And in just a second, a Korite appeared in front of the dark-haired ones. The boy was, to put it mildly, surprised by this turn of events. Then Luca came to his senses, and the timer showed the 12th second. Looking at his opponent, the boy took advantage of the peculiarity of his legs. At this time, some guard also took advantage of this feature, but in a more advanced form. The ground beneath my feet began to crumble due to the strong flow of accelerators. This guard turned out to be an overseer who was rushing to the battlefield after the time was up. In a matter of seconds, the Cyberman flew tens of meters, flying through the forest straight to the place where the main character was now fighting. The warden heard the sounds of the fight, and after the guy himself and the enemy. At this time, the dark-haired man was heading to meet the attack of the Kurita. But at that very moment, the paladin was grabbed by the guard's huge hand, from which Luke was stunned, and at the same time happy about his salvation. And the Cyberman continued to fly under his own power, but only with additional cargo. The warden then slammed the enemy into the ground, flying several meters. Finally stopping, the guard grabbed the paladin's head tighter. And then the Imperial warrior, with one sharp movement, grabbed his pistol. After which, in this way, the two flew another few dozen meters. The guard raised his fist over the Korite to finally get rid of it. Later, an Imperial warrior riding a paladin flew into one of the pillars. The main character, who was watching all this, was amazed by the strength of this guard. But then a silhouette and 2 red eyes appeared. It was the warden. Coming out of the raised dust, all the glowing parts of the warrior's body were clearly visible. Then the head of the guard appeared, as if he himself was happy with his victory. And at that moment, Luca cried out one word in delight. He survived. This was not the end yet. The paladin, leaning on the blade, came to his senses. This caused the guard to emit a hostile aura, as if he was angry at the Kurita. The paladin himself, with a broken helmet, supported the Imperial, preparing for the next round. Koret, leaning on his sword, began to get up, but his appearance was pitiful, to which the guard used the mechanism in his back. The handle that appeared was grasped by the Overseer's robotic hand. Then, fully drawing his weapon, the cyber guard looked at the enemy. The main character watched all this closely. Luke wondered how an Imperial guard would fight a holy knight, and so the battle between these two began. The paladin was the first to start it, swinging his blade. Not giving in to his enemy, the warden decided to attack with a huge axe. Who will be stronger? The dark-haired man wondered, immersed in all attention. The white and black warriors crossed their weapons and looked at each other, after which the guard took advantage of the peculiarity of his cybernetic body, to which the paladin also used his strength, not yielding to the black warrior. Having found themselves in the sky in an instant, the duo descended to the ground with the same speed. There the battle continued, and the two were still no less strong than each other. At this time, Luca thought how fast these two were. He couldn't even follow them with his eyes. Watching this confrontation, the protagonist mentally rooted for the warden's victory. Having repelled one attack, the paladin noticed the next one flying towards him. Thus, the paladin's sword was destroyed by the Imperial Guard's axe. Without wasting any time, the dark warrior grabbed the Kurita by his head, squeezing his hand. A moment later, the accelerators opened and were activated, and thus the guard began to press his opponent into the ground. The paladin, losing consciousness from pain, decided to resist, but all attempts to escape were unsuccessful. He came up with another idea on how to get out of this situation as a winner. This decision was the very spear that destroyed the main character's team. The dark-haired man, realizing what he wanted to do, scolded, which made him very scared. After all, the Overseer has no idea what this weapon is capable of under the control of the paladin. It has already killed many of the guy's allies and even Cloud. Luca immediately understood that if the Imperial Guard died, he would go to the next world. This means he needs to do something, the main character concluded. At this time, the spear flew towards its owner, emitting a blue glow. Ignoring the boy, the gun pierced the dark-haired man's leg. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the protagonist turned to this spear. He asked the gun to miss and not reach its target. Suddenly, the guard also felt the deadly attack, but it was too late. Having learned how the enemy was distracted, the paladin took advantage of this and grabbed the blade. Focusing his power, the Kurita's hand was engulfed in a blue glow, which later also engulfed the Imperial Guard, but he realized the whole situation. After which, releasing the blade, the Dark Warrior trampled the knight into the ground with his fist. The impact was so strong that it caused an explosion that could be heard throughout the entire area. The main character, lying in a deplorable state, also heard this loud sound. He was very interested in who survived, because his life was at stake. Closing his eyes, the boy heard the winner approaching. The dark-haired man began to pray that this someone was the warden, and then the cadet heard praise, which he did not immediately understand. It was the warden who said that he won with the help of the guy. Extending his hand, the Imperial Guard concluded that the mission was complete. Looking up, the dark-haired man's face changed dramatically. The Legion is a fully mechanical armor that the Empire provides to the Imperial Guard. Every cadet dreams of getting a Legion because it's proof that you're a full-fledged guardsman. But now the main character saw a picture of headless living armor. Then the boy asked how the warden was alive even without a brain. Is he a man or a machine? Luca asked the guard. The headless armor was confused by this question. It did not understand the question. But then the Dark Warrior realized how his head disappeared, causing him to scream. A moment later, the recently standing guard fell to his knees like a pile of rubbish. Seeing all this, the dark-haired man began to wonder what was going on. Looking at the reflection in the armor, Luca thought about how he had been striving for this all this time. Assessing his body, the boy felt cold and wondered if he could survive. The dark-haired man didn't want to agree that this view would be his last. His thoughts were interrupted by the sudden voice of a familiar aristocrat. Luca was happy for his friend, and he was also happy for the dark-haired one. While boiling, the protagonist learned from Eiley how all the allies died, and of the survivors, there are only 2 of them, and the main character is now dying. After which he asked the blonde what he planned to do next. After all, what he had been craving all his life was right now under his nose. Pointing his gaze in Luke's direction, he said that the alliance of Korra and Balato was located in that direction. Eli can leave without him, the protagonist suggested, looking at the sky. If reinforcements arrive, the blonde will only have to return to the Empire. Having listened to his friend, the aristocrat leaning on his leg began to stand up. Looking at the blonde, Luca, who was in a powerless state, could only watch. He himself thought about how Elijah had a family that was noble enough to support him. But the main character does not have this, which is why he cannot understand the aristocrat. But still, there was something the dark-haired man saw in his friend. Ailey shines brighter than the stars when she talks about her dreams, and that's why the dark-haired man wishes his friend to live the way he wants. Suddenly, a familiar cyber hand pressed a rag onto the place where the huge wound was. It was the blonde man who noticed how Luca, in his behavior, was getting ready for the next world. "This is very out of keeping with the dark-haired man's usual behavior," said the blonde. Eli, after these words, the main character laughed through the pain and with the last of his strength. And so ended another mission of the duo, from which only they survived. Sometime after his hospitalization, the boy was looking through a catalog of cybernetic products. The dark-haired man, choosing new limbs, thought about his previous mission. But his thoughts were interrupted by Elijah, who asked the guy who was choosing new spare parts. Having pointed to the catalog, he recommended the F-24 reuse model, to which the main character asked when the blonde would stop appearing suddenly. After returning to the Empire and recovering, Luca was summoned to another department for questioning. They wanted to know what had happened there that caused 3 cadets and a guard to die. At first, he thought that he had been called because they were going to investigate the case in depth, but the reason was different. It was a floating cube. The dark-haired group was sent to the place where it was located. The blonde man said that a special research team had been assigned to this cube. If the Holy Alliance refuses to give up this place and the artifact, a great massacre will ensue. If the Empire declares war on the Alliance, Bellotto will benefit simply by watching the infighting. Listening to this, the protagonist replied that political issues were of little interest to him. He's only interested in battle, which is exactly what a member of the Imperial Guard should be. Having said this, the main character again remembered the moment when the headless guard extended his hand. When Luca reported that the guard member had continued to move, the captain claimed it was a phantom phenomenon. But whether it was really just a residual signal or not, the dark-haired man didn't know. After this battle, he has so many questions that have no answers. But he is not so stupid as to try something that the top brass refuses to answer. In the vastness of the training grounds, there is one place that does not quite fit the atmosphere of the guard. Guest room, it is created for family and friendly meetings with cadets. Being an orphan, the main character had never been to this place before. So even he didn't expect that anyone would want to meet him. Lillian Ramones, seeing her, Luca wondered why Cloud's sister came to him. The boy assumed that she would start asking about her brother's death. The white-haired girl warned the guy that he was not here to talk about his brother. The girl said that she came here to talk specifically with Luca. Her brother had told her many times that the dark-haired man was his most talented friend. To which the guy told how Cloud asked one strange question. The dark-haired man noticed how the girl looked like she was interested in a relationship. After which, Lillian Ramones began to persuade the main character to date him. She also added that Luca would only get a lot of opportunities from this. Luca himself thought that there was absolutely no reason to refuse, and that the chance of getting a bride of noble blood was small. But he always strived for success in this life, and a wedding with an aristocrat would only bring him closer to his goal. However, this is somehow too simple, the guy thought. For some reason, he is tormented by doubts, the main character concluded. After which, Luca again refused the white-haired woman's offer. The dark-haired man got up from the table and twirled around with his guest. He himself thought that he considered Ailey, who had everything, an idiot for dreaming of getting out of the Empire. Who would have known that he himself would be so stupid as to make a decision based on doubts? The protagonist was sure that Lillian Ramones would perceive this as an insult to an aristocrat. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the same Lillian Ramones who grabbed his hand. Turning to Luca, the white-haired woman suggested that they start with friendship. The Imperial cadet was taken aback by this and wanted to respond. But he couldn't. The aristocrat, having received no answer, said goodbye until they met again. Then Luca looked at the hand that the aristocrat had recently held and thought about something. Looking at the back of the running girl, the guy concluded how difficult it would be to get rid of her. Akritia, a training ground for sparring, Luca stood with an unknown man. The man standing in front of the main character is a wrestling instructor. The long-haired man said how surprised he was that the boy came to him. Luke replied that he came here to learn from the man, to which the instructor remarked that there would only be a couple stronger than him against Luca. Wrestling instructor Kinuan, although he is strong, is not as despot as the other instructors. Unlike the other instructors and guards, he uses a rather mediocre boost in combat. And the only thing the guy loses in is that his body is not completely stitched. The man himself said that he had no choice, which meant he would help. Hearing the permission to attack, the dark-haired man rushed to attack at the same second. Having parried the fist, the man asked Luca if he wanted to try out the new equipment. The dark-haired man himself thought that even though the instructor was a retired guardsman, he wouldn't even flinch from such an attack, after which the main character dealt numerous blows to the long-haired man. Realizing that his guess was correct, the guy decided to jump. Having jumped and found himself at the right distance, Luca decided to finish everything with one blow. Instead of attacking head-on, the boy grabbed the instructor by the sleeve, after which, pulling his hand down, the dark-haired man got rid of the man's protection. And then the main character aimed his fist at the enemy, as he had planned. Watching the fist getting closer and closer to the long-haired guy's face, he rejoiced at the victory. But not for long, because in the next moment the dark-haired man found himself in the air. Not understanding how he ended up right above the instructor, the cadet was surprised. Looking at the long-haired man standing calmly, the boy became even more interested. As he headed for his next attack, the boy declared that he would not leave things like this. But his leg was simply deflected and then caught by the instructor, from which the dark-haired man again found himself in the air, but only heading to the side. And thus the dark-haired man rolled across the floor, doing many somersaults. Looking at his opponent, Luca wondered in surprise what was going on. The man noted how the cadet had misjudged his opponent and how he was getting distracted. The long-haired man leaned over the main character and asked why he was so impatient. Thus, the sparring ended with Luca losing, who simply underestimated his opponent. Continuing to look up, the dark-haired man wondered the same thing, what had happened. He thought that his first attack would hit Kinuan in the chin, but it was worth it for Kinuan to touch his hand. His body jerked back as if the guy had lost control. And to be precise, the kinetic energy he gave to the instructor was redirected back. Looking at the dejected guy, the man explained how this technique was his method of self-defense. Upon hearing this, the main character jumped up and asked the man to teach him. Showing a trembling hand and an eye from which blood was flowing, the man asked again if he really wanted it. After all, there is always a price to pay for a shortcut, Kinuan concluded. The man sat down and asked the guy what he had learned for himself, to which he responded that his feelings were paralyzed. And the instructor said that the fighting art he uses is called the arcade style. The guy asked if this was the one that bandits usually use, but the long-haired man continued to talk, highlighting the shortcomings of this style. The boy immediately assumed that the first was the hard training, the second was a side effect. Kinuan agreed with these proposals, but immediately warned the guy that he was unlikely to understand now. And it is up to him to decide whether to study or not, because he is an asset of the Empire. Turning around, the instructor wanted to hear the dark-haired man's final answer. After all, training in the Archive's fighting style will inevitably leave consequences in his brain. Can Luke swear he'll stop using it when that happens? To which the protagonist replied that he couldn't swear, but he would try not to use it. After receiving this answer, the man replied how much he liked his honesty. And so began Luca's training in the Archive's fighting style. Having defeated the guy for the umpteenth time, Kinuan told the guy to always expect an attack from him. This way, the dark-haired man would always be ready for any situation, which he was only glad about. And the long-haired one added that Luca should get up faster. He likes quick learners. About a month later, Eli asked the protagonist if he slept at all, to which the boy only looked at his friend with a tired expression on his face. Thinking about his own, the dark-haired man said that all this time he had been very busy. Remembering his teacher, Luca thought how he didn't teach him anything, but wanted him to understand everything himself from training. Arke's fighting style is very different from anything he has trained before. The guy compared it to a higher combat algorithm that uses all possible techniques. Luca asked how the blonde's last mission went, to which he replied that it was boring. The aristocrat noted how all current missions were such childish games, but the Korra Alliance is cautious due to the latest incident. The blonde added that he had heard from relatives that the chief centurion was always at the facility. He doesn't know the full details, but there is definitely a group of conspirators. Hearing this, the boy said with displeasure that war was already coming, and now they wanted to make a civil war. He was interrupted by Elijah, who said that if Luca blamed all internal problems on idiocy, then he was also part of the problem. This caused the main character to press the blonde man against the wall and swing his fist at him. The dark-haired man recalled how he had warned him that if the blonde man became an enemy of the Empire, death awaited him. To which the aristocrat remarked on how he had passed the aptitude test in the Imperial Guard. And such remarks are no less important to the Empire, so let Luke let him go, Eli concluded. Having let his friend Luke go, he told him that he did not want to see his name on the list of traitors. The blonde began to calm the boy down, telling him that he would treat him to something tasty on the weekend. To which he received a refusal. The dark-haired man added that he had plans. The blonde didn't expect this. He asked the guy if a girlfriend had appeared, It was time for the cadet's next training session, and his teacher found himself in the lower sector of Akrisha. The boy shared with the teacher how he thought he would never return to this place again. He himself thought about how the instructor had dragged him here right after he had announced the plans. The air in the lower sector is polluted. The city is fed by the thermal energy of magma. In the past, Luca breathed this air for quite a long time. He felt that he needed to get out. Suddenly, these evil thoughts were interrupted by Kinuan calling the dark-haired man. Following the teacher, the protagonist realized that they were in a black market. He thought, as an instructor, he was quite knowledgeable when it came to the lower sector. The teacher told him not to use the simpler prosthetic arms and legs on this trip. The man turned to the dark-haired man and asked him to get ready. Once we got to a certain place, the guard said the passage was closed. The bespectacled ones realized that the long-haired man was unfamiliar with Boss Alpha from his speech, after which one of the guards pointed a gun at the instructor, to which Kinuan looked straight into the barrel of the gun and just grinned. This was the bespectacled man's mistake, after which Luca dodged him with one movement, breaking him. The main character's legs were grabbed by the bespectacled man's body, who was very surprised. The second guard standing nearby reached for his pistol, but at that very second his accomplice's gun was pointed at him. The teacher asked if they could now talk to Alep's boss. Looking at the beaten-up bespectacled Luca asked what the teacher would do if he hadn't made it in time, to which the instructor replied that he used a different method. The boy asked the next question. What kind of place was this where they had come to? To which I received the answer that this is the hottest spot of the entire empire, which is called the Colosseum. A minute later, the duo found themselves in the office of the boss of this collision. The fat man sitting among the guards looked at the uninvited guests as if assessing them. Kinuan was the first to start the conversation, declaring that he wanted to put the boy in the arena. Only now did the main character understand why he was told to equip himself more simply. After which, having smoked a cigarette, Alep's boss threw it at the instructor. The main character managed to catch the cigarette, squeezing it in his fist. The fat man's guard standing behind him took aim at the duo with a sharp movement. The fat man was angered by such a statement from the long-haired guest. The boy himself thought how this man was bluffing. If he had intended to kill, he would have opened fire a long time ago. 3 thugs have the duo's heads at gunpoint, the boy noticed. Then Luke remembered the 2 armed guards outside. And so, to begin with, he decided to flip the table over in front of him with his foot, from which this trinity will get lost in space and he will take advantage of this. Having broken through the table, the dark-haired man will head straight towards the fat man standing in front. At this time, the 2 guards will come to their senses and begin to aim again. But it will be too late, because the main character will only need a moment to find himself behind. Next, Luca, with one hand clasping the boss Alep's neck, takes his gun barrel, after which these same 2 would-be guards will be eliminated in a second. Not forgetting about the 2 outside who, hearing the shots, burst into the office. They will be the next targets of Luke, whose appearance surprised the 2. Thus ended the simulation of the best option for getting rid of the threat. Shaggy realized that the previous boss was eliminated by the current one, Alifa. They were friends, but the man doesn't accuse the fat man of anything. This was the last point for the blonde, who put the gun to the test. After which Kinuan told the fat man to calm down if he didn't want to end up like the previous boss. Alifa was both surprised by the audacity of this statement and frightened. Finally sitting in his chair and waving his hand, the boss ordered the 6s to lower their weapons. Then he asked the long-haired man again. He needed a place in the arena for that runt. Assessing the main character, the man said that he would be crushed like a pancake. Then the fat man asked for something in return. Kinuan agreed to tell the location of the previous boss's safe, which made him curious about who this long-haired guy was and how he knew everything. To which he replied that it was simply a relic of the past that was not worth worrying about. The man added that the boy does not require any special treatment. Luca himself thought about how the teacher had complete control over the situation. After this conversation, the duo found themselves in the waiting room of the Colosseum. The start was in 2 hours, so the man suggested that the dark-haired man warm up. The guy asked what was in the safe that had changed the fat man's behavior so much, to which Kinuan explained how he contained the thing that could change Alep's life. Then the instructor showed the boy's opponent. It was Gabriel, the Iron Fist. Looking at the brute, Luca noticed how the Colosseum was teeming with idiots with equipment that reduced life. Kinuan turned to the guy and asked him to remember what he had learned. Waving his hand, beckoning him to come closer, the man added that he should be content with what he had, to which Luke replied that this satisfaction could be used to foresee a loss. After which the teacher reminded him of Luca's talent, but then added that this might be the last conversation. Hearing this, the main character seemed to be happy and at the same time thought about the upcoming battle. And so the first battle in the Colosseum began, the announcer declaring Luca as the one who first challenged the Iron Fist. "Will this boy be able to return home today?" the same commentator asked. After which, seeing what kind of boy he was, they gave him the nickname Good Boy. The spectators, seeing the dark-haired man, began shouting all sorts of insults. The audience was waiting for one thing, how this boy's face would be crushed. Listening to these words, Luke thought about how the dark side of a person always thirsts for someone's blood. They clearly don't mind watching his limbs get torn off or his face get disfigured. Thinking about this, the protagonist realized that he finally felt at home. Taking off his hood, the dark-haired man was very happy about what the show could show. Since childhood, the main character did not remember when he felt like a child. Only twice a month did Imperials appear in the lower sector with food rations. But even when he had to starve, Luca did not stop training. One day, a twist of a ration pack hit the dark-haired man's head. It was a trio of children determined to do something bad. The main character was asked why he was wasting his energy on unnecessary things, to which he replied that this way, with the help of force, one could satisfy hunger. The boy understood only one thing: the strong get everything, and the weak should be content with what they have. After beating up the boys, they were very upset because they reminded the boy that he was also second class, and if he had had innate potential, he would have been placed in an orphanage for the gifted. Luca himself then wondered who cared about the whining of a loser. At the age of 12, the boy successfully passed the aptitude test. At the age of 15, unlike his peers, he was officially accepted into the ranks of interns. Ignoring the trash of society, Luca thought about how he hoped to never see them again. During the long period of his internship, he managed to completely forget about that place. Back to the present moment, the dark-haired man's opponent entered the arena. He wasn't happy that he was put with some brat, but remembering how he was paid for it, he calmed down. The main character himself, having activated his eye, began to evaluate his opponent. Gabriel had implants of different sizes, but he also had a complete lack of balance. But at the same time, this brute is strong, concluded Luca, looking into his eyes. At this time, the big guy noticed how cute his opponent looked, to which the dark-haired man joked that after the battle he would need a servant. After all, he is going to make him a cripple, the main character stated. Hearing this, Gabriel replied that after these words he would definitely kill the boy. Boss Aleph, who was watching all this, was very happy, anticipating the battle. Sitting among the jubilant spectators, Kinuan also waited for the fight to begin, after which the commentator announced the start of the killer show. Luca himself thought about how his opponent's entire body was made up of combat construction kit. This means that if he is hit even once, it means death for him. Then the dark-haired man dodged the thug's deadly blow, after which the boy delivered a spinning kick to the opponent's jaw. Taking the blow, Gabriel called it just a tickle for himself, to which the dark-haired man thought, if only he had normal equipment, he would have hit his head. The main character then jumped away from his opponent in a jerky motion. Luca noticed how compact the arena was, meaning he wouldn't be able to dodge for long. But at that very moment, seeing how the boy was distracted, Gabriel attacked him. The audience was very upset that Luca simply avoided the fight. The dark-haired man was already starting to get tired, which made him wonder why they brought him here. He foamed at the mouth as Kinuan asked him to remember the basics of combat arkeys, after which the instructor added how the boy should be content with what he has. Remembering this, the protagonist realized that he needed to use all his strength. Kinuan took the prosthetic limbs but left the prosthetic eye. Having realized this, the boy came up with the idea that the teacher wanted him to win not by strength. Arkai's fighting style is based on using the given to its full potential. Gabriel's fists are like destructive cannons. His vision is cylindrical. All this significantly lengthens the time of destruction compared to the same firearm. The instructor, who had been watching the entire battle, was initially stunned. But after that, his face changed surprisingly as he remembered how. Luca is proficient in the arcade fighting style thanks to his own talent. Looking at the evading boy, the man longed to see his potential. Having already dealt a number of blows to the dark-haired man, the brute was already starting to get tired. But the viewers weren't happy with why Gabriel gave in to the child. Luca himself thought as his concentration sharpened to the limit. Remembering that moment of the fight with Kinuan, the boy wanted to repeat it. The dark-haired man grabbed the thug's arm and tripped him, after which Gabriel's fist went in the opposite direction. Then, unexpectedly, the boy's knee hit the thug's cheek, from the force of which the huge body of the opponent was sent flying. Having done this, the main character laughed, noticing how excited he was. Looking at his opponent, the dark-haired man understood how Kinuan was looking at him at that moment. Coming to his senses, Steel Fist was angry at the tricks the guy was using. after which he decided to use his trump card, namely the accelerator. Having struck, he reached his target, creating an explosion visible throughout the arena. But afterward, it turned out that the fist reached the wall only slightly touching Luca. The main character then decided to take advantage of Gabriel's helplessness. Looking at the boy's actions, the bully asked him if he thought it would work. The dark-haired man, having fluffed himself up, replied that if he did not have enough strength, he would use another. After these words, the boy found himself on top of his opponent, clasping his neck. Realizing what was about to happen, the thug tensed every muscle in his neck. But this still didn't help, and the main character twisted his neck 360 degrees. The people who watched this whole spectacle were very surprised, and Luca, addressing the audience, declared that he would always climb up. After finishing the fight, the guy thought that if it was real, he wouldn't have been able to do that. Only because it was a given and stable environment, the dark-haired man was able to do it. Walking under the stands, Luca thought that Kinuan was a great teacher. It was he who praised the main character afterward, calling him a good boy. He added, telling the guy, "Welcome to the basics of arcade victim." After which, the man extended his hand with some object and asked to take it. The item turned out to be a payment chip, which surprised Luca. The instructor added that these were Gabriel's hospital bills. Stroking his head, the teacher told him how naive he was when it came to relationships. After all, the kindness we are talking about is not charity, but an investment. And let Luca not forget that kindness is also a trait of a good soldier. After these words, the dark-haired man thought about how wrong he had been in his relationship with Kinuan, because he's going to justify his investment in the kid. Sometime after the fight, Gabriel was lying in the ward. Upon hearing that he needed to change the case model, the man shouted that he couldn't afford it. To which the doctor replied that it was the big guy's own fault for installing so many unsuitable implants. At this time, the main character was standing outside the door, listening to this conversation. The brute was very angry that his road implants did not fit. Afterwards, the culprit of these injuries appeared and asked how Gabriel was doing. Seeing the good boy, the big guy's eyes seemed to light up with anger. Then he began to insult Luca for coming here. But then the dark-haired man bowed down, reminding them how he had warned before the battle. The boy himself came to his senses and began to instinctively laugh. Heading to the doctor and his assistant, Luca asked about the model. Handing over the payment chip, the bespectacled man said that this should be enough. The big guy was surprised by this turn of events and asked what was going on. To which the protagonist replied that it was like paying hospital bills. Having calmed down, he inquired about this sleepwalking from the winner. Then Gabriel became interested in the guy's name and what he said. Hearing Luke's name, the man promised him that he was always ready to help. Hearing this, the dark-haired man thought about how pleasant this feeling was. The next day, the boy, as always, went to the gym. With one lunge, the blonde found himself right in front of the guy. Luca blocked the aristocrat's flying leg without any difficulty. But at that very moment, Eli suddenly turned over in the air, to which the main character, without wasting any time, decided to finish him off with the final blow. Thus ended the quick fight between the two cadets of the Empire. The blonde immediately understood what kind of fighting style it was, and Luca told him who taught him it. The aristocrat noted how the Archie's style is usually used by bandits. The guy himself thought how the experience of the Colosseum clearly showed him the idea of fighting. Looking at his pensive friend, Eiley thought he seemed rather pleased today. Then the aristocrat turned to Luke and asked him for some help. Accretion Imperial Guard Training Barracks guest room. The serious protagonist stared intently at the man opposite him. This man was Eli, who himself understood why they were looking at him like that. The culprit was Lillian Ramones, looking at the main character. The blonde man was the first to speak, apologizing for bringing him here. Then the white-haired girl asked why Luca was avoiding her, to which he said that he was not interested and that he hoped that the girl would accept the refusal. Hearing this, Eli told his friend how he could have refused more gently. The girl was still curious why the dark-haired man refused. After all, if there is rapprochement, it will only bring benefit to the boy. But the main character stood his ground, noting how the girl still didn't understand him. If he relies on her aristocratic power, he could lose everything at any moment. Hearing this, the girl called it strange to hear from a person close to an aristocrat. Having received another refusal, Lillian asked Luke if he was not even giving her a chance. Hearing this question from the white-haired girl, the main character fell silent. And after finishing his coffee, Luca again refused the relationship, hoping not to see each other again. After which the main character, leaving the duo, headed towards the exit. But he was left by the loud voice of Elijah calling out to him. He asked his friend why he was so cruel to Lillian Ramones, to which Luke replied that if he had been more gentle, she would have continued to cling. And another problem is that he doesn't see a single reason for her interest. Hearing this, Eli suggested that the dark-haired man just be simpler. But his lectures were stopped by the words of Luke, who knew about the blonde's love for Lillian Ramones. Lucas said that he noticed the number of sighs and increased activity around her. The boy himself thought about how Archie's victima opens his eyes to many things. Then Luke added that if Elijah liked him, then let him do it. The aristocrat was angry when he heard these words. Feeling hopeless, the blonde decided to look at Lillian Ramones. Seeing the empty table and the various drinks on it, Eli concluded that this was impossible for him. After this meeting, the protagonist went to Kinuan for training. Luke was thinking about how meditation should be observed. The dark-haired man asked the teacher what he would do if a battle at Aleph was inevitable. At that time, there were armed bandits inside and outside the office, to which the man replied that the first thing he would do would be to hide under the table. This answer did not satisfy the protagonist and reminded him of the guards' weapons. To this, Kinuan added how jumping in front of bullets was a very bad idea. And of course, he knows that's what the boy would do if he found himself in such a situation. But let him know, if they had taken that fat man hostage, they would have shot both of them. And while everyone was distracted by the boy, he got rid of them. The long-haired man concluded. What he heard amazed the dark-haired man, as if the instructor had predicted his actions, and the man said that Archie's translates as penetrating gaze. Luke wondered if his problem wasn't the side effects. Having realized the real problem, the main character was very surprised. It consisted of the fact that, having entered the academy, he would not be able to use Arcase. Once Luke becomes an Imperial Guard, he will be granted a Legion. This technology connects a wide range of brain signals to a special processor, which ensures transmission while using all the resources of the brain. Realizing this, the dark-haired man, leaving the instructor, thanked Kinuan for the lessons, to which he replied to the boy that he could always return to him. The boy himself was extremely upset by the information he had just learned. 3 months later, Luca was summoned to the Commander-in-Chief's office. The chief centurion of the Empire, Hemilas Castoria, apologized for not being able to find the time. The man asked how the boy was doing, to which he told him how he had been training. Hearing this, Scar only now remembered how the dark-haired man had not been given any tasks for a long time. He also heard how Luca trained with Kinuan, which made him start to worry. The protagonist suggested how the higher-ups might have found out about his frequent trips to the lower sector and even participation in illegal battles. The centurion asked the guy if he was studying Arcasa. The guy answered positively, but added that he left. Hemilas Castoria expected this and noted how this style was incompatible with the Legion. He added that Kinuan immediately weeds out the incapable, and those who are capable will be disappointed. That's why he still remains the only follower of Arcase in the Imperial Guard. To be honest, a man is more interested in the boy continuing his education. The main character was surprised by this. He did not understand the centurion's motives. And he then added that this was an order and he would keep a close eye on him. After all, Luca is a high-flying bird, the commander-in-chief concluded. After some time, Kinuan was amazed that the boy returned to him. Having received permission for further training, the dark-haired man thanked him. He himself thought, as he had assumed, that the instructor would no longer teach him, after which Luca asked the instructor what the toys were for. To which he said how he wanted to take them to the kids, because they like such things. But afterward, the dark-haired man was surprised that Kinuan wanted to buy all the toys. After some time, the main character, accompanied by a teacher, found himself in one place. This place was the 47th shelter of the lower sector. Once inside, the man told the student to bring the box inside and go on break. Suddenly, a rather familiar voice called out to the good boy. It was Gabriel, unhappy with having to carry a lot of boxes. Addressing him in his usual brawny manner, he asked Luca if he looked like an errand boy, to which the dark-haired man reminded him how he himself told him to ask if he needed help. He added, upon hearing the following discontent, that he did not need combat assistance. Luke himself, looking at Gabriel's huge body, noticed how the new spine straightened his body. Then the thug asked who the man was who had come with Luca. The boy told the big guy not to interfere in this matter if the skull was important. He himself assumed that Kinuan grew up in this orphanage, since he saw no other reason for the visit. Then joyful cries of the newly born children were heard. The children were very happy to receive gifts from the handsome uncle and the ugly uncle. But then the dark-haired man noticed how the children couldn't divide the box. It reminded him of his childhood, in which the weak were never spared. Suddenly, the instructor called out to the main character, bringing him out of his thoughts. The long-haired man pointed back and suggested that the dark-haired man step aside to talk. Once alone, Kinuan told how he sometimes pops into the lower sector. Hearing this, the boy asked the man if he grew up here, To this, the instructor replied that he just occasionally drops into shelters, and perhaps he had even been to Luca's shelter. The guy thought about how Kinuan looked like a retired soldier at that moment. An old warrior, deprived of his former glory with a limping system, thought Luca. But his thoughts were interrupted by the same man who decided to get straight to the point. The instructor asked the main character who gave him the order to return. But then the long-haired man added, suggesting that this was Gemilus Castoria. The main character was frightened by the instructor's insight, to which he, thinking how not to confirm the man's words, asked him where the assumptions came from. Luke himself thought how the long-haired man must be hiding something if the chief centurion sent him to him. The dark-haired man, overcome with fear, thought that Kinuan could eliminate him at any moment. Losing his grip, the protagonist began to calm himself down. Suddenly, the man said out loud that if the guy attacks him with full force, he will have to kill him. Hearing this, the dark-haired man said out loud how he was only a soldier of the Empire. To which the long-haired man added that Luca simply doesn't know much. Hugging the boy, Kinuan noted that he was a very good soldier. After which the long-haired man asked the guy if he really thought he had done it of his own free will. The top began to stir even when Luca demonstrated an accurate prediction. After all, someone appeared who learned Arkeys. The guy thought that he came to study of his own free will. However, this is an outcome that has been clearly planned by the imperialists for a long time. The man shared how in this world everyone is someone's slave. And surely now Luca is running from the truth, even though he is still so young. Leaving the main character, Kinuan concluded that he could return to the Centurion. The boy himself, after listening to the instructor, could not believe it. But as Kinuan said, it is the chief Centurion who wants him to study Arkeys. Realizing this, the protagonist began to doubt his faith in the Empire for the first time. A multitude of conflicting thoughts filled the boy's head completely. But even Luca's thirst for success was not his own will. Ultimately, this day left an imprint on the life of the protagonist. The next day, Luke headed to the simulation training room. The dark-haired man was thinking about one thing, how he couldn't report to the chief Centurion. If he had done so, he would have been tortured with psychological testing. Luca was sure that the indicators had been lowered, which meant expulsion for him. Thinking about that conversation, the guy doubted whether to convey this conversation. And if he wants to get it across, he needs to talk to one person. Then the very person the main character needed emerged from the capsule. When Eli appeared, he looked very tired after training. But his thoughts about the work he had recently completed were interrupted by the arrival of a bottle. It was Luca who noticed how the blonde had changed over the past few days. What he heard surprised him, and he asked his friend what path he had taken to say this. After which, the dark-haired man decided to find out how Eli passed the psychological test. The boy wanted to get the answer he needed from his friend. Hearing this, Eli immediately warned how dangerous this request was. He decided not to ask why that information was needed. The blonde said that there was one way. Luca was in anticipation. You just need to hide the desired part of yourself deep down, pretending to be a dummy. Seeing how Luke was not satisfied with this answer, Eli added that this had to be done consciously. After all, their brain always lives in unexpected, constant shocks. The blonde himself, for 2 months before the selections, offered up laudatory prayers to the Emperor every day. But the problem is that the real identity can be damaged by frequent use. After listening to his friend, Luca began to think about how he simply needed to behave as before. And the blonde, not knowing what his friend was planning, wished him to be careful. After all, everything that concerns psychological testing is an extremely dangerous thing. To which the guy remarked that he didn't expect the day to come when Eli would say that. Then the main character received a call from Kinuan, which upset him. And once again, the familiar duo found themselves in the lower sector. Shaggy told how they would have practice today, and it was quite simple. Luca thought about how the man was teaching him as if that conversation had never happened. And because of this, the main character feels even more uneasy. Entering the building, Kinuan gave the boy 20 seconds. The instructor explained how a bandit's lair was hidden behind this door, to which the dark-haired man decided to act. First breaking the lock. Entering the room, Luke noticed 5 people scattered throughout the room. Hearing the uninvited guest arrive, the bald man didn't understand what he was doing there, and he decided to ask the boy why he came to them. The boy himself thought as one of the bandits with a pistol approached. Then the dark-haired man noticed 3 people grabbing the trunks. Having noticed the last one, the main character identified him as the leader. But after noticing the slightly open door in the bathroom, Luca sensed another one. But after the bald man, not receiving an answer, he pointed the gun, noting how he had not planned to open children's skulls. But this was the bandit's mistake. After his words, he went flying. The trio of gamblers were surprised as they watched the carcass fly onto the table. The guy himself was glad to take out his latest experiences on the bandits. Having grabbed the new weapon received from Bald Onion, he aimed the barrel without wasting any time, after which several shots were fired that hit the desired targets. Watching the sixes die one after another, the leader pointed his gun. Then, insulting the main character, the bandit fired several shots. Dodging bullets, Luca told the sender how bad he was at shooting. And then there was one well-aimed shot from the guy's pistol, after which the very same scum that the dark-haired man felt appeared. The red-haired man showed up in the main room and wanted to know what was going on. But then the main character suggested that the bandit pretend to be dead, so as not to lose such precious limbs, the dark-haired man concluded. At the same moment, a cry of pain with electrical sounds was heard. Looking at the last bandit, Luca noticed the presence of another person. While honoring someone, he decided to find out who that hidden person was. But when he went inside, the main character was amazed by what he saw there. The dark-haired man was very angry at the trash of society. Having completed the task, the long-haired guy was surprised by the result that the guy was able to complete it. Clapping for the main character, Kinuan praised his student. Seeing Luca irritated, the man reminded him that they were only guests. The guy should know for himself that this world is full of weak people. This is the fate that befell this girl because she was unable to fight. After this task, Kinuan continued to lead the boy to the lower sector. He pushed him into battles without any introductory information. That's how he wanted to teach Luke. The main character learned a lot of new things from these battles, upgrading his abilities. After another task, a familiar-looking girl greeted Luca. The redhead began offering coffee to her guests, to which they agreed. The dark-haired man then asked the man if there was any need to visit Gilda's workshop. This girl's name is Gilda, and she is exactly that saved girl. The reason she was kidnapped was because her friend owed her money. Shaggy noted that Gilda is quite gifted in terms of mechanical engineering. Suddenly, the voice of an acquaintance appeared and attracted attention. It was Gabriel, surprised that the good boy was here in this place. After rescuing her, Kinuan introduced her to the thug, who then entered into a partnership with her. Hearing Gabriel fix his beer, the dark-haired man reminded him to listen to the mechanic. Then the big guy told how, after the destruction of the gangs, the others became alarmed. But the bald one was interrupted by the instructor, who assured the two that they shouldn't worry, because they wouldn't appear anytime soon. What she heard shocked Gilda, and the man replied that they would be gone for a couple of months. Luca himself wondered how soon they would stop descending to the lower sector altogether. And perhaps he sees these two for the last time, the guy suggested. Even after those events, Gilda was able to come to terms with reality and even began working. And Gabriel continued his risky work in his field, after which the main character began to calm himself down, thinking about the fact that you need to feel sorry for them, even if you don't have the opportunity. And this is the best possible outcome of recent events, concluded Luca. After which he was again summoned to the office of the Commander-in-Chief Centurion. Shram explained how Kinuan became an intern at a fairly late age, and even until the end, the man could not understand what kind of person this was. Hamilis Castoria suggested that the long-haired man specializes in covert operations, but in any case, it is true that Kinuan took a liking to the boy. Luke is exceptional, but at the same time highly vulnerable to negative influences. The Commander-in-Chief then ordered a psychological test as Luke had expected. Then the scar shared, as it is, there are only two outcomes. The first is death, and the second is acceptance into the guard. And Hamilis Castoria hopes that the protagonist will take the second option. If the operation is successful, Luca believes the commander will put in a good word, to which he of course agreed, if the results were good. He will even personally promote him, or rather, even adopt him. While waiting for the main character to undergo a psychological test, I couldn't get the commander's words out of my head. Luke couldn't believe that Hamilis Castoria himself could adopt him. The dark-haired man's thoughts were interrupted by a robot warning him about the start of the test. Having noticed Luca's joy, the tin can asked what had happened, to which he replied to the robot to mind his own business and start the test as quickly as possible. On the same day, the blonde man was hitting a punching bag, training his body for endurance. Numerous blows shook the heavy sports equipment from its place. Then Eli thought it was time to finish the training, after which the blonde delivered one powerful and finishing blow. The aristocrat was very exhausted from such training. Finally, having calmed down more or less, Eli scooped up the substance with his fingertips. It was oil that the blonde, lacking the strength, could barely apply to his hands. Luca, who was watching everything, asked his friend if this was the aristocrat he knew. Then, in response to Eileen's questions, the protagonist told how the test went. After listening to the dark-haired man, the blonde warned him that he would soon ask him for help, to which Luca agreed, replying that he was always ready to help with joy. And the aristocrat was very worried about something, hoping that it would not happen. The guy himself thought about how, having passed the test, he earned the trust of the chief centurion. Having learned that the commander-in-chief himself wanted to adopt him, all the boy's thoughts were occupied with reflections. After some time, the same centurion informed the guardsman. Scar explained how the rebel forces are led by one family, the Ramones. Upon learning this, the protagonist immediately looked at Eiley to see his reaction. Only now did the dark-haired man understand what the blonde wanted to ask him. After listening to the entire speech of the commander-in-chief, the loading of the Imperial troops began, and just an hour later, a huge military train headed towards the Ramones' domain. At this time, Luca was introducing himself to his assigned 21st platoon. Having listened to the commander, the stern warriors saluted him. The guy himself heard his new allies whispering about his age. The guy's platoon has 27 people. The deputy is Sergeant Kodrak, and each of them is aware that it is a tool for training the trainee. But despite this, Luca did not know how to earn authority from them. But after the main character realized how to do it, the first thing he did was call himself the main one. So he demands unquestioning obedience to his orders. Any disobedience will be punished, the main character declared. The sergeant began to worry about this and asked Luca to talk. Suddenly, the dark-haired man grabbed Kodrak's hand with a sharp movement. The sergeant then went to the nearby unit of the 21st platoon. The boy asked how Kodrak dared to grab a superior officer. The guy told how he also grew up in the lower sector, but they are still different from him. And all because he is immeasurably superior to everyone present, said Luke. But the guy didn't finish. He promised that they would see a better commander. Having realized who the new leader really was, the deputy became frightened. But later, he admitted his mistakes and promised to be more polite from that moment on. Turning away from his allies, the dark-haired man noticed how quickly Kodrak was adapting. After some time, the platoon found itself at an Imperial army outpost near the enemy front. Having gathered together, the army awaited further commands. Having found out what his friend had already done, Eiley asked whether it was true or not, to which the boy confirmed, assuring that this is how he gained real authority. The next moment, the lights in the room went out, and the duo turned their gaze forward. There, Hamilis Castoria said that the rebels had taken up residence in the shrine of a mystical civilization. The area is limited by a barrier. It is dome-shaped and extremely dense. Magic turrets have also been spotted, ready to take out air targets. Luca himself thought that armored brigades would be used. The Empire deployed a huge amount of force to suppress the rebellion. The operation will begin at 14 hours and 10 minutes. That is, in an hour and a half. Once alone, the two discussed how they had been given the supporting role. This greatly upset the protagonist, to which Eiley called him an inveterate warrior. Suddenly, after his jibes, the aristocrat unexpectedly fell silent. Seeing how the blonde hesitated, Luca asked him if that help was connected with Ramones. He may be close to her, but they can't do anything about it now. To which he replied that he didn't want to have any illusions. But if there was a chance, he needed to save Lillian. What he heard angered the dark-haired man, and he reminded him of the Imperial Order. Then Luca asked his friend to pull himself together and let all his antics go. Leaving the blonde, the protagonist warned his friend to do something stupid. After listening to the main character, the aristocrat discontentedly agreed with this, after which, with his thoughts, he headed to his platoon. Luca himself thought how Archies had let him recognize the lie to spite him. He didn't care whether Eli accepted it or not, but for his sake, Lillian had to die. The dark-haired man began to hope that this would happen to her in the midst of all the chaos. While waiting for his exit, the protagonist remembered that the most important thing in the body is the chest and head. As long as these two zones are not damaged, the Empire's soldiers will not die. The sergeant who suddenly appeared distracted me from such thoughts. Kodrak told how he carefully studied the characteristics and abilities of the leader. Having 10 years of service, he asks the commander to listen to his advice, to which Luca replied that he would listen to anyone if their opinion was reasonable. Having received the desired answer, the sergeant thanked the protagonist. And now the moment for the battle to begin had almost arrived. The transport was already nearby. Having stopped, the main weapon of the upcoming battle appeared. Armored brigade with all mechanical armor, Myrmidon pattern. Having noticed the armored warriors, the main character began to look at them with interest. The Myrmidon, having received the order for permission, the armored forces began to activate. Then the all-mechanical warriors headed into the air. The enemy's turrets also became active, noticing the enemy. The warriors, dodging the first shot, moved closer and closer. Once at the right distance, Myrmidon's weapon appeared. So, many charges were aimed at the dome protecting the turrets. Well, that wasn't all. The enemy still managed to achieve a couple of goals. After which, 2 red dots appeared among the haze created by the explosion. It was a fully mechanical guard heading out to carry out a mission. The protagonist, who was watching all this, was very surprised to see the myrmidons in battle. Luca remembered how they were told that the approximate time to destroy a turret was a minute. But if the myrmidon detachment fails, the suppression forces will be forced to go on the attack. But fortunately for the Imperial soldiers, the turrets were successfully neutralized. The battlefield is a brutal and dangerous place, but here a man can enjoy the adrenaline rush. The main character himself is one of those people who are driven by ambition and excitement. So it was time for Luca to go out, and he ordered the platoon to move out. The plan is to attack from different sides simultaneously so that no one can escape. The underground tunnels of the magical fortress resemble a labyrinth. Although there are maps, the rebels could have modified them. Thinking about this, the boy assumed that the corridors were narrowed to prevent the myrmidons from passing. At that very moment, the 21st platoon found itself inside the fortress. While scouting the route, the dark-haired man did not see a single enemy. The sergeant who appeared suggested that there were many dangers in this passage. Hearing this, Luca asked his deputy if he couldn't fight. He also added that if he dies, Kodrak will take over all command. The main character himself rushed first and ordered his platoon to follow him. Kodrak thought about how his conversation with the boy had given him goosebumps, and Luca was thinking about how he needed to find and eliminate Lillian Ramones before meeting with Eli. The guy was sure that the blonde was also in the tunnels on the other side. Thinking about how an aristocrat could let his people go to waste, Luca thought that he could do the same. But he cannot take the lives of loyal soldiers out of personal feelings. Seeing how the commander had fallen into one of the traps, Kodrak called out to him. But the main character is still not simple. At that very moment, the weapon was cut. The boy thought about how, by using the Archive's fighting style, he had heightened all his senses. And even with his tongue, the guy caught traces of chemicals in the air, thereby receiving tons of information. This fighting style allowed Luca to get rid of all the traps. The soldiers watching the commander's wild movements were amazed, and the dark-haired man only felt his arteries expanding. The blood flow continuously delivers blood to his brain, the pressure allowing him to go beyond the limits of reason. The main character, feeling all of the above, received the highest satisfaction. After some time, the boy was able to reach one of the basement rooms. At this time, the rebel group, having received information about the breakthrough of the front, became alarmed. Hearing some strange sound outside the door, the group commander became frightened. And then the owner of that sound himself appeared, who knocked down the door with one blow. A piece of steel flew at one of the opponents and sent him flying, and Luca looked like he was itching to fight someone in a fight. The alarmed rebels came to their senses with the intention of killing the enemy. A second later, the small room was filled with the sound of gunshots. But they all failed to achieve their goal, because the guy dodged every bullet. At that very moment, the protagonist's sword reached its first target. The blade, touching the neck, cut off the head with ease. One of the rebels had a grenade launcher with him, from which the shot was fired. A small but dangerous-looking rocket headed towards the boy. But having reached its target, the projectile exploded and split in two. The sender, who saw all this, was greatly surprised by the enemy's skill. A second later, the rebel's face changed to one of fear. After all, the main character finished with the last soldier of this group. The recently arrived sergeant and his platoon witnessed the latest scene, and the main character, seeing them, asked Kodrak why they were so slow. Looking at his blade, covered in the blood of his enemy, Luca ordered him to move on. After some time, the 21st platoon discovered another group of rebels. Hiding, the soldiers waited for an order from the protagonist standing nearby. The guy himself wondered how such enormous visits ended up underground. Luca noted that he had already gone far enough, which meant he would be able to intercept the aristocrats, after which an Imperial drone was sent to search for the dark-haired ones. While examining the rebels' position, the boy noticed retreating people. Lillian must be among them, the protagonist concluded. The soldier who approached the commander reported that they were moving too fast. Luca himself thought about how his brain was overloaded due to the abundant use of arcades. Suddenly, the main character heard a shot that was not aimed at his platoon. The dark-haired man immediately realized that something was happening behind enemy lines. Having realized this, the boy decided to take advantage of it and ordered to go on the attack. Soldiers with shields lined up in front of the entire platoon, protecting them from gunfire. Kodrak reported to the dark-haired man how their people would not last long. The guy thought that the only thing to be afraid of was a weapon that could kill with one shot. The main character counted 8 such guns in the rebel group. In order to move on, Luca decided to wait for the moment when at least half of them would leave, after which he rushed forward, drawing all attention to himself while the dream books progressed. Having ordered to follow further instructions from Kodrak, Luca jumped into the enemy crowd. The sergeant was, to put it mildly, surprised by such an unexpected order. And the guy, taking the bullets, thought that such light attacks would not penetrate him. This means he needs to get rid of the weapons that pose a danger. Thinking about this, the main character began to target the enemy with such a weapon. Then, at that very moment, the rebels' most dangerous weapon was eliminated. Luca himself was already among the enemy group, having only a pistol. But this did not stop him from taking out his blade, waving which he incapacitated those standing nearby. Dealing with them one by one, the Imperialist wondered how no one would bother him now. After some time, the entire group of rebels was neutralized. All those who decided to surrender were captured alive. Luke ordered them all to be shackled. What he saw next gave the main character goosebumps. There were many killed allies in front of the main character. The most terrible thing was that these were people from Eiley's squad. The dark-haired man couldn't believe that the blonde was so desperate that he was ready to sacrifice people's lives. Thinking about this, Luke wanted to help Eiley, but the thought that he was a soldier of the Empire weighed on him. The protagonist understood that by choosing one, he would have to give up the other. But after that, the dark-haired man made a decision that when he met Lillian, he would kill her on the spot. Luca then ordered Kodrak to continue the arrest until reinforcements arrived. Thinking about his boy, the sergeant standing behind called out. He called the commander an excellent soldier, but he was a mediocre commander. In response to Luca's excuses, the deputy added that there were no losses because he had broken through alone. And such methods will not make him a good commander, the man concluded. To which the guy replied, "Let the platoon blame its own worthlessness." The boy found it funny that his people were whining because they weren't being used. And now he has things to do, the boy concluded, repeating his last order. However, that was not all. Luca wanted to say something else to his subordinate. The dark-haired man assured that he would take note if he made a mistake somewhere. Thinking about the commander's inflated ego, the man only wished him luck out loud. Finding himself in the corridor, the main character rushed forward like mad. The guy thought about how the aristocrats used pawns and disappeared into the depths. The bulk of the Imperial army successfully invaded and punished the rebels. The boy began to remember his last moments with his friend. Luca wondered how Eli was simply throwing away the lives of soldiers for his own purposes. They didn't have to die. A regular squad doesn't risk people's lives. But even if he is lucky enough to reach Lillian, how is he going to help her? This question greatly worried the main character. He did not want his friend to die. Suddenly, the boy heard groans, which made him stop in the middle of the corridor. It was the head of a member of the aristocratic Ramones family. Realizing this, the protagonist asked where Lillian Ramones was heading. To which the firebrand, looking away, responded with ignorance of where the heiress had gone. Using R-keys, the boy got ahead of the white-haired man's lie. Pressing Luca's eye, he once again politely asked for information. If he doesn't get an answer again, the Imperial soldier has one last chance to kill himself. After which the white-haired man told everything, namely, Lillian went down. Then the main character asked about his friend, and it turned out that it was he who had done the firebrand that way. The boy then completely got rid of one of the members of the Ramones family. Thinking that he would have been executed anyway, Luca decided to go down. The boy himself noted how killing feels different today. Moving down, the protagonist noticed how he could hear screams more and more clearly. Thinking about his friend, the dark-haired man hoped that he had not found Lillian. But if he had already passed the point of no return, what should he do? The guy wondered. Hoping once again that Eli will come to his senses and choose the Empire. Luca thought about his friendship with Eiley many times. He was always overcome by paranoia. There was one terrible question. What to do with the blondes if they go against the Empire? All this time, Luca put off this question for later, and then it finally came. The main character headed to the room where the aristocrats were supposed to be. The dark-haired man noticed his friend and called out to him. To which he, looking exhausted, cut off communications with the Empire. And then the blonde was surprised that the main character had come after all. Looking at his allies, Luke noticed how his friend killed them out of personal interest. But then the main character came across rebellious aristocrats. Among them were Vigo Ramones, the head of the Ramones family, and his relatives. Writhing in anger, the boy couldn't believe that all this was just because of one girl. The blonde replied that he understood how Luca would not let this incident go. Having taken out his blade at the same moment, Eiley asked his friend to do the same. To which he of course agreed, promising to beat some sense into the aristocrat. The boy himself thought that, theoretically, if he didn't make a mistake, victory would be his. But in a real fight, there are too many unforeseen circumstances. While the blonde holds him back, the Ramones family can escape. This means that death will overtake them first, even though Eiley won't like it. Even if he hates him to the depths of his soul after this, the blood of his friend will not be on his hands. Suddenly, Eli asked the guy if he wanted to run away with Lillian. These words were followed by numerous shots aimed at Luca. The one using Archies was able to dodge, but the blonde didn't want to let him go so easily. An ordinary pistol won't stop the boy, but predicting the trajectory will help him dodge. However, before today's mission, Luke increased the speed and frequency range of the signal. Thinking about this, the protagonist headed towards his first goal. The white-haired man, seeing the Imperial advancing, aimed his guns. While firing, the blonde ordered the aristocrats to move away from the boy. At this time, the flying bullet was getting closer and closer, but Luca wanted to reach his target. And with one sharp movement, he was able to cut the body of the former aristocrat. After which the main character decided to deal with that very bullet. Having thought over the best result, the dark-haired man decided to use it. Redirecting his blade, the cartridge headed towards the white-haired man standing nearby. But that wasn't all. Luca moved on, getting rid of another one ahead. Seeing the Imperial heading towards them, Viggo Ramones asked him to stop. But it was already too late. In front of his wife, the boy got rid of the head of Ramones without any pity. While drawing the blade from the previous target, the protagonist killed the woman. Then, heading towards Lillian, he thought about how she was the last one. At this time, Eli, who was watching this whole picture, was frightened. Suddenly, the main character remembered the moment with the girl, how she came to ask him out. Thinking about this, the protagonist decided to kill Lillian Ramones painlessly. After all, this is the maximum he can offer her, Luca concluded. Looking at the white-haired girl, the boy was surprised by what he saw. I was surprised that the former aristocrat was smiling with tears in her eyes. Seeing how they wanted to kill his beloved for the last time, the blonde shouted out his friend's name. After all, Eli flew with his whole body into the main character's chest, not allowing him to kill. In just a second, the couple flew a couple of meters and began fighting while lying down. Lillian Ramones looked back with a certain hopelessness. The two blades of the two friends crossed, Eli pressing with all his weight on Luca. The dark-haired man noticed how the girl's entire family had died, and she was smiling. To which the blonde assured that she was smiling because she had received freedom. But this arrangement did not suit the main character, and he kneed his friend in the stomach. Then he came to his senses and stood in front of the blonde man, writhing in pain. The boy told him to stop his senseless resistance, and Eli replied that all the families involved did not participate in the treason. The aristocrat asked the boy if he had noticed how flimsy the protection was for traitors to the Empire. Having received many additional facts, Luke agreed in his thoughts. After all, invading a magical fortress was easy, but for three families planning a coup, this is strange. If they were truly planning a rebellion, Balato and Cora would gladly provide reinforcements. Then the main character asked himself one question. But so what? After all, even if this is true, the Empire's order has not changed, and at this rate, Eli will die with Ramones. The protagonist was brought out of his thoughts by Lillian, who looked at him. The girl told how her father is not an innocent lamb. He hid the study of the artifact. Reaching into her pocket, the white-haired girl decided to spill everything, ignoring Eli's reproaches. The reason was an ancient relic, thanks to which the Ramones family was able to control the ancient fortress. After listening to the girl, Luca asked her why she was telling him this, to which the girl suggested that the guy didn't kill her only because of his friend. He must understand that the Empire does not allow Eli to live the life he wants. But there is one choice that will suit everyone, with the help of an artifact. You can activate the ion teleport device in the underground part of the fortress. This device will help you escape the shackles of a ruthless empire. The white-haired girl extended her hand and asked the main character for help. Seeing the guy's interest, the girl decided to tell him where the device was. The girl added that if Luca thinks she is lying, she will allow him to kill herself. But if he believes, then she and Eli will escape from the Empire, and he will only have to say that he didn't see anything. Then the white-haired woman assured that only the descendant of Ramones knows the way underground. After listening, the main character girl thought about how tempting it sounded. Even though he doesn't care about Ramones, he's willing to try to find a better outcome for Eli. He always wanted to break free from the Empire, and his descent would sooner or later lead him to trouble. Especially on the battlefield, where it's easy to spot tracks, and it's very easy to declare a friend dead or missing. Having understood all these facts, the main character chose the winning option for himself. Then the dark-haired man laid down his weapon, thereby agreeing to help. Realizing this, the blonde was greatly inspired, and Luca reminded him how he had promised to help. But if there is no such device or it does not work, Eli will not interfere. After this statement, the blonde looked at his companion standing next to him. She too was not happy with this arrangement, But with all her appearance, she said to agree. Despite the disagreement in his soul, Eli responded to the protagonist with a positive answer, after which suddenly the main character ordered with his hand to stop and be quiet. He himself thought how he had followed his friend's lead, thereby protecting the traitor. Suddenly, the dark-haired man's thoughts were interrupted by a request to stop. The girl, wiping the blood off the blonde, told him that he needed to wipe it off before it dried. Receiving such help from the white-haired Eily, he thanked her. The guy who witnessed all this suggested that the lovers get married after being rescued, to which the blonde looked intently at his friend and asked Lillian to finish, and the girl apologized for the fact that this whole story happened to him. Hearing this, the aristocrat asked the white-haired woman not to apologize, because with her help, his life would change. If she weren't there, he would have gone crazy here long ago, Eli concluded. Hearing this, the protagonist only now realized that Lillian had nurtured irreconcilable ideals in him. And if they begin to spread among people, the empire will be infected like a plague. If these ideals are allowed to spread, the empire will fall. Although Luke does not want the empire to fall, he must eliminate the threat if necessary, with his own hands, after which the guy realized that he was no longer a dissenter. Finding himself in a safe place, the protagonist was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, and the girl emphasized her words that only she knows this path. Her father did not report anything that did not require permission to explore the ruins. When the boy asked how much longer they had to go, Lillian replied that they would be there soon, after which Ramones thanked the protagonist for helping her and Ailey, and the boy replied that he simply owed his friend, and if he met her again, he would not give her another chance. Hearing this, the girl wanted to tell where she wanted to go. This place is Border Town. The girl wanted to meet Luca there. But at the same second, the dark-haired man responded, calling it uninteresting. Having heard the place where the white-haired Eily wanted to go, he thought about his own. Holding his head, the protagonist noticed how exhausted his body had become during this time. Helping Eily could be a huge mistake, but now is not the time to rest. The boy thought about what he would say to his superiors, noting how well he was regarded. And only he can continue to spy on Kinuan. Eily and Lillian are just an intern and an aristocrat. This means that he won't be interrogated too much, the main character concluded. Approaching the final point, the dark-haired man warned the duo to get ready. Looking at his friend, the guy wondered how everything would finally end. Then, thinking about one outcome, the main character touched the button. But then the boy felt something bad that needed to be dealt with immediately. Opening the door, the boy thought about how the light was turned on. It's not strange. At the last moment, Luca decided to block out all his senses and focus on the smells. The first thing the dark-haired man smelled was the smell of blood, which greatly frightened Luca. Then the boy calmed himself down, realizing that there was no human scent. Opening the door in front of the guy, a lighted room with 4 legions appeared. Seeing, Luke began to wonder what he should do with 4 Imperials at once. The worst thing would be if they decided to take Lillian alive, which would mean exposing the whole story. All this time, the dark-haired man was thinking about how he would help the two get out so that Eli could live the life of his dreams. Suddenly, one of the legions standing in the room noticed the trio at the entrance. The longer the protagonist hesitated, the more questions the guards had. Having decided to turn towards Lillian, the boy decided to take advantage of the moment. But there he only saw how the white-haired girl's head was pierced by a bullet. This shot was fired by a person whom Luca would not have thought of. Thus, Lillian Ramones was shot by Eli. The fully mechanical guard asked the duo what the shot was for, to which the blonde replied that he had carried out the sentence on the hostage, who was no longer of any use. The next question was then asked, why was the girl taken? The main character, who was watching all this, could not believe his eyes. O could not believe that the man who loved Lillian more than anyone else killed her himself. Thus, the mission to storm the revolutionary fortress was completed. The next day, Hamilis Castoria congratulated the protagonist on completing the task. Scar told how Kodrak praised the boy while reporting the task. So the man noted how the report stated that Lillian Ramones was not killed immediately. The man realized that Eily and Luca had taken the most vulnerable target to obtain information. Although it sounded logical the man wanted to ask the dark-haired man, the duo had a connection with Ramones, to which Luke replied that none of them were stupid enough to fail the mission. Frankly, he wanted to give Lillian hope that she would survive. Hearing this answer, the commander-in-chief laughed and agreed to accept it. Hearing this, the main character had already managed to head for the exit, but he was called out. The man added that he was touched by the moment when Ramone's men dealt with Eily's detachment. This made the boy think about what he should be surprised about, since he had already indicated this in the report. The blonde squad was destroyed due to an ambush set up by the rebels. But the boy said out loud that if he were in Elijah's place, he would not have allowed any casualties. After which, smiling, the man assured that he was always looking forward to Luca's accomplishments. On the way back to the capital, the guy wanted to sleep more than ever. The dark-haired man realized that this was all because of what he had recently experienced. But in the end, Lillian Ramones died before she could even escape the Empire. At that moment, Luca simply couldn't look into Eileen's eyes because then he killed the girl for him. On the one hand, the guy felt sorry, but on the other hand, he got what he wanted. In the end, Luke saved his friend, and that's enough for him. After returning to the capital, Akbaran, the duo were finally able to rest. Later, they were even awarded 7th rank medals in the form of the Ephesus sword for their achievements. Among all the Imperial Guard cadets, only Luca and Eileen received such prestigious awards. Having met his friend, the boy told how surprised he was by Eileen's actions, to which he responded as if he wasn't there. Luca did exactly the same. His family is incredibly happy that he was awarded, despite his friendship with Ramones. The boy himself thought about how the blonde literally killed his own people. But then the aristocrat added that his family wanted him to become a guardsman, but he would rather die. Having heard this statement from his friend, the main character punched him in the stomach. From the force of the blow, the 7th rank medal in the form of a sword, Aoife, fell and lost its tip. And the blonde boy reminded the boy that he needed to be careful with his words. As he rolled down the wall, Eli noticed that he was more angry than ever at the main character. Hearing his friend's words about how if he were stronger, Luca replied that nothing would have changed. These words completely finished off the aristocrat and he collapsed to the floor. Thinking about everything that had happened, Eli asked himself what he had done. Hearing this, the main character decided not to say anything. After all, Eli is not a cold-blooded killer. He is tormented by guilt for the death of his subordinates. And despite all these actions, he could not save Lillian. Without any doubt, it can be said that he is not a long-term resident. Either his sanity or his life will end. Looking at his saddened friend, Luke concluded that he had no place in the Empire. After some time, the blonde calmed down and told the guy that he would go home for a short while. But the dark-haired one wanted to know why the white-haired one rejoiced at the death of her loved ones. The blonde told how her parents wanted to marry her to a 30-year-old. This man paid Ramones to raise a woman exactly like his dead wife. Now the main character understood why she was happy, because she had been used since birth. And Cloud was the only one who treated her like a human being and tried to bring her together with him. But then the main character saw how the blonde fell into hysterical laughter. In fact, it was Eli himself who suggested this, mentioning his friend as the son of the chief centurion. After all, everyone knows how deep is Gemilus Castoria's sympathy for the dark-haired man. Hearing this, the boy noticed how the blonde was not at all shy in his expressions. Looking at Eileen, the dark-haired man thought about how he was far from being a sugar princess. And if necessary, he will fool everyone around him, deceive Luca and lead his subordinates to death. After resting, the guy decided to go to Kinuan, who was only glad to see the war hero. Luca periodically visited the long-haired man, who needed to be watched. But the main character himself could not say that he did not like spending time with him. After talking, Luke told how the chief centurion told him to learn from Kinuan. The man asked whether the boy's people obeyed the orders. Hearing that they were ready to fight to the death, Kinuan concluded that Luke was too soft. Instead of wasting them, the boy took all the risks upon himself. The more you push yourself on the front lines, the more pressure you put on your brain. This dulls the primary ability to make decisions. The protagonist was not happy with this arrangement, and he asked the teacher if he really needed to get rid of everyone. To which the man replied that they needed to be made to consider it an honor. Then the long-haired man reminded him of Gabriel and Gilda, whom the boy had saved. Rescue is more than enough for them to risk their lives for the sake of the Savior. Hearing this, Luke said that he would not prefer to do such a thing. Kinuan then explained to the boy that he needed to learn to accept love without giving it in return. Hearing this, Luke decided to find out what he should do if his mind could not bear to sacrifice those around him. The shaggy man answered the guy by saying that if he couldn't, he would never rise above others. Having listened to this advice, the main character, heading for the exit, agreed. The long-haired man was very happy about this, wishing the good boy good luck. The next day, the main character stood on the site with a suitcase. While waiting for air transport, Luca was not very happy. Yesterday, in the Commander-in-Chief's office, Luke was told that he was flying to the Cradia Academy. Gemilus Castoria said that sending the best first is a tradition. Scar then added that Eli had refused, citing the reason for returning home. Having been in high society, the boy will gain valuable experience to become a member of the Castoria family. Having heard the last fact, the boy agreed. But after Hamilis Castoria received consent, he warned about the guide. While remembering this, the necessary transport with a person inside appeared. Noticing the boy, a female voice asked what he was waiting for. It was a dark-haired girl who was dissatisfied with the guy's carelessness. At the same moment, the main character entered the limousine looking at the conductor. Next, Luca introduced himself with his name and status as a trainee in the Imperial Guard. And the girl responded with a haughty intonation that she was aware and there was no need to introduce herself. The boy himself, looking at the conductor, noticed her arrogance and her body, devoid of mechanical prosthetics. Luke said that he was here on the orders of the chief centurion and would like to know how far it was to Cradia. Having received no answer, the dark-haired man became very angry. But later the main character called this girl Lady Castoria. At first she was surprised, and then asked how the guy understood, to which he replied that he felt some discomfort similar to Hamilis Castoria. Luke thought about how the centurion sent his daughter to confirm his intention to accept her into his family. Thinking about this, the dark-haired man came up with the idea of the future sound of the surname, Luke Castoria. The main character was delighted by this, showing happiness on his face. Suddenly, the girl began to introduce herself as being here on her father's orders. Her name is Giselle Castoria, and the guy should stop pretending to read it. After apologizing, Luke wondered how saintly Lillian Ramones looked compared to her. But he did not want to agree that he had gone through such a path in order to obey the aristocrats. And I accepted this mission to the academy precisely because I wanted to avoid such a turn of events. Then the dark-haired man said that he didn't want to fawn over the girl. What she heard angered the girl. She gripped the armrest of the seat with anger. But then the dark-haired girl turned away as if nothing had happened. And the main character was not happy with such a conductor either. Luca thought how unlucky he was this time. After some time, the duo disembarked and reached the capital. Giselle called out to the guy and told him to follow her and she would show him the dorm. Looking up, the dark-haired man saw a massive statue, under which were carved the words, "Long live the Emperor, father of all the people, guardian of humanity." Reading this, the boy began to think about how long it had been since he had seen such statues. But following the Emperor, Luke noticed the Academy of Cradia. The students were surprised when they noticed the two who had recently appeared, and Giselle explained how purple is a typical color for a student. Somewhere in the crowd, one of the students, angry about something, pushed another student away. Then the main character saw how one of the people from the gathered crowd fell to the ground. Seeing this whole picture, Luca thought about how the student was a waste of implants. Suddenly, the boy was brought out of his thoughts by a question from the girl, who was interested in what he was waiting for. Giselle didn't understand why Luca hadn't changed yet. Having heard this from the guy as an intern, the girl got angry. And the girl noted how this already violates the Academy's regulations. Suddenly, the main character's name was heard from behind, which surprised him. This man turned out to be an acquaintance of the dark-haired man named Felix. Shaitan was very glad to see his old friend. He even already knew how Ely refused. Then Felix noticed Giselle and began introducing himself to her. After taking the guy away, Felix told him how he hadn't expected to see his friend in such company. Having learned the whole story of their meeting, the brown-haired man assumed that her father wanted to bring them together this way. Hearing this, Luca thought that there were not the best rumors about him and also her bad character. Their couple was doomed to failure from the very beginning. Moreover, Luke and the chief centurion agreed on something else, which means there is no need for marriage. But you can't stop guessing, the main character concluded. Handing over the strange package, Felix assured the guy that he would find it useful. The dark-haired man looked at the received item for a second and was taken aback. Saying goodbye to his friend, the brown-haired man told how interns are especially popular at the academy. Putting the gift in his pocket, Luca thought about how Felix was teaching him all sorts of weird things. And the boy thinks that by the end of this mission, he will become good friends. Felix also told how dormitory accommodation is provided to those from the lower sector. In other words, for those who cannot afford their own home. Thinking about this, Luca realized that even in the academy, there is class inequality. But this didn't upset the guy, because if everything was easy, it would be boring. After some time, the boy found himself in his new home. Seeing Luca's room, he began to think how right it was that the academy had such a prestigious status. It's not for nothing that talents are cultivated here, and not cannon fodder for war, the guy concluded. Everything turned out to be completely different from what the main character imagined, remembering how Giselle Castoria showed where the dormitory was. While explaining how everything was arranged here, the dark-haired girl gave her number to Luca. The girl added that the boy should not delude himself, but should do his duty. After listening to the girl, the dark-haired man's opinion changed to a softer one towards Giselle. But then the aristocrat remembered that she needed to give one piece of advice. The advice was that the guy should try to stay away from the head of the dorm. And all because she is the craziest girl in the entire academy. Thinking about the last piece of advice, the protagonist heard a knock on the door. Hearing this, Luca decided to use Arquez to find out who it was. The dark-haired man stood up and couldn't understand one thing: why he should avoid the head of the dorm. Opening the door with one sharp movement, the guy surprised the redhead. The girl, seeing the guy, greeted him, introducing herself as Barbara, the head of the dormitory. Then the main character also decided to introduce himself, thinking about what was so strange about her. Having introduced himself as an Imperial Guard, the dark-haired man began to assess the red-haired one. He noticed that she had worn cuffs and old clothes and introduced herself without a last name, which meant she was a commoner. Luca, thinking about the girl's words, could not understand where this was true. The girl emphasized that becoming an Imperial Guard trainee without having a family is very surprising. To which the boy responded that becoming the head of the dormitory was also a great achievement. He himself suggested that the redhead had to move mountains to take her position. Then Barbara wanted to fulfill her debt and show Luca the hostel. Looking at the girl, something caught the dark-haired man's eye. Her hair was wet. Had she really just come out of the shower, even though she said she had just come from class? She clearly didn't have time to wash herself, although who knows, the guy thought. Sometime later that same day, Luca met Giselle Castoria. The dark-haired girl looked closely at the boy, thinking about something. A second later, the girl praised Luca for looking normal. The guy's thoughts about Giselle dedicating a week to him were interrupted by a familiar voice. It was Barbara, who, out of breath, tried to talk to the dark-haired girl. But the aristocrat did not allow her to say anything. Then Giselle Castoria asked the redhead to get out of her sight, to which Barbara said she just wanted to say hello. The short, dark-haired girl hung in front of him, said hello, and asked him to leave again. After which the girl headed towards the exit, calling the main character. Turning his gaze to Barbara, the guy thought about how she was standing in a compressed pose. Was she really trusted to manage the dormitory? Luca wondered. Turning back, the dark-haired man thought how much he didn't like this. Walking down the corridor above the duo, a pitch-black silence fell. The first to break it was Luca, who noted how well they knew each other. When the guy asked Giselle about her dislike for Barbara, he didn't receive an answer. Once again, Luke remembered the aristocrat's remarks about Barbara. Thinking about this, the boy concluded that he just needed to hold out for 2 months. A week later, the boy was still thinking about that moment. While the main character attended the most boring classes for a whole week, he decided that it would be interesting to get involved in the girls' relationships. After all, in this dreary place intended for the nobility, there is absolutely nothing to do. Even Felix refused to fight Luca, citing that he was too ashamed to lose. The thought of starting a massacre began to torment Luke's mind. But his thoughts were interrupted by someone's shout of an appeal to the Imperial Guard trainee. Pointing with a trembling hand at Luca, the student asked if he had been hanging around with Mrs. Giselle for a whole week. The main character asked the student if he had a crush on her. The boy wondered out loud what he saw in the aristocrat. Using his eyes, Luca twisted the arm of Giselle's fan. The guy himself couldn't believe that he had taken out his anger on such a sniveling person. After listening to the guard about his lack of relationship with the aristocrat, the student finally calmed down. Then the main character wanted to know one thing from Giselle's fan. Having received a refusal, the guy added that he would tell the aristocrat about him, to which he, of course, agreed to answer the question about the head of the dormitory. The student described how everyone who got close to her ended up in unpleasant situations. Associated with androids that began to go crazy, this phenomenon was called the Barbara Curse, to which the main character called it just a couple of coincidences. He does not think that it is all because of Barbara. But the fan still stood his ground, calling communication with her creepy, after which the student pointed to a nearby group of people building something together with a red-haired girl. The glass full of water was thrown out in one motion. All this liquid ended up on the head of the dorm, making her wet from head to toe. The girl who did this apologized for her hand shaking. Then she added that she was ready to wash her clothes, let her undress. Hearing Barbara's question right there, the girls burst into laughter down the hallway. But then the blue-eyed girl repeated to the girl that she should undress and quickly. Hearing these frightening words, the red-haired girl became very scared. Then with trembling hands, she slowly reached for her clothes. The main character, who was watching this whole picture, only now understood. Why did the redhead have wet hair that day? She was forced to wash herself in a hurry. While playing with the knife, the main character thought how lucky Barbara was today. After all, the dark-haired man has reached a point where he cannot control himself. At the same moment, the recently thrown dagger was stuck into the glass. Going to the group, Luca ordered them to calm down and let the redhead go, to which the trio responded with aggression. They asked the guy if he understood what he was getting into. But then a counter-threat was heard from the guy who promised to turn their faces into mincemeat. Realizing that there was nothing to be gained here, the trio moved away from the dark-haired man. Looking at the backs of the girls leaving, Barbara turned to the main character. Hearing the address addressed to him, the dark-haired man turned to the red-haired woman. The head of the dorm was very happy that the guy saved her. The main character himself thought that now they were close, so the androids would attack him. Suddenly, the dark-haired fan told Luca to quickly follow him. Having caught his breath, the student said that the boy should not have gotten involved with Kalezakana. The main character himself wondered how the fanatic had managed to drag him away in such a hurry. The brown-haired man said that the Kano clan runs a gang in the lower sector that makes money from illegal trade. Hearing this, Luca only said how much he liked it and hoped so. But then the fanatic added that this hooligan's boyfriend had recently fallen victim to Barbara's curse. But then the dark-haired man noticed out of the corner of his eye a familiar woman walking towards them. It was Giselle Castoria, whose presence made the nerd nervous. Seeing his reaction, Luca invited him to say hello to the girl. But he, very nervous, refused, asking the guy to put in a good word for him. The boy had already started to introduce Enric Lacan, but he had already managed to slip away. Hearing this, Giselle Castoria shared how this nerd is always around her. Listening to how the dark-haired girl was afraid of the fanatic, the guy thought that he would not achieve his goal. On the same day, in the office of Professor Gid Alburn, a conversation took place with Luca. The one holding the protagonist's knife asked him to restrain himself in this academy. Having agreed, Luca thought that, as he expected from the Imperial Guard, he did not press him. The professor also compared the dark-haired man to a wolf thrown into a pen of carefree sheep. Ultimately, these sheep will become the elite of the bureaucracy, and the soldiers will become pawns. But in essence, these are the same monsters in sheep's clothing that are more terrible than wolves, said the guide. Having accepted the knife, the protagonist assured the professor that he would take this into account. Leaving the office, Luca thought about the man's words, as if he had come to this place to drive sheep. After all, in fact, he came for the curse of the red-haired one, which made him very happy. After curfew, the main character, still thinking about the curse, went to one place. It was the area behind the academy's training ground. The dark-haired man came here to find out more about Barbara's curse, warming up for the upcoming warm meeting of the brutal androids. The protagonist was called out by the question of whether he was Luca, the intern who was sent to the academy. Looking at the bandit, the boy noticed how only all sorts of midges were flocking to him. 3 people surrounded the dark-haired man who came from Lady Kaleza. The main one asked if the guy would report them for the minor beating. Luke himself, hearing this, laughed in his thoughts and wondered if they could lure him in. The short-haired man offered to give the boy one chance to apologize to his mistress, to which the main character gave the bandits a chance to get out of here while they were still alive. Suddenly, the short-haired man's limbs turned out to be implants that began emitting steam. Thinking about how rude he had been, the bandit decided to teach the impudent student a lesson. Looking at the flying fist, Luca noticed only one thing: high-class implants. And the man, trying to achieve his goal, suggested that the dark-haired man dodge if he could. But this whole mess was stopped by a sudden red glow. The owner was a real android who moved strangely. The robot greeted the people and asked them if they needed help. The short-haired man was surprised by this turn of events and could not understand how the android ended up there. Pointing his finger at the boy, the man decided to postpone the cultural conversation until tomorrow. But the main character didn't care. He didn't even pay attention to the man. Afterwards, the trio decided to leave so as not to start a fight right in front of the android. Jumping towards one of the bandits, the robot asked the same question: "Do they need help?" Hearing another refusal, the android began to shake and said that he couldn't do this. The robot wriggled strangely and wanted to say something, but for some reason could not control himself. And just a moment later, the android, with one sharp movement, decapitated one of the bandits. The second bandit, who was splashed with all the blood of his acquaintance, was very frightened. The short-haired man was also surprised and couldn't understand what was happening. Without wasting any time, the robot decided to continue eliminating the emerging targets. Having jumped on the second bandit, he swung, deciding to get rid of the man in this way. Looking at the android's intentions to kill, the man became very scared. But the blow that followed was not from a robot at all, but from the main character in the head of the walking trash. From such force, the heap of iron flew several meters but was able to get up on all fours. The android's already broken red light began to look even more terrifying. That bandit couldn't believe that Barbara's curse actually existed. The main character himself stated that the Academy students should not blindly believe in curses. Heading towards the android, he began to prepare for his next strike. But after that, the robot's body seemed to start overheating and emitting a large amount of steam. Looking at this, Luca noticed how the android was using all of its capabilities. The boy assumed that at this pace he would be able to fight for several minutes. After all, the guy is sure that before sending the robot, it was charged to the full. And this is not a technical failure. This is a human trick, the dark-haired man stated. This turn of events only excited the main character, which made him smile. Looking at his main opponent, the walking trash rushed to attack. But the boy, taking a step back, easily dodged the patrol robot's blow. It was a deadly blow, albeit reckless, and the boy assumed that he had a combat program embedded in him. Even the metal claws became proof of this. If you catch one, it means death. But even this didn't particularly impress the protagonist, as he dodged every attack. Luca himself thought how bored he was and needed something that could wake up his dopamine. And then the dark-haired man gave the android a spinning kick on the head. As a result, history repeated itself again, but this time the iron was not damaged much. Having recovered, the moving junk recklessly jumped at the main character. Throwing down the knife, the dark-haired man asked the robot to live up to his expectations. The enraged android was able to dodge such a sudden attack from a human. Looking at the flying dagger, all attention was concentrated on it, which was a mistake. After all, at that very moment, the main character mounted the robot right in the air. The short-haired man, who had been watching this whole battle, became increasingly surprised. But in the end, the dark-haired man was able to tear off the arms of the battle iron. Having accepted her loss, the tin can began to request support. Luke himself shared how he expected a more difficult battle from the enraged robot. But realizing that the battle was over and that the student's attention might have shifted to him, the bandit fled. The guy, looking at this picture, remembered how the bandit was too impudent. The sudden appearance of a glow and the force of the wind then caught Luke's attention. In the sky, the boy saw several stopped sky patrolmen. The next day, the main character, sitting at the academy, thought about what had happened recently. After that incident, security forces asked Luca to help with the investigation. The investigator noted how aristocrats dislike steamers, but they are calmer in front of a murderer. The man was sure that the aristocrat was the manipulator. And what does the boys carry? They chose him to help, because not everyone has the power of Archies. Seeing the reaction of the dark-haired Jillian, Campbell decided to add that Archies users are added to a separate list and the guy is on it. And the boy will be able to get answers to his questions from the one who taught him. Suddenly, the protagonist was brought out of his thoughts by a loud call of his name. It was Giselle, who was very worried about what happened to the guy. To which Luca replied that he could not calmly watch as a crowd mocked one person. This surprised the girl, and she asked the guy if he would continue to interfere in this matter. And the main character agreed that if she was pestered again, he would help. After thinking it over, the girl said that she would find a compromise and talk to Caleza Cano. This made the boy wonder why Giselle Castoria was trying to jinx the situation. But then the dark-haired man grinned and realized why she said that. Her words about compromise mean only one thing. She is confident that Caleza will submit to her. Then Luca said that he would talk to the hooligan himself, which surprised the dark-haired girl. The boy then added that he too had no desire to fall into the boss's disfavor. Smiling maliciously, the main character himself thought that he wanted to check something else. After some time, Caleza began to justify herself by saying that Barbara was the first to hit her boyfriend. To which Luca noted how the girl looked as if she had deliberately set the guy on. Having heard this, the hooligan was very surprised and at the same time was confused. Then Luca noted how her boyfriend could refuse under threats from her people. Then the main character, having provided evidence, asked Caleza if she needed a reason to persecute Barbara. After that, the girl could no longer stand it and ordered Luca to close his mouth. Giselle, who was watching this whole scene, asked the hooligan to calm down. Hearing that she wanted to say something else, the dark-haired girl repeated her request. Or is she going to ignore her words? Asked Giselle Castoria. Then the aristocrat asked the protagonist to step outside for a minute while she talked. Already in the corridor, Luca was thinking about how he knew that Giselle was in charge of Caleza. He became curious as to why the dark-haired girl had still stopped bullying him. Giselle suddenly appeared and was unhappy that Caleza had started making a scene. The guy told how he was conducting an investigation, and the hooligan was one of the suspects. To which the girl asked Luca to stop playing detective and why he was getting involved. And Caleza is simply not in a position to ignore her. So can we just order Caleza to bully Barbara? Asked Luca. Seeing the girl's reaction, the guy added that Giselle was not an ordinary aristocrat. Hating Barbara, she suddenly has a pawn at hand who can solve the problem. But his subsequent speech was interrupted by the dark-haired woman's hand grabbing his clothes. She asked the guy if his head was really as cast iron as the rest of the prosthetics. Letting go of the jacket, the aristocrat apologized for what she had just said. As she was leaving, Giselle warned the guy that if he meddled in something that wasn't his business, he should be prepared for the consequences. After listening to her, Luca concluded that Giselle Castoria was now the most suspicious. Looking at the dark-haired girl leaving, the guy couldn't understand why she was so scared. Mixing all these thoughts, the boy concluded that Archie's was only confusing. After some time, the main character met the red-haired girl. Realizing she had to start the conversation first, Barbara handed over the sandwiches. The girl gives this as a token of gratitude for saving her from the bully. She then asked permission to cook for Luke while he was at the academy, to which the dark-haired man responded with refusals due to the emergence of misunderstandings, which caused the red-haired woman to become very depressed. Barbara then said out loud that she would only be glad of this misunderstanding. The main character was surprised by this and assumed that she liked him. Afterwards, Luca decided to ask directly why the redhead wanted to get closer to him. Noticing how she was hiding something, the guy said that Kaleza was following Giselle's orders. To which the redhead, without any surprise, replied that she knew it. Then the dark-haired man decided to ask if Barbara knew the reason for the hatred. Having heard this question, the girl turned to the main character. After dropping the sandwiches, the redhead asked Luca why she had to tell him this. Once in the dormitory, the main character contacted the head of security. He told how he contacted Kaliza's ex-boyfriend, and he agreed that he was set on Barbara. Now the main character realized that the bully did this in order to have an excuse. The dark-haired man asked his interlocutor if he could check on one suspect, to which the man called it risky, although he wants to put the squeeze on this killer. Upon hearing Barbara's name, the interlocutor replied that this was impossible for her. But aristocrats can interfere with something else at the production stage. There were cases of outbidding for money or through influence, but then the man added that Barbara was sponsored by the Castoria family. After the conversation ended, the dark-haired man relaxed, lost in thought. Luke thought about how the puzzle pieces were about to fall into place, but they just wouldn't do it. And if he could just torture Barbara, everything would be easier. With these thoughts, the protagonist headed to the commander-in-chief's daughter. Looking at the picture in front of him, he thought about how aristocrats still lived in competition. Looking at Giselle immersed in her work, the guy couldn't believe that she had a hard-working side. The dark-haired girl herself had already finished and noticed the main character who had appeared. After some time, having finished her business, the aristocrat asked the guy what he wanted, to which Luca unexpectedly answered this question that he wanted to see her. Not believing this, the dark-haired girl asked the guy to get down to business quickly. Hearing this, the main character carefully looked around to see if there was anyone else nearby. Then Luca asked the girl not to lie or hide anything from him from that moment on. To which Giselle reminded the boy how she was the daughter of the chief centurion. The protagonist then told how he learned that the Castoria family sponsored Barbara. Having heard the subsequent bad opinion about herself, the aristocrat began to defend her rightness. The guy then explained how the security forces viewed the brutal androids as a deliberate act. And for now, the main suspect is Giselle Castoria, to which she said that she too fell under the curse. And then the main character added that this is a common practice to divert suspicion from himself. Disagreeing with this, the girl ordered Luca to finish the investigation, to which the dark-haired man asked the girl if he found out anything to tell him. Suddenly, the main character felt the presence of another person behind him. It was Barbara, who was happy to see Luca finally found. The redhead shared how she looked for the guy in the usual places, but he was not there. The main character himself was in total shock and bewilderment. He was tormented by the question of how the girl had managed to get to them so unnoticed. The boy also noticed that with such a face, she didn't look like a victim. Then Luca shouted out that Barbara's fake smile was giving him goosebumps. What she heard really frightened the red-haired girl. She couldn't believe these words. Shaking with fear, she added that she liked Luca because he saved her from Kaleza. Clutching the back of the chair in his hand, Luca couldn't listen to Barbara's words any further. After which, a table flew past the redhead, which then crashed into the wall. Giselle, who was watching all this, asked the main character what he was doing, to which he told how he had been trying to dispel the boredom until now. But he had had enough. The dark-haired man turned to the girl standing opposite him, asking her to stop treating him like an idiot. Trembling with fear, the red-haired woman uttered her own name in the same trembling words. But then the second personality stated that Barbara had no idea what the guy was talking about. At this time, the dark-haired girl, seeing the girl's new look, was very scared. And the red-haired girl didn't pay any attention to Giselle, who was trembling with fear. She walked past and approached the table, placing the food intended for Luca on it. As they were heading towards the exit, Barbara's second personality asked the guy to eat, after which the head of the dormitory walked on with a carefree gait. Giselle Castoria still couldn't calm down after the look she saw. But then she was surprised by the red-haired woman's hand appearing on her shoulder. Hugging the aristocrat, Barbara's second personality remarked how glad she was to see her. Once at the exit, the redhead twirled around with her friends. After the final departure of the head of the dormitory, a deathly silence fell over the room. After a while, the guy came to his senses and just laughed nervously. After all, now he understood who the real villain was and what this innocent relationship was. Turning to the aristocrat, she asked Luca not to ask anything. Then, wondering what had happened, she asked the guy to just finish his studies and get out of the academy. Giselle Castoria didn't just ask the protagonist to do it, she begged him. Trying to contact the aristocrat, Luca thought about how from that day on she began to avoid him. That day he reported everything to the captain, but he only ordered him to continue with the mission. Luca couldn't understand why they trusted him with this, because the guards would have done it much faster. But the guy is sure that his superiors have created their own great plans beyond his understanding. Having received no answer from Giselle again, the main character angrily clicked his tongue. Luca understood that Barbara was the main conspirator, but still many things did not add up. The guy thought about how his deduction had never failed him, but now the headache was ruining everything. And now only a meeting with an aristocrat would confirm something, but he didn't understand how to do this. The dark-haired man was torn from these thoughts by a fanatic who was interested in Giselle. When the student asked Luca about him, the aristocrat answered positively. After some time, the guy watched the two standing behind him. Having heard the confession, the dark-haired woman responded with refusals, noting how unpleasant he was to her. Giselle Castoria then asked Enric to stop stalking her, after which the main character saw the nerd escape with tears in his eyes. The boy mentally apologized to Enrique, promising to make it up to him later. Thinking about this, the protagonist came out of his hiding place. Turning to the dark-haired girl, the guy saw only an enraged look. Afterwards, the aristocrat said that she would tell her father about Luca's antics. She couldn't stand it any longer. To which the dark-haired man said that he had already reported long ago that she was involved in what was happening. What she heard surprised the girl, and she began to ask the guy how he dared. Realizing the hopelessness of it all, the dark-haired girl became very angry. She couldn't believe that everything she had achieved in the family was destroyed in one moment. Rushing to the main character through tears, Giselle began to accuse him. After which the guy told her that it was still not too late and that she could help in the investigation. When asked what an ordinary cadet could do, Luca added that he would soon become a member of her family. He then remarked that it was strange to appoint an aristocrat as an escort. He himself is ashamed to say this, but he is considered a rare talent. And no matter how badly she screwed up, he would support her, Luca concluded. After listening to the main character, the dark-haired girl only laughed nervously. Thinking about these words, Giselle Castoria began to step back, trembling. Seeing all this, Luca abruptly grabbed the aristocrat by the shoulders, trying to find out something. To which the aristocrat explained how she actually controlled the androids. Having received this information, the main character invited Giselle to sit down. The girl shared how Barbara became her first friend, and how she is very important to her. 3 years ago, the girl met someone who was supported by her family. Boys were actively interested in her. Barbara was popular because of her striking appearance. But Giselle did not want to share her only friend with men. At first, she just wanted to scare that guy and created an android. Hearing this, Luca thought about how she programmed the robot to follow the target at night. Only this little joke got out of control. The student fell and seriously injured his skull. When the investigation began, the first person to find out what she had done was Barbara. Noticing her fear, the redhead suggested an idea. Giselle was supposed to become the victim. When the girl was assigned to repair androids, Barbara gave her a chip, but she didn't even know how it worked. And since then, the redhead started to behave strangely. Afterwards, Barbara said that crimes should be regular. Luca thought about how Giselle had fallen into a trap, and Barbara had deliberately blown the incident out of proportion. And all this so that Giselle Castoria ultimately doesn't go anywhere. Suddenly, a multitude of messages appeared in the dark-haired girl's eye implant. They were all from Barbara, who was wondering why Giselle had told the secret. The aristocrat's head began to split in pain from the large number of messages. The guy immediately realized that this was a hack of a communicator, which has a high level of protection. Suddenly, the main character began to think about how his instincts were screaming at him to get out. The boy heard a familiar sound, similar to the activation sound. Suddenly, the dark-haired girl turned to the main character, but did not have time to finish. After all, at that very moment, Luca saved the aristocrat from a shot aimed at her. Once in a safe place, the main character decided to take off his outerwear. Then the dark-haired man grabbed the jacket with his teeth and began to tear the sleeve. Having received a piece of cloth, the boy bandaged his recently received wound. The dark-haired man, writhing in pain, thought that this should be enough to stop the bleeding. The protagonist assumed that they were attacked by an attack-type drone. Then the guy remembered that he had a weapon in the form of a pocket knife. The main character also noted how no one heard the shot because of the silencer. Having understood all these factors, the boy promised to crush the enemy's face. The main character was wondering what to do, and the aristocrat was still writhing in pain. But these conversations stopped after several shots were fired at them. Luke thought as if only he knew the drone's exact location. Then he would have come up with something, having concluded that the boy used the implant. Then the dark-haired man turned to Giselle, to which she looked questioningly. The protagonist added, asking if the aristocrat had a mirror. Having received the required item, Luca put it out to obtain the necessary information. And finally, the culprit of today's massacre appeared in the center of the mirror. A moment later, the main character jumped to the side and threw his knife. This was followed by a loud explosion in the air, which meant that the drone had lost. The dark-haired man himself managed to group himself and hide behind one of the pillars. But suddenly something happened to the main character's communicator, and he noticed it too. Trying to contact Giselle Castoria, the boy heard only static. Giselle waved her hand as if to show that the transmission was being jammed. But then she heard the voice of the red-haired woman, who called the aristocrat a traitor. Barbara then shared how she liked Luca from the first time they met, and she hopes that he will despise her even more. Having decided not to listen any further, the protagonist broke the signal transmitter. Realizing that they were in this situation because of the aristocrat, she burst into tears. Having hugged the dark-haired girl, Luca began to calm her down. But he himself thought how early it was to make guesses. After all, first we need to get to a safe place, the boy concluded. After some time, the main character came across a very good friend of his. Felix called out to him as he was just finishing writing down a message for Luca. The guy asked how his friend received an order from above and called it interesting. Listening to this, Giselle asked them if they seriously thought that her father had planned all of this. But then she began to tremble, thinking that she was being used as a consumable. After all, her father treated her like an instrument, so it's no wonder he was so shocked. The main character thought about how, even though she was an aristocrat, he still felt sorry for her. Felix noticed the protagonist's wound, and he replied that it was better this way than a corpse. Hearing this, the red-eyed man threw the gun to the boy, deciding to help him, to which the main character asked his friend not to sweat the small stuff. Having handed the blade to the dark-haired man, Felix began to contact reinforcements. But at that very moment, his hand with the transmitter was torn off by a shot. Once behind the wall, Luca emphasized how the shot was fired from close range. He couldn't believe that an Imperial Guard cadet wouldn't be able to spot something like that. But suddenly, on a signal, an unfamiliar male voice addressed the boy. Wondering how that person wasn't Barbara, the duo decided to take action. The stranger added that if he had wanted to kill them, one of them would have already died. To which Luca decided to talk down the enemy while the ally attacked unexpectedly. The protagonist replied to the enemy that he was ready to listen. Having received consent, the stranger was delighted and decided to get straight to business. He wanted to get Giselle Castoria from them, which made her very scared. When asked why, he replied that it was necessary for the princess's order. Having heard the enemy speak about the cadet, the guy immediately realized that he was talking about Felix. Coming out of hiding, Luca saw his friend with a dying look in front of him. Seeing this, the main character was seriously afraid for Felix and what would happen to him. But the dark-haired man was also afraid of who their enemy was. Hiding, the guy thought about how his enemy had a combat suit that could camouflage his body. Suddenly, Giselle's hand grabbed the dark-haired man's hand as if calming him down, after which Luca came to his senses and began to prepare for the upcoming battle. He told the aristocrat to run away after his signal while he bought time. Hearing this, the dark-haired girl wanted to object to the guy's proposal. But the main character asked the girl not to argue with him and to do as he said. Having started the countdown, the two immediately prepared to carry out their actions. For 2, the dark-haired girl thought about how she couldn't object to the boy. On 3, each of the pair rushed from their place in different directions. Finding himself in front of the enemy, the main character fired several shots. Seeing how all his bullets missed, Luca was surprised by the stranger's reaction, and he, dodging one of the next bullets, said how he didn't like killing the little ones. Seeing the boy's reaction, the stranger asked him what it was like to fight with a senior officer. Having kicked him, the stranger added that the cadet needed to pull himself together. The dark-haired man himself assumed that his opponent was a retired guardsman. He couldn't concentrate on the fight at all, thinking about who his enemy was. Luca realized that the stranger wanted to separate him from Giselle in order to capture her. But if he continues to act openly, he will definitely lose. All the boy's thoughts were consumed by one question. What should he do? Then the main character activated his ability. It was Archies. All of the protagonist's senses became heightened, and his brain began to calculate a multitude of options. And then the dark-haired man decided to borrow Felix's sword lying nearby. While in the air, the protagonist threw his weapon to the side. The gun hit the blade, causing it to shoot upwards straight towards the boy. Having received the necessary weapon, the protagonist slashed his sword at the enemy, and he was surprised that the guy aimed at the blade from the very beginning. The stranger then asked the dark-haired man if he practiced arcades. This was followed by an enemy attack, which was successfully repelled. The stranger stated that killing such talent would be very wasteful. And he's been playing the fool all this time, and now he's making it all more difficult. Luca himself noticed how the stranger's behavior changed dramatically. He couldn't understand what was so special about Archies that he hesitated so much. Once again, the protagonist could not concentrate due to his worries. Then the enemy asked the boy to retreat and not to lay his life on the altar of recklessness. Exhaling, the cadet thought how the enemy could think that he was playing games. But thanks to his arrogance, it begins to dawn on him. Neither the wounds, nor his personality, nor even Archies make sense now. And the only thing now is the one that he really got, Luca concluded. But this blow flew all the way to the ground and did not reach the main character's enemy. The stranger who saw this emphasized the boy's outstanding skills. At this time, after another attack from the guy, his wound began to bleed again. Drawing a lot of blood, Luke swung his sword without paying any attention to it. Suddenly, the stranger asked the cadet if he really thought he would kill him. Intercepting the blade, the protagonist said that this battle was not about the Empire. Once again, the stranger dodged the blade of the Imperial Guard cadet. Bleeding, Luke added that he was fighting because the enemy had enraged him. Hearing these words from the boy, the stranger laughed out loud. Afterwards, he noted how he didn't look like a typical Imperial, and he felt that they would meet again. The man then introduced himself as Rick Kaiser, a Republican. The main character didn't believe what he heard and called these words nonsense. To which the stranger asked the guy in surprise if he really thought so. Then Rick Kaiser began to move very strangely, which surprised the dark-haired man. But then the Republican moved from his place in a miserable moment towards Luke. Fortunately, he managed to block the blow, but lost both arms at the same time. At that very second, the stranger, without stopping, tore off the main character's leg. Raising the boy above himself, Rick Kaiser gave him one last chance to beg for mercy. But the main character, looking through the Republican's helmet, smiled at him. Then there was silence, accompanied by the sounds of sparking implants being broken off. Then the opponent received a spit, which made him laugh and asked to say hello to Kinuan. The last thing the main character heard was the crunch of his neck being broken. After that situation, Luca ended up in the capital's Imperial Guard Hospital. Felix, or what was left of his mind, turned to the protagonist, and the dark-haired man asked his friend to stop trying to turn his head. He himself thought about how the brown-haired man's brain had received serious damage. Almost immediately after the guy fell, he was discovered by 4 guards along with Giselle. If they had not helped him immediately, the protagonist would have shared Felix's fate. Suddenly, the chief centurion appeared, who immediately asked Luke not to strain himself. But the main character himself, looking at the man he had met, became thoughtful. Then the dark-haired man said that Soldier Felix had fulfilled his duty to the end, after which the commander-in-chief wanted to hear a report on what had happened. It was already closer to night that the main character completed his report to his senior officer. He told how Rick Kaiser is one of the 5 most wanted criminals. His real name is Rick Silva Nuns, and he was involved in the Empire's dark dealings. Hearing this, the dark-haired man realized that the Empire was not so pure and flawless. Then the chief centurion decided to reveal all the details of the operation to Luke. Operation Juliet was planned for 5 years. Its goal was to infiltrate the Retribution Group. Retribution is a strictly isolated organization, with which standard methods do not work. When the guy asked if the operation had failed, the man answered in the negative. After all, Barbara is the agent Retribution hired her as a hacker. They spent a long time supervising her, trying to attract the attention of the enemy. What he heard angered the guy because so many people had donated. Felix, whose brain was damaged, Jillian, who wasted time pursuing a false target, and even Castoria's daughter. When the guy asked what about his daughter, the man replied that she didn't know anything. Then the commander-in-chief asked the protagonist if he understood why he was told all this. Thinking about this, Luke came to the conclusion that destruction was all that was left for him. Suddenly, the chief centurion asked the boy to read and sign. Realizing that the very same recent thought had appeared before him, it vanished. And the man warmly welcomed Luca as a new member of the Castoria family. After this conversation, Luca thought about the man's words that a couple of issues needed to be settled. While removing the therapeutic spine, the android told the guy that he would feel some pain for now. Looking at the dark-haired man, Felix asked him if he was already leaving, and he, thinking about his friend, assured him that he needed to go. Then the brown-haired man wished the main character good luck, which made him feel a strange feeling. After some time, the dark-haired man found himself in the Academy for Guards. Luke wondered how Barbara had ended up being an Empire spy, deliberately planted in a terrorist group. The guy wasn't sure if her madness was real or an act, but she was definitely two-faced. The protagonist wondered if this mission had really been assigned to her from the very beginning. Then the boy thought about how to get out of the shelter of the lower sector, meet the required instructor Kinuan, and learn from the long-haired Arquise. And then, those mysterious events that happened to him at the Academy. Luke thought that all this time he had been acting of his own free will and choice. He could not believe that all the hardships of life and circumstances turned out to be prearranged conditions. Thinking about this, the protagonist began to reassure himself that this was just a test of his loyalty. But he can't screw it all up now, because this is something that can be used. This is a rare chance to radically change your life, concluded Luca. Finding himself at Kinuan's, he asked the guy whether he had managed to enjoy his youth in the academy, to which the dark-haired man replied that he hadn't really had time to practice. The man remarked how sorry he felt for Felix because he was an outstanding intern. The main character himself wondered whether this could be considered ordinary bad luck. But then he told how Rick Kaiser asked him to say hello to the long-haired man. Hearing this, the man responded as if he never thought he would become a terrorist. When asked who Rick was, the long-haired man told how he was his friend during his internship. When asked why he stopped communicating with him, Kinuan reminded him how he was part of the Empire. The protagonist then added that if the teacher has any doubts, he should report them. After which the instructor asked a counter-question about the real reason for the guy's attentiveness. Hearing this question from the long-haired man, the protagonist fell silent. But then he asked what the meaning of Arcase was. To which the instructor again asked a counter-question. Why was Luca asking this? And he told how he learned that the Empire keeps records of those who own Arcase. After this question from the dark-haired man, Kinuan decided to drink some tea first. After which the long-haired man remarked how surprised he was that the guy had realized this faster. After all, for a small fry, he knows a surprising amount, which surprised the guy. And the man continued to tell how the first uprising took place about 2,000 years ago. And it was headed by none other than the Emperor's first advisor, Noel Muliska. Noel understood that a full-scale war with the Imperial Army was doomed to failure. That's why he chose guerrilla tactics. And it was at this point that Arcae's victim appeared. Or as it is also called, the Arcae's fighting style. Luca thought about how, out of all the possible fighting techniques, he had mastered the rebel technique. With its help, resistance fighters successfully resisted the Empire for many years. Only those who could master this style could lead partisan units. Hearing this, Luke noted how this fighting style was flexible for unpredictable situations. Even in the face of large-scale purges, Noel and his henchmen always found a way to get out and survive. They spread out across the Empire, gathering pawns with which to strike. If they were exposed, it didn't matter. The unnecessary tail was simply discarded. Now the main character has a picture in his head. The rebels were disguised as ordinary civilians. Since their prosthetics were not designed for combat, they used arcades, which compensated for the disadvantages. That's why Rick left him alive, and that's why the Empire keeps strict records of those who practice arcades. When asked what they did with the rebels, Kinuan replied that everyone who was suspicious was killed. Hearing this, the boy realized how the Empire no longer cared about the difference between civilians and rebels. Some regions were simply completely wiped out due to such extreme measures. Even the Arcais users couldn't escape death, but they still allowed the rebellion to be suppressed. The man added that this story is not included in textbooks, but it is not hidden either. Noel Muliska, once a benefactor of the Empire, suddenly became a traitor, to which the Empire responded by simply committing mass slaughter. And the guard instructor turned out to be the one who was proficient in partisan combat equipment. Having put together the complete picture, the protagonist understood why the commander-in-chief had sent him. And all because the chief centurion suspects Kinuan of being connected to a terrorist organization. What he heard amazed the long-haired man, to which he clapped the guy and praised him. After all, if Luke finds and provides evidence of his connection with Retribution, he will quickly advance in his career. Kinuan concluded with a smile on his face. to which the main character said that he did not believe that the teacher was collaborating with terrorists. And the man said that it was his choice to do the guy. But there was one clue. Shaggy suggested that Luca investigate the past of the times of the lower sector. The main character became interested in how much the chief centurion knew, but he said out loud that he would certainly report everything he had heard today. Looking at the back of the departing boy, the instructor wished him good luck. Once outside Kinuan's office, the dark-haired man rushed out into the street. Having run far enough, the main character took cover behind a wall and stopped. Luke was very angry that Kinuan looked down on him all the time. For the centurion and for the long-haired man, he is nothing more than an instrument with which they test each other's intentions. Kinuana was becoming more and more difficult to read. The boy couldn't figure out who he was. Thinking about what to do, the main character decided to take advantage of the teacher's hint. Luca was determined to no longer be a puppet, and to do that, he first had to go to the lower sector. The commander sent the protagonist to Kinuan because he suspects him of terrorism. The long-haired man himself is absolutely calm, despite being aware of these suspicions. Luca began to suspect that the man wanted to lure him into the lower sector for elimination. Or is this all some kind of conspiracy between them, aimed at testing him? It's too late to back out now. We need to do everything we can to find out more. Thinking about all this, the main character became angry. He didn't want to be used. And his first step will be to report on the dialogue that took place between the long-haired man and Luca, to which the captain recounted how Rick Silva Nunes carried out unofficial orders during Kinuan's time. Hearing this, the dark-haired man reminded him that he was only a cadet, after which the commander-in-chief stated that he was telling this because he trusted him. This investigation is an order from above, not just from the guards. These people believe that they can get to the bottom of retribution. And in response to Luca's question, the man replied that he was given the role of instructor because of his competence. Having told this, the chief centurion turned to the guy and asked him if this knowledge satisfied him, to which Luca shared how he spent a lot of time with Kinuan and that he is a good teacher. Then Scar asked the boy not to look for excuses and to continue to follow his role. After all, no one except the main character has ever gotten so close to the long-haired one. And probably the boy caught his eye, the man concluded, and Luca squeezed his hand. The protagonist then asked to be given powers beyond the cadet rank. After that long conversation, somewhere in the rocky terrain of the Empire, Luke and the commander-in-chief were heading to an interesting place. Suddenly, the silence in the transport was broken by the captain, who asked the guy if he was nervous, to which the boy replied that he would be lying if he refused. The dark-haired man himself thought about how he had told the captain about the necessary powers. They were a free passage between the upper and lower sectors, a permit to carry a personal weapon and some funds for the investigation itself, and also the access that is given only to the highest ranks. Although this is not much, it should be enough for Luca. During that conversation, the guy remarked how he didn't want to die because of the dull mission. The chief centurion replied that if an order came from above to deliver the witnesses, he would erase the mission. And he can promise one thing. For the sake of the guy, the man assured him that he would do anything. After all, this is precisely why the captain accepted the main character into his family. As a result, all life is now completely in the hands of the chief centurion, thought Luke. The man told how he would have to introduce the new family member, to which the guy asked about any wishes regarding his behavior in front of them, after which the man asked the boy to behave as usual. This should serve as an incentive for his sons. After hearing this, the protagonist concluded that he just needed to get over it. Suddenly, the chief centurion warned the guy as they had already reached the place. The dark-haired man began to look around. He was very interested in how Hamilis lived. The man himself shared how he still doesn't perceive this place as home. Although he spent his entire childhood here, this place was the Castoria estate. After some time, the main character found himself in his new room. He remembered the captain's words about how Luca needed to rest now, and the man will introduce the boy to everyone a little later. Luke himself thought how everyone fawned over the head of the house, Hamilis Castoria, while the boy himself was thinking how he still didn't differ from a commoner. But the dark-haired man's thoughts were distracted by a sudden knock on the door. The familiar voice emphasized how Luca had truly become part of the Castoria family. Then the girl began to apologize for her unsightly behavior last time, to which the main character responded that this is how civilians should behave in such a situation. It is normal. Then the dark-haired girl shared how she visited Felix, but he did not recognize her. Luke replied to the aristocrat that Felix had fulfilled his duty, after which the dark-haired girl compared the boy to a blue flame. Hearing this, the main character noticed how Giselle had changed. It seemed to him as if she had shed her thorns. Suddenly, the girl asked the dark-haired man if he remembered his words, how he promised that he would support her if he became part of the Castoria family. To which Luca replied that he remembered everything and now we could discuss all the details. The dark-haired girl decided to share important information with the main character. She was sure that her father didn't tell the boy much. The beauty warned the boy to be most wary of her two older brothers. Luke's appearance will most likely cause them to experience serious stress. If both the first and second sons are not up to the task of becoming the head of the family, then Luca has every chance. The boy agreed with this and even thought about how they could be understood in this situation. But he was more interested in what about Giselle. She was surprised when she heard this question. Luca asked the girl why she didn't want to become the head herself, to which the aristocrat replied that she had no intention of becoming the head of the family. After listening to the girl, Luca added that if there was an opportunity, she should take advantage of it. Smiling, he assured that he gave this advice to his sister as a brother. Giselle Castoria was surprised by these words, because she did not expect them from the guy. After which, the dark-haired girl laughed loudly out loud. She found it so funny that the aristocrat laughed out loud. Having calmed down a little, the dark-haired girl asked if Luca would support her if there was an opportunity. To which the main character promised that he would help her as long as she was an ally. After shaking his hand, Giselle agreed to be an ally. She was always ready to count on her brother. After which she added that this was the last time she would call the guy that. Hearing this, the dark-haired man smiled and supported the girl's opinion. Thus, the connection between Giselle Castoria and the protagonist was cemented. After some time, the meeting of the chief centurion's family began. So the dark-haired girl entered the room with her new ally. Noticing the duo, the second son of the Castoria family, named Jeff, looked at the duo with disdain. Nicholas, the first son, began to smile at the sight of the new member of the Castoria family. Finally, the last important member of the family was the chief centurion's wife, Eve. She was the first to start a conversation with Luca, sharing how much she had heard about him. The main character himself, looking at the members of the chief centurion's family, became thoughtful. Then the woman asked the boy to sit down, because the head of the family would arrive soon. Giselle warned the boy to be careful because his father was not the type to stand up for him. Suddenly, the door behind the duo began to slowly open. Next, the head of the Castoria family appeared and asked everyone to sit down. Having sat down at the table, Hamilas asked those sitting in a row to give praise to the majesty of Dinokratia. After these words, the entire Castoria family proceeded to the meal. Looking at everyone around, the main character thought how all eyes were focused on him. A few minutes ago, Luke noticed that the two brothers were wary of him, to which the girl replied that this meant one thing. They were aiming for the position of leader. The eldest son, Nicholas, refused high-tech prosthetics, which means his path lies in bureaucracy. The second son, Jeff, cannot boast of any special talents, but he counts on the fact that he is a soldier. Hearing this, the boy emphasized how his appearance in the family meant a lot. Now it became clear to him why they were watching him so closely. While eating the steak, the dark-haired man thought he was familiar with etiquette, but the captain expected something completely different. Taking another piece of meat, the main character decided to do something interesting. Looking at him, the dark-haired man decided to live up to his daddy's expectations. A moment later, Giselle, sitting next to him, was, to put it mildly, surprised by something. She was surprised by how Luca, completely forgetting about etiquette, greedily ate the food. The second son, seeing all this, turned to the boy with some kind of mockery. The main character, hearing his name, stopped eating and raised his head to Jeff. And he, trying to contain his laughter, said that he was obliged to point out his manners. And although he doesn't know how the boy was raised, there must at least be some manners. Luca himself thought about how Jeff had bought into the game, but Nicholas might have bought it. But he doesn't interfere. It seems that he is the real rival, Luca concluded. Suddenly, the second son began to emphasize what an uneducated boy he was. As for the main character, from the point of view of the prestige of the Castoria family, that's for sure. Hearing these words from the dark-haired Jeff, he became very angry. Then the guy suggested that they compete in a real fight, and not in this notorious etiquette. This made the second son even more angry, and his hand holding the knife began to touch him. But suddenly the first son joined this squabble and asked the two to calm down, to which the second son of the Castoria family began to justify his rightness. Hearing this, Nicholas told his brother that Luca knew very well how to behave at the table. Turning to the main character, he asked him if it was true that he decided to play. The dark-haired man smiled and answered his first son positively. Then he added that he was just a little nervous. After all, it was his first time at such a family gathering. Not expecting such an answer, the second son seemed to harbor anger at the new family member. And Nicholas asked the guy if it was he who received the 7th rank medal. Tired of listening to all the main character's merits, Jeff slammed his fist on the table. Then, turning to his brother, He asked him if he had already written him off, to which Nicholas assured that his words were probably misunderstood, and he in no way doubts his brother's achievements. Hearing this, the second son cried out how, because his father was a great commander, he was being allowed to take part in a real battle. Listening to the conversation between the two brothers, Luke sees how the conversation becomes more and more tense, and the intra-family conflict becomes more apparent, like an old, aching scar. But for the main character, none of this matters, because it was for this role that Camillus accepted him into the family, and the guy was sure that his daddy was now smiling contentedly deep down inside. Thanks to Eva's intervention, the tension quickly died down and the conversation returned to a calmer course, after which the banquet continued as usual. Eva came out to the guests and officially introduced Luca. The boy was named Lucas because his previous name was too simple, and after endless greetings and a brief exchange of pleasantries with Giselle, the first day in the new family ended. But that's what the main character thought until one moment at the end of that day. After all, Camillus entered the dark-haired man's room getting ready for bed. The guy greeted him, and the man was glad that Luca was not yet asleep. Camillus said that he did nothing at the table because of his neutrality. When Lucas asked if he should bring alcohol, he remarked how alcohol dulls the nervous system. But taking hold of the bottle, the man asked his son if he wanted a drink. After being rejected, Camillus decided to give the guy some advice, not to be so correct. This is the key to the chest called humanity, to which the guy asked what it was needed for. After which, the man added that it was precisely those who spoke like that the Empire destroyed first. Then Luca asked if the man was drunk, and he just laughed. Then Camillus told the guy that, at worst, he should do something that didn't involve fighting. Get a hobby or habit that will only get in the way, the man concluded. After which, the chief centurion headed towards the exit of the dark-haired man's chambers. Luca himself thought how difficult it was for him to hone his skills. And then these words came. He immediately remembered Ile and Kinuan, who was wavering from his emotions. If this is not so, then why would the commander say something like that? The guy wondered. According to the boy, Camillus, who came to his room, was full of imperfections, and by giving advice that would not bring the slightest benefit, he looked like a typical dad. The next day, Luke was so busy investigating Kinuan that the excursion didn't surprise him. Having reached one place, the dark-haired girl assured the guy that he would be interested. Seeing what was hidden behind the gate, the dark-haired man was surprised. It was an equipment room that took up almost an entire floor. He asked Giselle why she became the guide to this place, to which she explained how renovations were being carried out in the house and that a tour was a woman's job. The girl added that her mother currently manages the warehouse, but that this responsibility will soon be transferred to her. After all, this is a long-standing tradition, so she is responsible for servicing the reservation. A display of boundless trust, the dark-haired girl concluded. Having finished her stories, the aristocrat looked at the main character and was surprised. Seeing the boy looking at one of the exhibits, Giselle called out to him. The main character himself didn't even pay attention to the girl's call. He noted how clearly he could see traces of serious and long-standing modifications on all the parts. The right hand is clearly larger than the left, as this is a fit for some specific weapon. Suddenly, the dark-haired girl asked Luca. He also stared at this curiosity. She then added that this all-mechanical armor is called Scylla. It belongs to the founder of the Castoria family, Ageta, and is her personal battlesuit. The aristocrat added that this armor is one of a kind. There is no other like it. As for Luke, the image of this armor remained in his memory, as if he had taken a photo. After some time, the main character found himself alone with the commander-in-chief. He told how they were now heading to a place where the advisors were located. After walking a couple dozen meters, the duo found themselves at the destination. The man told the dark-haired man that there were 7 elders and they had lived for a long time. Silence means that they have yielded to the opinion of the head of the house. Therefore, in most cases, the head has the deciding vote. Seeing the main character rise, Camillus told him not to worry about breakdowns. After some time, the duo found themselves in the last corridor of the main hall. Having gone to the right door, the chief centurion went through identity verification. When Lucas opened the door, what he saw behind it, to put it mildly, surprised him. There he saw a huge room, in the center of which was a table with 7 thrones. Upon seeing Camillus, the sages greeted the head of the Castoria clan. Realizing that they needed to give the man the floor, the sages suddenly fell silent. Having received silence, the chief centurion introduced the new member of his family. After which, the hall again plunged into loud conversations about the main character. Then one of the elders asked the dark-haired man to come closer. Hearing this, the main character headed towards the huge table, and the same elder asked Lucas to come even closer, to which the main character, thinking about his own problems, went to the sage. Touching the boy's face, he said that he should live a long life. To do this, do not give in to chaos, which can destroy everything even if its throat is torn. Listening to this, Luca was at a loss to understand why they were telling him this. But out loud, the dark-haired man responded with agreement, assuring that he would do so. After which, Luke quickly headed back to the chief centurion, and the elders decided to move on to the pressing matters of the head of the house of Castoria. Seeing how the boy wanted to leave, Camillus stopped him and asked him to stay. Hearing this, the protagonist did not understand why he was left behind, since he could be in cahoots with Kinuan, and the sages reacted to this positively, because this is what the leader himself wanted. It was already nighttime, and the meeting of elders and the head of the house finally ended. Lucas asked why the man didn't send him away then, but continued the conversation, to which the man replied to the dark-haired man that he would have to find the answer himself. So the last day of the main character's stay in the mansion has arrived. It was 3 long days for the boy, which he had imagined quite differently. Opening the door, the dark-haired man saw a gun pointed straight at him. It was a boy who told how he heard that Luca could dodge bullets. The guy immediately realized that this was Emilio, Nicholas's eldest son. He seemed fearless to the guy. Luca reminded the boy that he was his uncle, and if he didn't put down the gun, he would beat him. To which Emilio only laughed and added that his uncle couldn't do that. Suddenly there was a click, accompanied by a loud shot. The dark-haired man didn't even try to dodge when the shot was fired. The bullet passed close to the protagonist's head, piercing through the door. The boy was angry that the main character did not dodge. The boy wanted to shoot his uncle again, but he didn't think so and grabbed the gun. Having lightly punched Emilio in the face and finished it all off with a kick, the boy flew head over heels down the stairs. Having hit the wall above the boy's head with a bullet, he burst into tears of fear. Then Emilio told the main character that he would tell his father everything about the dark-haired man. Namely, how his uncle wanted to kill him, the boy concluded. After which, the father himself appeared, wanting to know how his son was. Looking at Nicholas, the boy began to cry even harder in public. The servants standing nearby were also frightened by the guy. They were interested in what would happen next. Then the first son of the Castoria family turned to the protagonist. He would like to know what happened between his son and him, Nicholas concluded. To which Luca told how the boy pointed a gun at the older man, and he taught him a lesson. He then added that the father needs to be more involved in raising his son. Having heard what and how it was, the second son of the Castoria family turned to Emilio. Realizing that it was true, the man laughed loudly and then wanted to add something. But he was interrupted by the main character who asked what would happen if someone died. Hearing this, the blonde invited the dark-haired man to talk alone, after which the duo headed to Luca's room, which he had recently left. Sitting down, the first son of the Castoria family decided to get straight to the point. He noticed how the kids outside thought that a serious conflict had broken out between them. Having understood the blonde's intentions, Luca noted how to use his own son boldly. The man responded that he could always have more children and that he didn't need to worry about the little things. Hearing these words from Nicholas, the main character clenched his fist in anger. Seeing how the boy headed for the exit, the aristocrat emphasized how Giselle had already become in tune with him. But for now, Jeff will be the next head, the man said. Then he added that if this happens, he will not live. Having heard all this, the dark-haired man sat down opposite the aristocrat and asked him to continue. The man continued to talk about how, if there was a choice, all the support would go to Jeff. And if a man had overwhelming power like his father, there would be nothing to worry about. Luca agreed with this, but he wondered why the blonde thought he was at a disadvantage. To which he explained how the vassals needed Jeff's simple nature, not his slippery one. And we shouldn't forget about those who don't like their father, preferring a more accommodating heir. Luke realized that they did not want a strong leader because they held a grudge against Camillus. The guy realized that it was on that night that he saw the fake leader that everyone knew. The blonde suggests to Lucas to pretend that there is enmity between the two. After all, the weaker he is, the more votes he will collect when choosing a new leader. The boy himself thought how Giselle hadn't lied to him when she said that Nicholas was a spitting image of his father. As he was leaving, the first son of the Castoria family asked the boy to pretend that everything was settled. Then the boy asked what would happen if he collected more votes. To which Nicholas replied that if that were the case, the guy would hire him to manage the house. Lucas shared how he thought as a child that aristocrats all lived happily ever after. The man responded that everyone bears their own burden and he is always ready to help Lucas. And he doesn't even mind the guy sharing this conversation, the blonde concluded. After which, playing his role, he opened the door, shouting that Luca thought too much of himself. Left alone with himself, the protagonist exhaled heavily. After which, the dark-haired man finally headed to his native place. Looking at his dad, Luca remembered everything that had happened in the last few days. What interested him most was that very night conversation between him and the real Jamillas. Suddenly, the man asked if the guy was interested in management work. Having answered negatively, he himself noticed how the captain never took his eyes off the monitor. While the dark-haired man lived in his house, he tried to live up to his expectations, but now the boy is not sure if Jamillas really wanted this from him. As a father and head of the family, he was very different from that guard commander. But Luca still has many things he doesn't understand. But the protagonist was torn from these thoughts by a sudden shaking. Realizing that the car was going the wrong way, the man asked the guy not to panic. Jamillas immediately realized that their transport had been hacked by terrorists, and reinforcements from Akbaran will arrive in 10 minutes, the captain concluded. Having received the weapon, the dark-haired man asked if he should prepare for the landing. To which Jamillas responded with a denial, but he also had no intention of staying. Realizing that the man wanted to sit at the helm of the transport, Luca was surprised. The dark-haired man thought about how one must be able to do everything in such a leadership position. The next moment, the protagonist saw how the man broke the car's controls. He then asked Luca not to worry, as the shock-proof gel would protect them from damage. After which the man wanted to take advantage of the moment and ask the guy a question. The commander-in-chief became interested in what Luke thought about what was happening, to which he asked a counter-question about why the captain wanted to become bait. And the man replied that he wanted it that way so that Barbara would gain more trust from retribution. Realizing that Barbara was once again connected to everything, the protagonist's emotions became mixed. And just a moment later, the duo's transport was smashed into the ground. After a few seconds of silence, the heavy car door flew to the side. The main character appeared next, mentally rejoicing that he had survived. Afterwards, he wondered whether he could hold out even with the commander of the guard. And how can this be done in the desert, where there is not a single shelter? Hugging Luca, the man noticed how the place where they fell had already been noticed. This means they need to wait for the enemies to appear. Having said this, Jamillas activated the implant. His eye had the ability to connect to a satellite. Later, the commander-in-chief spotted terrorists approaching them. Jamillas remarked how fortunate he was that the weather was clear today. At the same moment, the chief centurion took out a large-capacity weapon. He was once again delighted with the weather, because having the opportunity to see everything gives him a lot. A few seconds later, the cannon fired a huge laser beam. He was so strong that he demolished everything in his path, leaving only steam. Luca, who was watching all this, was very surprised, because the captain turned out to be much stronger than he imagined. The man himself asked the dark-haired man to watch his work closely during combat operations. The commander-in-chief noted that more survived than he expected. Then she told Luke that you need to be able to identify an enemy in 21 seconds, after which the chief centurion fired another shot at the enemy. The main character himself thought about how he could smell the metallic scent of blood in the distance. The boy asked Jamillas if he was shooting based on the satellite coordinates, to which he responded positively, reminding how he is the commander of the guard. Luke thought about how control of a military satellite would give him access to a huge amount of data. This is the most powerful tactical weapon in the hands of one person. The dark-haired man was torn from these thoughts by a bullet flying nearby. Amidst the raised dust, the approaching silhouettes of terrorists began to appear. Noticing the duo, the group of opponents came to life and began shouting orders to attack with all their forces. One of the terrorists ordered everyone to aim at the guard commander, and the chief centurion, looking straight into the sniper's scope, smiled. After which, the terrorist fired a rifle directly at their main target. But all the bullets were reflected in an instant, and the man himself decided to take on the armored ones. The main character himself, observing his father's actions, was surprised, and Jamillas ordered the dark-haired man to sort himself out and survive. After which, the chief centurion decided to show his strength in front of his son. Having jumped into the terrorists, Jamillas noticed how the world is full of incompetent leaders. Luke, hearing this, was at a loss to understand, but he decided not to be distracted from the battle. Suddenly, something strange happened among the terrorist gathering. It was a swing of the guard commander's spear that took off the upper part of the man's body in an instant. The man himself, rushing into battle, cut up everyone who came his way. With a single swing, his spear killed several nearby enemies at once. Having finished with the first part of the terrorist group, Jamillas rushed on. A multitude of piercing attacks struck the enemy crowd in a second, and the grin on the chief centurion's face never disappeared for a second. The main character, who was watching this whole picture, was, to put it mildly, amazed. While fighting one of his opponents, Luke remembered the man's words about him watching. But the commander doesn't care that his subordinates might get hurt. After all, these terrorists are not easy prey, as it might seem at first glance. Having finished with another enemy, the main character noticed a trio standing nearby. The opponents also noticed the boy, but one of them was killed immediately. Looking at his ally who had rushed into battle, the terrorist pointed his gun, after which, in the next moment, a shot was fired, aimed at Luca. The main character, reflecting the attack with his sword, managed to dodge the bullet. He himself thought how Arkai's style was very good for this type of fighting. But the main character's opponent also had this style, but not like Luke. The protagonist thought about the huge gap in experience between them, after which one thought crossed the guy's mind. He wanted to take a risk. The next moment, the dark-haired man, blocking the enemy's blade, decided to grab him by the hand. Because of this, the enemy dropped his sword, and after that, his body was split in two. Luke himself was glad that his guess about what to do turned out to be correct. Having finished with his part, what the guy in front saw greatly surprised him. There he saw the commander-in-chief standing among a pile of corpses. The protagonist asked Camillus a question, and they finally finished. Scar responded by sharing that if he were wounded, Rick Kaiser would appear. Hearing this, the dark-haired man suggested that they should lure him into a trap, to which he replied that if they had done so, Barbara's operation would have been in vain. After all, he too is just a pawn, concluded Camillus, which horrified Luke. The protagonist emphasized out loud how no one in the Empire is irreplaceable. Hearing this, the commander-in-chief did not agree with these words because there is one. Seeing the flying vehicle in front of him, the man bowed before it. And then he asked Lucas if the boy understood who he was talking about. This made the dark-haired man fall into thought, looking at the traces of the recent battle. He didn't understand what he would achieve by continuing to fight when absolutely everyone could be replaced. And even now, it is simply a unit of the Empire, Luke concluded. After some time, the main character found himself at the guard's base. Clutching the personalization card, he thought about how he became a member of the Castoria family. Upon learning of this, the other guardsmen were delighted with the protagonist. But some of them thought completely differently, considering it strange. Success, like a miracle, is exactly what it looks like in the eyes of ordinary people. But Luca's soul was torn apart. The boy was completely at a loss. The dark-haired man thought about how he could get close to Camillus without being just a pawn. But in the end, nothing has changed, and very soon he will have to pay for his adoption. Namely, to carry out a risky mission to reveal Kinuan's identity. But until then, the main character promised himself to do what he could. With these thoughts, the dark-haired man plunged into very long training. The main character trained endlessly, sparing no effort at all to himself. Having finished another training session, the main character found himself on the operating table. In addition to working with his body, Lucas upgraded his prosthetics and got used to them, taking another drug to get used to new body parts. The main character didn't even notice that there was less than a year left until the end of his studies. Luca thought that maybe he would become a full-fledged guardsman as he dreamed. At this time, a very familiar person appeared near the guard's base. Wiping his head, the main character wandered into the intern's guest room. As he passed by one passage, he heard a conversation about Elijah, how he turned out to be a terrible person. Luca immediately asked what was going on, and they told him how the blonde man had disabled his own brother. And then the intern added that Eiley returned to the training unit a year later. Not finding the blonde in his room, Luca sat down on the stairwell thinking about him. He couldn't believe that Eli had deliberately maimed his own brother for the sake of his inheritance. But then the guy had the idea that this was possibly because of that very incident. Involved with Lillian Ramones, it was then that he gave everything and lost everything. The white-haired girl died before his eyes, and he also killed her with his own hands. Suddenly someone called out to the main character, and he decided to find out who it was. Having realized who this dark-haired man was, he was very happy. It was Eli, who was touched by the fact that the guy was waiting for him right upon his return. Then the blonde asked his friend if he could now call him Lucas, to which he laughed. After which the aristocrat asked his friend to wait while he put his things down. After some time, the two found themselves alone, and Luca immediately asked about his friend's brother, to which the blonde man told how there had been an official duel which he had provoked. He seduced his beloved, and it was this factor that angered his brother. Hearing this, the main character insulted his blonde boyfriend. Then Eli asked what about the dark-haired one, since it is very difficult to get into the family. To which he replied, "If you want to live, you have to be able to turn around. That's how it was, is, and will be." And the blonde noticed how even acrobats sometimes land on the crown of their heads. Luca responded to this by saying that even this was not a reason to leave the stage. Starting to get up, Eli turned to the main character again. The blonde said he was no longer going to run away from his problems. Lucas asked his friend if this was all because of Lillian Ramones. To which he replied that the best way to change a family is to become the head. And if you don't like the way the empire is structured, you just have to rise high enough to change something. Luca himself, hearing this, thought how Eli had always been talented and almost always achieved his goal. But out loud, he congratulated the blonde on his return, because now he would have to work harder to become the leader. Hearing this, the blonde asked his friend if the same could be said about him. Extending his hand, Eli decided to try with Luca, even if 4 times the effort was not enough. To which the dark-haired man reminded them that this was precisely why they had come to this school. Afterwards, Lucas and Eli shook hands and promised to try harder. After all, from now on, the mistakes of this duo will be unacceptable. They will kick to the end. The very next day, Eli volunteered for a mission to clear out local monsters on the planet Novus. And the dark-haired one decided to start an investigation on Kinuan's tip. Once in the lower sector, the protagonist tried to contact Gabriel. One of the pickpockets, noticing the dark-haired man, decided to profit from the boy. But at that same moment, the dark-haired man pulled the thief's hand away and squeezed it. Realizing the situation he was in, the pickpocket decided to quickly escape. Luca himself thought how wonderful it was that he would now get to know this side of the city. But he was worried about one question: why the big guy wasn't answering the call. Having received the coordinates from Gabriel, the protagonist headed to that place. Seeing the big guy covered in blood on the floor, Luca asked him if he was dead or something. To which the thug, trying to somehow move, replied that he would refuse. Raising his head and looking at Luke, he declared that he was not dead yet. Returning to the past, the man noticed a boy training. The mechanic asked the main character how he was getting on with his new blade, to which the guy replied that even with prosthetics it was hard to hold, but he liked it. The boy noted how the blacksmiths of the Imperial Guard were real masters. Even a small wound with this sword will work as it should. The guy called it Cruxus. Hearing this, the man remembered how the guy called the previous gun Ruin. Having given the barrel, the blacksmith asked the protagonist to take care of these 2 girls. Having received consent, the master said goodbye to the boy and headed for the exit. Luca himself thought how most likely one day he would come across someone stronger. Will then have to improvise in the best traditions of the Archies fighting style. Just once, no more, no less, and his life will depend on these weapons. Already in the present time, the main character was sitting next to the wounded Gabriel. Luca noticed 2 shots on the big guy, one in the chest, one in the stomach. The thug explained how he was warned that gangs had started dividing up neighborhoods again, but he is not listed in any of them, and that is why the problems began. Hearing this, the dark-haired man asked why Gabriel didn't join one of them, to which he replied that he would rather die than work for garbage. Then the big guy asked why the boy had come back months later, but the main character decided not to answer and warned Gabriel that he would come tomorrow. And he, not having received an answer, was very angry at the guy and tried to call out to him. Finding himself back in the lower sector, the protagonist fell into thought. The hospital where Gabriel was taken is surrounded by security on all sides, meaning the gangs won't be able to reach him. And judging by Kinuan's stories, the old manager of the fighting arena knew him well. If Luca digs into Kinuan's past during the lower sector, he will get a clue. But the boy couldn't understand what the long-haired guy could possibly be doing in this place. This place is so wretched that even dreams and hopes die here. As he walked down the alley, Luca wondered what Kinuan was doing in this place. But suddenly the chief's eyes fell on something that brought him out of these thoughts. In the end, the boy's legs themselves led him to a painfully familiar corner, a playground that the dark-haired man often visited as a child. Walking further, Luke noticed 2 people talking. The boy once again witnessed the sale of the orphanage's property. The children watching this did not understand anything, but just continued to look on, puzzled. But the older children understood perfectly well what these 2 were doing. Remembering how the same situation happened in his childhood, the guy decided to intervene. Seeing the stranger approaching, the children began to shout at him. The guy himself thought that if he helped, the children would at least have normal food for a month. And then everything will return to normal. The men noticed a stranger. The fat man told him to get out of his sight as quickly as possible. But the main character thought completely differently. He wanted to beat up the fat man. Having realized the stranger's intentions, one of the men decided to get rid of him. But to his surprise, the bullet was deflected by a small knife. Realizing that things were bad, the man decided to run away, and the fat man was taken aback. Seeing a familiar face, the man wanted to greet Luca, but he couldn't. The main character noticed how the man was still busy with the same things. The fat man began to justify himself to Luca, reminding him that he fed him more than others. To which the boy assured that he wouldn't twist the fat man's head off on the spot for that. Realizing the hopelessness of his situation, the man began to apologize for having lost his way. Listening to Luca's apology, he told how he had passed by and a man had made him extremely angry. But thanks to the fat man, the main character realized a lot, for which he is grateful to him. The children who saw how the evil uncle was beaten began to rejoice at this, and the main character decided to finish off the man by giving him a direct blow. Putting on his hood, Luca ordered the bald man to feed the children as expected tomorrow, after which the silhouette of the dark-haired man disappeared into the alley from which he had come. The next day, Gabriel was discharged, but he still cited pain. The boy told the big guy that it was not proper for a big guy to whine. Luca himself thought about how he wanted to kick him in the ass, but he decided to refrain. After all, yesterday he realized how good beating up bad people is for his mental health. While talking, the two reached the famous place of the lower sector. Seeing Gabriel, the blonde was surprised that he came today, having recently gotten a bullet, to which he responded with displeasure at the rumors regarding this boy. Hearing that it was the dark-haired good boy, the blonde asked to wait a minute. Then the bespectacled man said to tell Aleph that Gabriel and the good boy came to see him. A minute later, Aleph's boss greeted Gabriel and asked how he was doing. Luca noted how many people were worried about the big guy asking how he was doing. Having noticed the good boy Aleph, he greeted him, noticing that he was without a teacher. The main character told how he came to him on personal matter. Hearing Luca's request for the guards to leave the room, the fat man refused, to which the dark-haired man added how those two were unlikely to be able to help him. Alepha, hearing this, asked the guy not to be rude, otherwise he might get a couple of slaps, after which the main character asked the fat man if he wanted to test him. At which point, the boss broke his cigarette and turned to the good boy again, to which the main character recalled how he asked not to call him that. After this phrase, two guards behind Aleph pointed their guns, to which the protagonist asked Gabriel to block the exit. Hearing this, the big guy immediately rushed to the door, covering himself from the bullets, and the main character, jumping up, broke through the ceiling and caught on it. When the two security guards saw this acrobat, they were, to put it mildly, surprised. Then Gabriel asked the dark-haired man to finish faster. Then Luca jumped down, finding himself out of reach of the pistols. Hastily trying to aim under the rapid movements, the guards hit each other. The boy who did all this just grinned, looking at Aleph. The boss, looking at how his people were neutralized in an instant, was very scared. After which the fat man noted how his security had turned out to be useless after all. Sometime later, in Gilda's workshop, the bald man was telling how his dentures hurt in rainy weather, to which the girl asked Gabriel how long ago it had been tested for water resistance. The main character himself thought that the deal with Alepha ended up going well. Using his implant, the boss identified the boy as the son of the guard commander. Laughing, the fat man eventually decided to help the main character, after which Luca asked to tell him all the details about Kinuan. The dark-haired man added how any little thing, even the most insignificant, would help him. Aleph then stated that he wanted to receive an official position at his suggestion, because Luke will have the right to appoint one person when he comes of age. With this, the protagonist will be one step closer to Kinuan's past. Then the boy looked at the two talking loudly to each other. At this time, Gilda hit the big guy for not looking after himself, and Gabriel replied that he was already living very well in this world. The duo continued yelling at each other, causing the main character to go berserk. Realizing that the only option was to give money for the showdown, the guy did just that. Having received a gift for the big guy, the red-haired one thanked the dark-haired one, and Gabriel shouted to Luke that he would have been better off spending it on upgrades. Then Gilda asked the guy if he liked her cookies, to which the main character decided to simply not remain silent and leave it unanswered. He himself thought how, after reading the report, he realized that the people of Torah had long been dead. The cleanup was quite thorough, but there is still a survivor. He needs to be questioned even if he is not in his right mind, Luca concluded. After some time, a wall was broken through in one of the buildings in the lower sector. The puncture occurred due to a black car that lost control. Then a dark-haired man covered in a pink life-saving substance appeared. Luca noted the huge number of obstacles on the path to becoming an ordinary psychopath. Gabriel appeared next, and he was not very happy about this incident. The boy himself remembered how recently a guy who looked like a typical gangster had been shooting at them. After which, Luca asked the big guy if this was connected with his assassination attempt, to which the bald man responded with refusals. All this pushed the main character to one thought. But suddenly, the dark-haired man was brought out of his thoughts by the call of Gabriel's name. It was the long-haired one who asked the big guy if he had gone over to Aleph's side. Hearing this, the thug became very angry and added that this was impossible. Shaggy was not satisfied with this answer. He could not believe Gabriel's words. Listening to the big guy's excuses, Luca wondered why the gangsters were harassing the bald guy. Then the guy asked for the gun, to which Gabriel asked why. to which the boy explained that his gun was only suitable for gripping. Aiming at the angry gangster, he still spoke as if he was angry at the bald guy, after which the boy shot at his target but missed, which scared her. The dark-haired man noticed a problem with the sights, namely a deviation of 3 inches. Realizing what kind of weapon he had, the main character just grinned. Meanwhile, the gangsters, having encountered resistance from their opponents, decided not to give in. So 2 bullets from different sides were fired at each other at the same time. But the main character's bullet turned out to be stronger, it went through, because of which the shell exploded before reaching the black car. That was not all. The dark-haired man's next bullet hit the enemy's hand. Trying to escape the gunfire, the gangsters were greatly surprised by Luca's skill. Gabriel himself, having heard something about his sister from the enemy, was frightened. Suddenly, a blond man appeared from the car and told how security would arrive soon, to which Luca replied that it would be better for the man to terminate the contract with them, since a lot of time had already passed. After a while, Gabriel's hand grabbed the gangster by the collar. He was angry to learn how he was being hunted because he refused to join the La Vie en Rose gang, to which the gangster explained that his sister had fallen for the bald guy. Afterwards, the short-haired man added how she began to be jealous of Aleph, and his sister even thought about paying for his reconstructive surgeries. After hearing all this, Luca asked the gangster to tell her that Gabriel would soon come to see her. He himself could not believe that the boss of a gang that could pave asphalt with money was infatuated. The guy also could not believe that Gabriel was not interested in her. Sometime after receiving this information, the duo were already on site. Having found the right room, Luca and Gabriel thoughtfully began to evaluate the psycho, to which Ken the Nose looked with disdain at the 2 uninvited guests. The protagonist decided to get straight to the point and ask about Toru. He himself thought about how Aleph's pawns had tortured the long-haired man to such a state. Then Gabriel also expressed how useless Ken Knife was with such a condition. After which, the dark-haired man decided to use one of the guard's methods. He noted how the long-haired man had once particularly liked knives. Seeing Luca handing the knife to the psycho, the thug said that this could turn out badly. But the boy didn't care, after which 2 fingers rushed towards the psycho. At that moment, the long-haired man held out a knife, blocking the fingers of the main character. Following this, the duo's many attacks were directed at each other. Eventually, the boy was able to grab the dagger, thereby stopping him. Ken Noja noticed how good he felt, as if he had come out of a quagmire. This feeling helped him, and he decided to answer the guests' questions. Gabriel, hearing this, was very surprised, and Luca only grinned. While continuing to fight, the 2 began their calm conversation. The dark-haired man promised to help the psycho get out of this hospital. Having heard this, the long-haired man, although calm, was surprised in his soul. After which, the guy asked if Gabriel would have an extra room. Having received a positive response, Luca added that he wanted to create a gang where the big guy would be the boss. Hearing this statement, Gabriel was seriously interested, and the guy started thinking about how he needed more of his people in the lower sector. Suddenly, the long-haired man spoke up, reminding them that they had little time left. The next day, while on the train, all the main characters' thoughts were occupied with Kanam. The dark-haired man understood that he was now using Gabriel, like Kinuan using the Torah during the times of the lower sector. By hiring locals in the lower sector, he created operatives for secret missions. And now the main character is not just following in Kinuan's trail, he is following in his footsteps. But the instructor was still out of reach for Luca. It was difficult for him. After some time, the boy found himself in the guard's database room. Having approached the required computer, the main character began his search. But as he thought, the time when Kinuan became an instructor coincides with the fall of the Torah. But the dark-haired man never achieved his goals, motives, and plans. He needed to put in more effort. Then Luca wondered whether Gabriel would even be able to handle the gang. And he wouldn't say that Kinuan did anything bad, because it was thanks to him that Toru achieved success. After which, the guy came up with the idea that the long-haired man was simply maintaining his safety balance, for which he was ready to use anyone without hesitation. The stronger you become, the more unprincipled your life becomes. This is the only way to avoid losing yourself in the chaos that is happening. Suddenly, the main character asked Kinuan, who had suddenly appeared, who he was. But he praised the dark-haired man for discovering him. He also added, noting how Victim Luke's arcade had become even better. This means he has mastered the basics and can move on to the next stage. After which, the duo found themselves at the guard's training ground. The man said he didn't expect the boy to reach Mist's level so quickly. He also explained that Mista is the one who can teach Arceza to others. Previously, such people were ranked, but after the massacre, there is no point in this anymore. Then the boy asked the instructor if they would soon get down to business. Kinuan laughed and noted how Luke hadn't changed at all over time. However, he likes it, because the body remembers faster than the brain. The main character himself thought that even if he was long-haired and a master of the Archies style, the body had its limits. And the current state of him can no longer be overcome with standard prosthetics, Luca concluded. Suddenly, looking at his instructor, the dark-haired man was surprised. The protagonist noticed that Kinuan had unusual prosthetics, and he warned the boy that if he wanted to survive, he should cover his head and body well. Luke thought about how he hadn't noticed that his right arm had been replaced with a combat model. He laughed at the risk of using a high-tech prosthesis with a damaged nervous system. But he might not have another chance, Luca concluded as he prepared for the fight. Having taken a stance, the main character thanked his instructor. Within a few moments, Luca was lying there, exhausted, thinking about how he had lost again. His full-force attack was repelled by just one of Kinuan's hands. The guy asked the long-haired man if he could see the future, to which he replied that if he had such power, he wouldn't be puffing. After which Kinuan added that Archies was created to steal, not to learn. After which, with a trembling hand, the man suggested continuing another time. Remembering his investigation again, the protagonist fell into thought. Coming out of his thoughts, the boy grabbed the teacher and asked him to rely on him, to which he decided to take the dark-haired man at his word, which made him mutter something. The main character himself thought, like a person who knows everything he needs right now, right at his side. But he won't say anything, and the boy wouldn't believe him. Thus, Luca supported Kinuan right up until his very office. They exchanged a few meaningless remarks. The two knew that sooner or later they would have to break their connection. But if it came down to it, Luca thought how he wished it hadn't been him who did it. The dark-haired man wanted someone else to do the killing. The next day, many gangsters gathered at the base of the newly formed gang. Gabriel told the boy how these guys would do anything for money, to which he noted that he asked to find useful people and not some cretins. The big man replied that one could not count on finding decent people in this swamp. After listening to the bald man, the dark-haired man decided to agree, asking him to be more economical. When Gabriel asked what to tell the new member about Luca, he replied that he was the sponsor. Having finished one task, the main character decided to move on to the next one. This question was related to Ken the Nausea, who himself had recently woken up. The guy suggested that this psycho's name might still be listed in the hospital registry, to which Gabriel replied that his disappearance would not be noticed until one of his relatives came to visit. He added that he had given bribes to the security guards and staff, which meant there would be no questions. Hearing all this, the guy thought how the big guy turned out to be more enterprising. Having injected a purple-tinted substance, the long-haired man began to tremble strangely. The main character then threw a knife straight at the cowering long-haired man. Having received the weapon, Ken Knife recognized the dark-haired man and added how he could trust him. Having received this answer, Luca decided to move on to the rehabilitation of the long-haired one. The next second, Gabriel witnessed the quick attacks of the boy and the psycho. Trying to hurt the protagonist, the psycho laughed excitedly, and Luca thought how it was no wonder that this man had been quite skilled in his time. Having parried another blow with a knife, the guy saw how the long-haired man began to fall, after which Ken the Nose found himself with his butt on the bed. The psycho came to his senses as if nothing had happened and asked the guy if it was he who had cleared his mind. To which Luca replied that this was not true. He simply mixed a couple of drugs for the man. Then the main character decided to get straight to the point of who was protecting Thor. The shaggy man replied that he should relax already. He had the bearing of a hardened soldier. And if you remember, there was one guy, Thor called him Noel, Ken said. Tora is a decent guy, not the type to usually run a fighting arena, and he thinks it was because of Noel. After which, the long-haired man added that part of the arena's income had definitely flowed to another company. But before we continue, Ken would like to ask Luke for a favor. Hearing this, the protagonist immediately asked if this was related to Alepha, to which he responded positively, adding that he could not sleep peacefully until he took revenge. Luca explained how they were allies, and Ken replied that he simply asked not to interfere, after which the guy said that the psycho is now under the protection of Gabriel's gang and let him do whatever he wants after he leaves. Hearing this, the long-haired man asked not to threaten him, assuring that, unlike Aleph, he keeps his word. The guy himself couldn't believe these words, because this psychopath was a traitor, and who can be trusted and who cannot is determined only over time. But suddenly the main character was brought out of these thoughts by Ken's words about the Torah magazine. He also added that the magazine should be at Aleph, and that it should start with certain companies. It was certainly among them that those who lined Noel's pockets were, concluded Ken Nausea. And the next second, the main character heard loud screams outside the door. Gabriel, hearing this, immediately decided to find out who the brave one was. One of the gangsters asked the guest if all members of Love and Rose considered violence to be the solution. This guest turned out to be a girl from that very gang. She also noted how poorly Gabriel trained his guys. The guy himself thought how this Lavi and Rose turned out to be even more unpredictable. To the shouts of the big guy, the main character began to descend towards the dark-haired girl. After which, the boy approached the girl and stood right in front of her. Seeing the dark-haired man in front of her, the girl tried to understand who he was. But the next moment, Luca pushed her away, declaring that this was no reason to break in. Realizing the protagonist was right, the bandage apologized for its mistake. After which, the dark-haired man went over to the gangster, forbidding them to drink on time. Lovey and Rose, a gang founded by girls from the lower sector for self-protection. Gabriel told how he was offered a part-time job protecting one of the shops. The guy himself thought that if nothing was done, Martin would either kill Gabriel or crush him. And that's the problem. Aleph will give the guy away as soon as their interests diverge. And still, Gabriel is irreplaceable in this regard, the dark-haired man concluded. After which, the girl told the duo that they were already there. Once inside, the trio began to climb the stairs while the people inside began to whisper. Seeing how excited the bald man was, the bandage asked him if he wanted to fight. Right before the door, the girl warned the big guy not to even think about refusing the diva. Only then will the thug have a chance to leave this place alive. Once inside, he felt a tart aroma. He did not understand what such perfume was for. The next moment, a gun was pointed at the guy's temple. The boy realized that this smell was meant to dull his senses. The next moment, under a rain of blood, Luke ordered no one to move. And if anyone moves even a finger, he will rip their head off, Luca declared. One of the pawns did not follow the advice and was shot on the spot. Another woman appeared and ordered everyone to stop. Hearing these words, all the attention of the gang members, Lavienne Rose stopped. After which, the white-haired girl asked who allowed them to be rude to the guests. Bowing its head, the bandage apologized for its amateurish actions. Hearing this, Gabriel, angrily, reminded her that it was she who had called them. Luca decided not to continue the conflict any further, since they had come here to talk. After which, the blonde apologized for the fact that her subordinates had overdone it. Martina immediately realized that the guy was not from the lower sector, and she became curious why he was interfering in other people's affairs. To which the main character replied that his reasons did not concern the girl. To which the girls reminded the young man that Lavienne Rose was in front of him. Luca laughed and said how a handful of sewer rats thought they were worth something. Hearing this statement from the boy, the bandage turned to the lady. After which, the dark-haired girl whispered something to the diva while Luca watched. After listening to her subordinate, the white-haired girl closed her fan and laughed nervously. After which, she asked the two to follow her into the room. Once inside Martin, she declared that she wanted only one thing, for Gabriel to become her lover. And this means that he should join Lavienne Rose. The guy himself thought why she was interested in the bald one. To which Gabriel replied that he did not want to be under the thumb. The blonde responded to this by saying that the man was already under the young master's thumb. Hearing this whole conversation, Luca invited the thug to meet for a while. Then the white-haired girl saw how the two began to whisper about her. Suddenly, the bald man replied that this blonde was older than his late grandmother. The boy tried to persuade Gabriel again, but he stood his ground. Listening to the bully's nonsense, the protagonist could no longer convince him. He then told how Gabriel founded his own gang and is therefore unable to join another. The woman did not agree with this arrangement, and Luca added that they had already agreed with Alefa. Listening to the white-haired woman's argument, he said that he never lets go of the man he wants. To which the guy replied that at her age she should gain new experiences. Realizing that they couldn't reach an agreement with the guy, Martina turned to Gabriel himself. Making a cute face, she asked the big guy to be with her. Having received such a request, the bald man became very embarrassed. Having received no answer, the blonde finally realized that there was nothing she could do. And since the young man was here, the white-haired girl decided to talk to him about business. Martina added that she doesn't want to be at odds with such a capable and courageous guy. Gabriel asked about all this, to which she replied that she was simply partial to ugly ones. Thinking about her disgusting preferences, the blonde didn't even notice how she fell into them. The guy watching this thought how, as we get older, everyone develops strange fetishes. The lady was too complex for the half-centurion's brain, Luca concluded. After the guy settled things with Martina, he borrowed her subordinate and returned to Aleph. Now Gabriel's gang has connections not only with the Aleph faction, but also with Lavienne Rose. With these thoughts, Luca went to Alefa to inquire about the Toru magazine, to which the fat man asked to give it to him, and the guy himself went about his business. The guy told the bandage not to get too carried away. Martina is not an ordinary girl. In that conversation, the blonde decided to lend Luca a former Imperial Guard cadet. Luca assumed that this was her way of trying to find out who he really was. Suddenly, the dark-haired woman asked the gentleman if he was from a military family. She asks this because she didn't expect to lose to a teenager so quickly. To which Luca remarked that the girl had too high an opinion of herself. But she was expelled at the time, not because of a lack of skills. At that time, she was among the top in rank. But then the girl decided not to talk about personal matters, but she wanted to accompany the gentleman to the base. To which Luca laughed and asked who was accompanying whom here. On that note, the two parted ways to go about their business. The boy remembered how Ken told him to look for company in the Torah magazine. The money that flowed into this company definitely belonged to the sponsor, Noel. Or rather Kinuanu, by this fictitious name, but with current data. The guy won't be able to track it because the lower sector database is unreliable. And he needed something like a high-ranking Imperial network. Then Luke had an idea, after which the interlocutor greeted his little brother, for whose sake he had put his affairs aside. Nicholas then asked the protagonist to be absolutely brief. The boy explained how he needed access to the Central Imperial database. The blonde asked if this would help the boy stay in the family. Having received a positive response, Nicholas asked to send him the list. The main character himself, surprised, thought how useful Nicholas turned out to be. But he was also sure that the blonde would later shake off the debt from him. The boy was able to gather a lot of the right people to sort it out. Lucas slept for almost 3 days, sorting out all his affairs. His brain had already stopped working. The dark-haired man thought that even if Hamilas called him, he would hang up. Lying in his soft bed, sinking into the softness, the boy mentally asked not to be disturbed. Closing his eyes, the protagonist noticed how at the last moment he received one message. The next day, at the Imperial Guard base, the boy was surprised by something. Looking at the completed tasks column, Eily Karfik's name was almost everywhere. He remembered that very conversation where the blonde promised not to run away anymore. Thinking about this, Luca decided to meet with his friend, remembering where he could be found. He was torn from these thoughts by the sudden appearance of a redhead. Having greeted Luca, she also noted how much Eli had managed to accomplish. She then added that at this rate he would overtake the guy on the list. And all because the dark-haired man was accepted into the Castoria family. The girl would also relax her buns if the commander adopted him. Luca thought, as he knew, that pulling the trigger on command was as easy as pie. But the guy decided to figure out the situation himself, where it was unclear who to follow and who to trust. Sometimes Luca misses the old days, but he copes, because this is his choice, his path. And as soon as he solves his pressing problems of the lower sector, the guy will finally be able to become like Kinuan or the commander-in-chief. Otherwise, the main character will not survive. The girl said that everything is true and everyone is worried about him. He himself thought that such was the power that he had snatched, the status and authority that he so craved. Even the glances of the children of aristocrats do not remain indifferent, and all because of a grain of power. After which the dark-haired man apologized to the girl, citing lack of sleep. And he himself thought about how he would continue to increase his influence, like a snowball. While he may indeed be weaker than Alay right now, it's not like he didn't do anything. It's just that it has nothing to do with military affairs, which everyone needs. Which means he needs to think about the next step in Arceza's fighting style. Eily noted how honored he was that Lucas Castoria himself had dropped in to see him. The blonde man stood up, threw on his shirt, and told the main character to come with him. He wanted to show off all the trophies he had earned to his best friend. A huge semi-mechanical animal was contained in a red test tube. The blonde asked Luca if he liked it, to which he called it amazing. On Novus, one often encounters monsters not made of flesh and blood, but of metal and equipment. The guy asked his friend, who thought the monster was connected to a mystical civilization, to which the blonde replied that this beast is an object of assembly, but its structure is comparable to living organisms. Then the guy asked if this creature could be trained, to which the professor replied that he could not answer for sure, but there were no precedents yet. After some time, the duo found themselves on the street. Luca asked about that beast. The blonde assumed that this was the last time they would see him, since he would be transferred to the Empire's research corps. The boy responded that it was more like confinement than transfer. Hearing this, Eli only grinned at his best friend, after which the aristocrat handed over his second received trophy. This blade is called a Grakenbot and was only used by Equisian commanders. Luke noticed how the blade looked more like a ceremonial weapon. Suddenly, the blonde tried to slash Luca with a knife, but he managed to react. Looking at the weapon, the protagonist was reminded of how valuable it is. Then, looking at Luke's blade, he saw that the weapon seemed to have begun to self-heal. The blonde added that it was a gift to the boy in honor of his newfound kinship with the House of Castoria. Then he explained how the name of the dagger translates as immortal. Listening to all this information, the main character grinned and thanked Ailey. Luca said that he doesn't even know whether he is a sincere friend or just making fun of him. But he thanks him again, after which Luca promised to take care of this blade. After leaving the shower, the main character headed to the sofa to rest. The name Grakenbot translates as immortal or eternal white. But in this world there is nothing eternal. Even the universe itself rotates in a spiral, inexorably approaching its end, and the life in it, not even a grain of sand. Only are like flickering lights. Maybe that's why people often dream of eternity. Fame, life, authority, kinship, and much more in this world. Even these connections between Luke and Ailey mean a lot to each other. But the main character doesn't want all this to ever end. Sentimentality isn't the guy's style, but at times like these, it's hard not to give in to it. After all, for the first time in his life, the main character received a gift that meant something. With these thoughts, the dark-haired man decided to get down to business. Nicholas not only provided the information requested, but also found out whether the owners were real. If the guy had investigated this on his own, it would have taken months or years. While reading, the guy found a message from Nicholas at the end, who asked to give him a couple of days to find out where the money went. After reading this, the main character thought how Nicholas understood perfectly what kind of person he was, which is why he gave everything away so easily. And if by some incredible coincidence he became the head, Nicholas would become an advisor. Thinking about this, the protagonist grinned, concluding how dreamy he was. So the boy decided to put this matter off for a while his brother was digging. Suddenly, the main character received an obituary message. Nicholas Castoria had died. One rainy day, many people gathered in front of the grave of a member of the Castoria family. Nicholas's son, realizing that his father could not be brought back, cried at the explosion, clinging to his nanny's arms. The people who gathered shared this sadness of the loss of a loved one. Even the main character, looking at the grave of his non-brother, thought about this. Nicholas was unexpectedly hit on the head by a flying machine while he was returning home. The dark-haired man understood that all this happened because of his request. It's too much of a coincidence to be a mere accident. If he died, it means he dug up something important. The boy also had the thought that this could be an attempt on his life by Jeff, a boy who once wondered what could have killed Nicholas. Then the main character noticed the silhouette of the chief centurion standing in the rain. The man looked very bad. He really could not believe his son was dead. Luca himself decided to start by telling Camillus about his correspondence with Nicholas. And if Kinuan is involved, and his death, it could force his father to act directly against him. One way or another, he must report as soon as possible, because if this correspondence surfaces later, he could be in danger. Suddenly, Giselle brought me out of these thoughts by asking for the boy's attention. Once alone, the girl shared how nonsense it was, and that it was definitely not Jeff's doing. Luca herself thought that her brother had died, but she looked more puzzled than grieving. However, Nicholas himself did not shy away from using his own son as a tool. Then the girl asked the guy if he knew anything, and Tom thought that Giselle was trying to read his face, but she wouldn't succeed. The boy answered out loud that if he had known, he would have told her. The girl then emphasized how worried he should be since he had shamed Jeff. The girl wanted to say something, but the main character didn't let her. Afterwards, Jeff showed up and asked what they were talking about. The second son asked if he could join the conversation, to which Luca replied that it was nothing important. He was simply asking for advice on funeral manners. Hearing this, the man allowed me to contact him if I didn't know anything. After all, they are always ready to help him, to which Giselle agreed. But that wasn't all, Jeff assured, as what the duo had planned wouldn't work. And he is generous enough to turn a blind eye to everything that happened before. Hearing this, Giselle became angry at how her brother was up to something again. Then the main character also decided to speak out. Jeff, unlike Nicholas, is an exemplary soldier. And if he wins the leadership, let him know that it is a matter of superior skill. Hearing this statement, the second son became seriously angry. But the next moment the butler appeared, asking Lucas to come to his father. This calmed Jeff down and then asked the boy to get lost. Turning away, he added that he would not forget what happened today. Finding himself at his father's, the main character asked him if he had called, and the chief centurion in response asked not to provoke Jeff, to which the main character explained how the second son himself asked for this. Noticing the door was slightly open, the commander-in-chief asked Luca to close it more tightly. Then, hovering over the dark-haired man, the man asked him why his son had died. This really scared the main character. After all, he didn't even feel Hamilla's approaching. He couldn't understand how he did it. The boy didn't understand how much the chief centurion had found out. But the dark-haired man understood that if he lied now, he would be stupid. Then the man received the whole story from the main character, retelling whether he understood it correctly. Agreeing, the boy added that when he connected Nicholas, this happened. The boy himself thought how angry his father was. No matter how cold-blooded he had just lost his son. The eldest son, the one he spent the most time with, died at the hands of the one he so strongly suspected. Thinking about what happened, the protagonist himself was clouded. Then the boy shared how he didn't have direct evidence, but Kinuan was connected to it. To which he replied that he had no reason not to believe in the abilities of his assistant. Hearing this, the protagonist decided to continue the mission with his father's permission. The man turned to the boy and asked him to be more careful. After all, Luke's enemy has access to the databases of Nicholas, an official of the Empire. The boy was surprised that the enemy had such a high rank. Then Hamilas added that the poor in the lower sector were gathering for a rebellion. The man shared how he felt guilty towards Nicholas, but this death meant that they were closer to solving the mystery. With his findings, they will find where Kinuan's funds were flowing. Luca also noted how he owed the blonde a debt that he could never repay. But he believes that this is a good way to pay them, Luca concluded. After the funeral, each of them returned to their normal lives. Hamilas did not press Kinuan, but decided to lie low and wait for the right moment. The main character returned to his hideout, the base of Gabriel's gang. At this time, he was trying to find out something from his former subordinate. The pig told how she wanted to sort everything out during the break. Hearing this, the big guy couldn't stand it and threw the fat man at the dark-haired man's feet. Seeing the sponsor, the pig began to beg the main character for help. But then the former bandit received a kick in the face from Lucas. Gabriel, seeing the guy, began to ask what he was doing and whether he knew how many times he had called him. Upon hearing that the guy's family member had died, the bald man calmed down, expressing his condolences. Then the main character decided to find out what had happened in his absence. Hearing this question, Steel Fist exhaled heavily, after which he began to tell that Ken Noma was here until yesterday. But now he has disappeared, and when he entered Ken's room, the knife was not found. One day, Gabriel decided to check it himself, but when he came that morning, he had disappeared. Pointing his finger at the fat man, the bald man added that this one was completely high. Hearing this, the main character looked ominously at the boar, which made him very scared. After which, the dark-haired man wanted to see the room itself where Ken was last. Approaching the door, he opened it with a sharp movement, after which he felt the wind. And then in the room itself, the boy noticed a bed full of glass and a hole in the window. Luca immediately realized that it was through the broken glass that Ken Noja had escaped. He was angered by the fact that people in this field turned out to be more incompetent. Looking at the angry Luca, I assumed that the psycho had been kidnapped. But the boy didn't think so, because if they had come from the inside, there would have been no need to break the window. Only now did Gabriel realize that the long-haired man had decided to escape on his own, after which the boy asked the big guy to contact Lavi and Rose to help him search. If they don't want to help, then Gabriel must help Martina as a lover. When the thug disagreed, Lucas stated that it was he who brought these scum and that he was responsible for them. It's not much he's asking to clear up this misunderstanding, Luca added, to which the bald man objected, asking whether he was really that pathetic. Luke explained how if he didn't agree, he could turn to Aleph for help. Ultimately, Stolnoy Fist agreed with the protagonist's request. The boy himself decided to contact the fat man anyway. Thus, the duo turned to their allies for help in the search. After listening to Aleph's whole story, he laughed loudly and added that he didn't blame Luke. But since he wanted to get him out of there secretly, he needed to connect him. The protagonist himself thought it sounded like he was blaming him, but out loud he asked the fat man to contact him if he found the psycho. Luca laughed to himself and realized how deeply in debt he was already. Having gone down to the first floor, the boar began to beg the young master for forgiveness. Gabriel asked the boy what to do with this bandit. Extending his hand, Luca said that he would let him get away with this prank today. And it won't be limited to just one eye, Luca concluded, after which he pressed his finger into his eye. Looking at the boar, the boy thought that he could hate him as much as he wanted. After all, hatred is always easily suppressed by real fear. Suddenly, Gabriel said that the psycho bad guy was discovered by the Lava and Rose gang. But there was one more piece of information. A dead body was found. Hearing this, the main character thanked him for his help. The next moment, the duo found themselves at the scene of the incident. The bandage emphasized the deep wound on the neck, aimed precisely at the carotid artery. "This work is for a professional in handling bladed weapons," the girl said. Gabriel said he believed that Ken Noja had done it. Then the dark-haired woman shared that she had video footage from the camera. The next second, the bandage decided to show this video recording. Out of breath, bad guy jumped into the alley right after the psycho. Gabriel, who saw all this, was unhappy that Ken did not value salvation at all. At this time, the main character took a big breath in and out. Using all his senses, the dark-haired man felt everything. He realized that a fight had broken out and Bad Guy had been pushed against the wall. Then they grabbed the bald guy by the shoulder, after which Bad Guy wouldn't have gone anywhere. And the next moment, the psychopath heartlessly cut down Gabriel's gang member. This is exactly how the bald man was murdered in this alley, Luca concluded. Looking at Bad Guy's body again, the guy noticed traces of dirt, just like on the wall. Bowing, the protagonist thanked his ally for fulfilling his duty. Luca thought that he considered him a low-grade worker, but he did not abandon the task assigned to him. With all his foresight, Luca thought how they had thought too one-sidedly. And I acted like I knew people well, first Nicholas's death. Following the death of Bad Guy, the main character now owes 2 people. Then the guy ordered to help the bad man's family, no matter what problems they might face. The bald man noted what a good treatment it was that allowed the almost disabled person to swing a knife like that. Hearing this, Luca wondered how it was possible that people didn't recover like that after just a couple of sessions. Suddenly, the girl told how the body of a drug dealer was found nearby. The cause of death was profuse bleeding from a severed carotid artery. Looking at another body, the guy couldn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, Alefa contacted the boy. He was very scared about something. It turns out that Ken the Knife is trying to kill the fat man right now. Luca immediately wondered if this psycho had any allies, or if he had decided to do the job alone. While calling a taxi, the main character decided to think on the way to the Aleph arena. Suddenly, the trio noticed a sudden explosion in the middle of the buildings. The next moment, Gabriel barely managed to dodge the falling taxi. The dark-haired man turned to the big guy and told him how he was now heading towards the arena, in order to find out what Ken the Noza was hiding from them. Once in the taxi, the vehicle began to move at an especially high speed. No obstacle could stop the main character's black taxi. Once near the arena, the car slammed on the brakes and stopped at the entrance. The girl and Gabriel were, to put it mildly, surprised by this trip. The boy was thinking about how black taxi drivers get themselves into trouble. The door doesn't open until you pay, and no one knows what happens to those who don't pay. Once inside, Gabriel knocked the solid metal door off its hinges. There the trio saw a corridor, at the end of which were the corpses of Alifa's 6s. Seeing how the main character decided to go deeper first, the big guy called out to him. Looking at one of the dead, the dark-haired man thought how he didn't remember him. But it was immediately clear that this was the work of Ken the Nose, concluded Luca. The guy turned to Grace, saying that it was their personal business and she didn't have to fight, to which the girl recalled how her mistress had ordered her to protect the two. Remembering Martin, Gabriel only looked away and clicked his tongue in displeasure in response. And the trio headed further down the bloody corridor to Aleph's office. Suddenly, the main character sank to the floor. He reached for one interesting object. Looking at the shard, the boy realized why the drug dealer in the alley was killed. Luca assumed that the psycho wanted to commit suicide with an overdose. But even if he injects that much, Ken will at best be able to return to shape. Then the big guy turned to the dark-haired man and the girl, asking them to be on their guard. The boy noticed that the guards' weapons were not taken, which makes Ken a strong opponent. All this led Luca to the thought that the fat man was no longer fit to live with such a murderous enemy. But these thoughts were refuted by the cries of pain coming from Aleph himself further down the corridor. At that very moment, the main character, without warning his allies, ran towards the scream. After many turns, the dark-haired man found himself in place. There, Luca saw a picture of a fat man being tortured, accompanied by a loud scream. Feeling a familiar presence, the long-haired man was surprised to see the main character. Looking at the baby who had arrived, Ken Knife quickly injected a dose into his neck. Luca told the psycho that he had broken his word, and he replied that he no longer needed protection. And besides, he has no connection with them, and he is here for personal reasons. The guy himself thought that he needed to capture him alive at any cost to obtain information. After which Luke said this to the two and asked them to move away so as not to interfere. Gabriel didn't like this right away and wanted to say something back to the boy. But he was stopped by Grace, who promised to take care of the bald, stubborn man. At this time, Ken Noja asked the boy not to take him alive under any circumstances. After all, this won't help the main character in any way, the long-haired man declared, grabbing the blade. And another reason is malice, the long-haired man concluded, staring at the boy. But this did not dissuade the main character's intentions. He only grinned. Luke thought about how his sword was made to be extra strong, just for him. So it's time for a test drive of the Craxus, the boy concluded, preparing for battle. After which, the main character used his archives to scan the area. The guy sealed every millimeter of the office he was in into his brain. As for the long-haired beau, I understood from his stance that he was good before the injury. But the dark-haired man didn't quite understand why Ken had chosen this style for fighting. The boy put forward his assumption that this was done for only one thing, in order to compensate for the strength of the missing long-haired implants. After which, the main character decided to strike his opponent first. And the first thing the boy did was send a heavy table to Ken Knife. But that was not all. The main character intended to take advantage of this for a surprise attack. Then Luca saw the terrifying grin of his enemy, understanding all his intentions. After all, the next moment the main character barely managed to dodge Ken's blade. The boy couldn't believe that the enemy had managed to get his weapon out and repel his attack in a split second. After which the main character realized that the long-haired one, like him, also possessed Arkeys. His movements are such that it seems as if he can see right through you, and the precision of his strikes is not just intuition. Realizing this, Luca asked Ken if he was the boss of the Colosseum while Toru was his cover. To which the psycho replied that he no longer cared about the past, he was concerned with present desires. After which the long-haired man decided to offer one deal to the main character. Ken asked for 1 hour alone with Aleph, to which Luca replied that he would allow it if the fat man himself did not mind. Hearing this conversation, the blonde began to show his displeasure with all his appearance. Seeing this, the boy told the long-haired man that apparently he was not destined to talk to him. To which Ken Noja displeasedly called the main character too impudent a boy. And switching to Aleph, he assured him that their pleasures would soon resume. Realizing that there was nowhere to go, the long-haired man nevertheless decided to get rid of Luca. After all, a fat man is waiting for him, and he doesn't want to upset him, Ken Noja concluded. Looking at him, Luca thought, as he had assumed, Kinuan was protecting Ken, and Toru was a cover. And if the psycho was directly connected to the instructor, then killing him would be too wasteful. This means the long-haired one must be kept alive, concluded the main character. After which, the dark-haired man rushed again to attack the former owner of the Colosseum. But the psycho was able to dodge the boy's sharp attack without any heaviness. Luke thought his opponent understood how easily his blade could break. And he noticed this back when Luca cut through the steel table like butter. Craxus was originally designed to be unpredictable, but it doesn't work that way. For a battle in which the target must be taken alive, the dark-haired man understood. But still, the main character had the thought of killing his opponent. Then the boy decided to start attacking the long-haired guy, from which he jumped back. Aleph, watching his office become a battlefield, was very scared. At this time, the boy tried to calm himself down because he couldn't miss such a chance. If he wants to take Ken, he needs to go further, see more than he does. Luke remembered how Kinuan told him that he was not using his brain's energy incompletely. With these thoughts in mind, the protagonist decided to follow his instructor's advice. The dark-haired man decided to create an additional mental layer for calculations and analysis. To begin, he collected data about the environment and built a model in his head. He then ran a simulation of both his own face and that of his opponent. And then the main character will be able to calculate his actions much faster. But Luca was brought out of these thoughts by a long-haired man who asked how he dared to be distracted. The protagonist himself began to calm himself down. Thought processes slowed down his reflexes. But eventually, the dark-haired man was able to complete the restructuring of his brain for combat. And now the priority of his thoughts is combat analysis with instant reaction. And the additional flow of thought is devoted to tactical thinking. Jet combat is built on combat experience, and the full picture is formed directly in the head. Luca now thinks not just a couple of steps ahead, but a whole 4 seconds. This means that he can come up with the most optimal movement for his target. In the next moment, the main character, idling his moves, led the enemy into a corner. The main character, aiming at his opponent, showed his intentions with all his appearance. To which the long-haired guy decided to also answer the boy, grinning back at him. Seeing this, Luke was surprised that even Ken the Nose could predict such an outcome. If someone wants to grab rather than kill, this is a big advantage for the opponent. After all, the boy himself used this tactic against Rick Kaiser. Suddenly, the next moment, the dark-haired man's blade was knocked out of his hands by the long-haired man. But this was according to Luca's plan, because now the psycho's back and the back of his neck are exposed. Realizing what was happening now, the long-haired man began to chew for the first time in this fight. Trying to at least do something, Ken Knife managed to twist for an unexpected blow. But this did not help him in any way, because the main character also successfully calculated this. And so finally, the fight between the boy and the long-haired man ended with Luca's victory. The two appeared next, and Gabriel asked if everything was over with Ken. But then the big guy heard the guy's request to take Ken and Aleph to the infirmary. Having agreed, the thug picked up the duo in order to take them to the hospital. Grace remarked on how great the battle was, and was surprised that the guy was more talented than she thought. The boy himself, with a trembling hand, pulled a chair towards himself to rest. The headband asked the protagonist if he was a cadet of the Imperial Guard, to which the boy replied in a tired voice that this was none of the dark-haired girl's business. The girl then assured that she was not going to tell the diva about this. The guy himself thought that if he had 3 subordinates like Grace, he wouldn't even dream of more. Luca offered Lavi and Rose to take over the arena, but the headband refused. After all, if they interfere in the affairs of the arena, other gangs will begin to actively rebel. The guy himself thought that Gabriel didn't have enough skill to handle the arena's affairs. And given Aleph condition, he's no help in this either. Not that it bothers him much. But still, it was because of him that all this commotion in the lower sector was happening, Luca concluded. After which the main character sent the girl to help Gabriel. The dark-haired man himself decided to be alone with himself. Luca assumed that Kinuan most likely trained the Psycho Arcasa, which meant that they had the same master. And if Ken had had a decent weapon and suitable prosthetics, the guy wouldn't have gotten off so easy. However, the main character wouldn't even mind fighting his best form. With these thoughts, the dark-haired man headed towards his sword stuck in the wall. Having picked up the Craxus, the boy waved it, assessing the condition of the blade. The next moment, Luca broke Ken's sword with one precise blow. After which, the dark-haired man, having finished this, went to the exit of the Coliseum boss's office. Luke sent Ken the knife to a secure hospital for confinement and treatment. Now the boy will definitely be able to extract at least some information from him. Aleph survived the operation, but the arena faction had already been divided among those who remained at the helm. The gang is not much different from the animal world. A weak leader is simply thrown overboard. Those who remained in power tried to get everything done, fighting for the position of arena manager. But all this doesn't concern the guy. 3 days have passed since the incident with Ken. At the bar, Gabriel was saying what a real nasty little brat Luca was. After all, he doesn't understand what he went through with Martina, said the big guy. The boy, listening to these words of the thug, decided not to answer him. Having let the boy go, Gabriel sat down to continue to be sad, drinking alcohol. Last night, Grace dragged the bald man to Martina like a pig to the slaughter. Thinking about what happened to Gabriel, the guy also shared how he got it. Having said a few kind words to Gabriel, the dark-haired man thanked him. Hearing this, the bald man became angry, comparing communication with him to sitting on an ice floe. The dark-haired man himself thought that Gabriel really wanted to be friends with him. But he cannot give it to him, because at any moment he may need to be used up. Just like Kinuan did with Tor and Ken during the lower sector. And if they get even closer, Luca simply won't be able to continue to perceive him as a tool. But the main character was torn away from all these thoughts by the appearance of a strange presence. The boy remembered how he had let the guards go. No one was supposed to come to him. But looking closer, the dark-haired man recognized a familiar face. It was Giselle Castoria. Realizing this, the main character, surprised, called out to the girl in the cloak and mask. The girl herself, taking off her hood, was unhappy to find herself in this place. To which the dark-haired man explained how the bald man sitting next to him had spoiled the smell. Giselle, noticing the bald man, introduced herself to him as Luca's younger sister. Upon learning this, Gabriel was surprised and asked why his friend hadn't told him about her. Pushing the big guy aside, Luca said that if she had come all this way, it was serious business. Understanding the dark-haired man's request, Gabriel decided to leave the two alone. When Giselle asked about eavesdropping, the guy assured her that the thug wouldn't even hear. Hearing this, the dark-haired woman asked Luca if he trusted this man. Having received no answer, the girl handed over the memory card, adding that it belonged to her father. The boy assumed that this was information about the final destination of the shell company's funds. The fact that he uses his daughter to deliver the message means that Hamilis is acting with extreme caution. Giselle told how Jeff pulls the blanket over himself while Luca is away. Suddenly, the girl's hand, which was reaching for the alcohol, was stopped by the main character. The girl told Luca that she was not going to drink juice during such conversations. After all, she's not a child anymore, Giselle declared to her brother. The boy reminded that cadets are generally prohibited from drinking alcohol. But then he saw the dark-haired girl writhing from the taste of the drink. Giselle then shared how Jeff had recently stopped leaving the mansion, to which the main character explained how he had a lot to do, and that was why he couldn't show up. After which the girl added that, once she reaches adulthood, she will be able to at least somehow influence the family. Hearing these words from the girl, Luca replied that it sounded like an excuse. Then, while intoxicated, Giselle began to yell at the boy. She added that this was not a task that could be solved half-heartedly. But then the aristocrat laughed, stroking the seated protagonist with her outfit. The dark-haired man himself also grinned in response to Giselle's bright laughter. Thus, the two got talking, and the girl began to talk passionately about technology. As she continued sharing information with the dark-haired man, she almost fell over. But at that very moment, the main character managed to grab the aristocrat. Finding herself in Luca's arms, the dark-haired girl came to her senses as if she had sobered up. Waving her hand, she assured him that she could get there on her own, but the guy decided to take her anyway. But then Giselle showed her gun, so she was safe. To which the main character replied that one gun does not guarantee safety. And if something happens to her, he'll get it in the neck too, Luca concluded. Thus, Giselle agreed to accompany the main character. Turning to Luke, she apologized for causing nothing but trouble. She also shared how she hadn't left the house for a long time, and this was her first time in the lower sector. Snuggling up to the boy, she asked him how he grew up here, to which he replied that he didn't go out much after nightfall either. Children who wander around alone at night rarely return home. But he himself was afraid that if he gave up, he would fall into the same abyss. Once at the right place, the protagonist told Giselle that he would go, to which the girl asked if she could come to him at her leisure, to which the boy asked not to talk nonsense, because this is not the place where one should spend leisure time. Hearing such a statement, the girl wanted to say something to the boy, but she changed her mind, assuring him that it was a joke, since it was too much for her to waste time in a miserable place. Having said this, the dark-haired girl headed towards the exit from the lower sector. The guy himself thought about how he realized that Giselle had openly shown her emotions, but he is a member of the Castoria family and cannot allow himself to be clouded by sympathy. And even a cadet like Eiley almost broke down because of one woman. He can't get close to her, the protagonist concluded, looking at Giselle leaving. After some time, Luca found himself on the abandoned outskirts of Markbaran. The information Hamilis sent indicated the location of the money flow. The place used to be run by the security company Dedrenin until it fell into ruin. Instead of money, they accepted antiques or works of art, and sometimes intangible assets like information, which is why VIP clients, those who needed privacy, preferred this premium security company. Shell companies linked to the arena converted the money into untraceable assets. Sometimes third-party companies were used to process payments through them. The old man asked if he could help the dark-haired man show him the way. Reaching out to Luca, he added that, of course, for a decent fee. But the next second, the old man was sent flying by one blow to the stomach. The beggar turned out to be no simpleton. Using his implants, he clung to the walls. After which, looking into the very soul, the old man laughed loudly. The boy himself noted that such reflexes are a clear sign of serious illegal prosthetics. Although the boy threw the beggar away with an intent close to fatal. But now no one in this area will underestimate him for sure. And so the main character, passing through the ruins, came across a cliff from which part of the city was visible. Having descended a steep slope and passed a couple of dozen former intact buildings, the dark-haired man finally found the ruins of the skyscraper he needed. A second later, Luca entered the building through the broken window glass. Finding himself inside the ruins, the main character began to look around the area. Then his gaze noticed human bones, next to which was a tablet. The boy immediately decided to examine it, wiping away the years-old dust with his hand. The boy realized that according to the certificate, Dedrenin's office was on the 9th floor. In the next moments, the dark-haired man rushed to the desired floor of the building. Luca himself was thinking how he didn't expect to find anything worthwhile in this place. But if this organization is involved in Nicholas's death, they will leave no trace behind, unless they screw things up big time, the protagonist concluded. After a not very long walk, the boy finally found Dedrenin's office. Tearing down the dark-haired man's door, it infuriated me that this organization was cleaning everything up. A second later, the dark-haired man made his way into the office, raising a lot of dust. Looking at the chips, Luca thought how he took them just in case to save information. Luke wondered, looking at the hole of light, how he could get away from all traces. The easiest way to stop an investigation is to kill the investigator. Having assumed this option, the guy understood why there was so much dust in this place. Then the guy realized that it wouldn't end with Nicholas's murder. They would come for him soon too. Then Rick Kaiser showed up, happy to see the boy again. The main character himself recalled a couple of memories from their first meeting. After all, the man in front of him is also the one who ruined Felix's life. And the dark-haired man's weapon was made especially for this meeting. After that defeat, Luke ran simulation after simulation, waiting for this day. Thinking about this, the boy released the firepower of his personal weapon. The shot was so fast and powerful that in a matter of moments a huge hole appeared. And then the dark-haired man tried to slash Rick Kaiser with his blade. But he dodged and noted how well the boy had prepared for this meeting. He didn't even think that he would grow so quickly and be able to pierce the armor. Luca himself smiled and thought that this compliment, even though it came from an enemy, was still pleasant. After which, the dark-haired man again aimed at the Republican in front of him. As he pulled the trigger, he thought how the death of his enemy would be even more pleasant. Then the sound of a gunshot was heard, followed by a bright blue glow. Looking through the scope, Luca realized that Rick Kaiser's battlesuit would not be able to neutralize the ruin's discharge. And so all he can do is dodge the attacks. But if Luke restricts the Republican's freedom of movement, it will become much easier to read him. With these thoughts, the main character walked forward with his blade at the ready. But his opponent is not simple either. Rick Kaiser was able to dodge the blow. The next moment, the boy shot at his opponent. He thought about how he needed to become even faster every time the signals reached his brain. They passed through a cocktail of hormones and chemicals in the blood, freezing unhelpful feelings such as empathy and fear, leaving only the insanely inflated aggression and thirst for battle, turning a person into a machine. In this divided mind, only strategy and cold calculation remain. Luca's cybernetic body moves without the slightest hindrance, not a hint of stiffness. It's perfect. These pieces of metal feel like his own flesh to the boy. It was in this battle that the main character decided to give it his all without sparing himself. Rick Kaiser himself only managed to dodge the dark-haired man's shots. But this was only part of Luke's plan for the main blade attack. Thus, the protagonist's sword reached its target. This blow was for Felix. After which, the dark-haired man laughed. He was filled with satisfaction. He thought there was nothing better than this feeling. He was interested in what would happen after killing Rick. Luca guessed that his brain would definitely melt with pleasure from this. The Republican himself was not very upset by the loss of one of his limbs. After all, as a reward for Luke's success, Rick Kaiser decided to show him one of his techniques. Looking at how the enemy's body was enveloped in a blue aura, Luca was surprised. Afterwards, the dark-haired man couldn't even track Rick with his eye implant. The protagonist could not believe that the Republican had such speed. Finding himself behind Luke, the enemy told him that it was pointless for him to keep faith in the Empire. But the dark-haired man himself did not believe it. He noticed how he felt a familiar feeling. Suddenly, the boy realized where he had seen such a technique. It was the power of a paladin. And Rick Kaiser told the boy that now he couldn't let him go. Realizing the power his enemy possessed, Luca thought about what to do next. But suddenly a Republican called out to him, who decided to ask the boy one last time. Luca wants to live his life as a machine or as a human. Hearing this, the main character became thoughtful. He did not understand all the subtleties. All that was clear to Luke was that if he answered incorrectly, Rick would kill him. Once upon a time, the protagonist was unconditionally devoted to the Empire, like a child who trusts his parents. But now he understood that he knew much more. The Empire was not always right. There is a sea of darkness hidden within her. But she recognizes his abilities, just like Hamilus. The dark-haired man thought about how, with the help of the Empire, he got his friend, Aili Karfik. After his journey, the boy was accepted into the Castoria family, where he met Giselle. He also has Gabriel and Gilda, and understanding this, Luca could not betray the Empire. After all, no matter who tells him, the dark-haired man belongs to the Empire. Crossing two personal weapons, the protagonist introduced himself as Lucas Castoria, which is the sword and shield of the great Empire, the boy concluded. To which Rick Kaiser asked if the kid wanted to do dirty work so he could be written off later. Hearing this, the dark-haired man answered that he was ready to do anything for the sake of the Empire. At this answer, the Republican scratched the back of his head and laughed out loud. After which, looking through the hole in the ceiling, he asked if Kinuan had heard it. He added that he understands how much the long-haired man appreciates him, but there is zero common sense there. Looking up, the protagonist saw the man for whom he came here. Luca thought about how he had never even thought that one day the instructor would become his enemy. Kinuan himself decided to go down to the duo on the floor of the Dronzer office. Looking at the long-haired Luke, he asked him a question. Is he an enemy of the Empire? To which Kinuan, without changing his emotions, turned to the boy. Foe or friend, it doesn't matter now, the instructor told the dark-haired man. After which the man added that he wanted to be on Lucas's side. The main character himself, upon hearing this, thought that this was an indefinite answer. After which Rick Kaiser joined the conversation and asked why Kinuan chose this kid. To which the long-haired man replied that the blonde would not be suitable for training Archies. After all, being a double agent requires the mindset of an Archis, and Luca is a rare person suited to that. Having said this, the instructor noticed a chair lying nearby, which he adjusted. Having sat down, Kinuan turned to Luca and asked to talk for a bit. After all, he is confident that they will be able to come to an agreement, the long-haired man stated. The main character himself understood that the day had come when he would receive Kinuan's answer. The Republican wasn't very happy with this arrangement. He assumed the boy had made up his mind, to which the long-haired man replied that he just wanted to talk to Luca a little. The instructor didn't decide to delay and immediately stated that he needed a receiver, to which the protagonist recalled, as he had already answered several times, that he would not abandon the Empire. The shaggy man noted this, as he had seen the dark-haired man hesitate many times. After all, even a glorious soldier of the Empire will ultimately be just a cog in the system. The boy, understanding this, replied that he considered using the Legion to rise up. Like any other tool, like a prosthesis, the protagonist concluded, after which the instructor pierced Rick Kaiser, who was standing next to him, with a throne-like gaze. He then said that the perspective in the Legion does not matter because the brain is controlled. In fact, the guardsman is essentially being reborn as a biomachine, and this is the Legion's key defect. He hopes the boy isn't stupid and understands what he's talking about, Kinuan concluded. The boy himself remembered his night conversation with Hemilas, how he asked Luca to live the life of a human. In response, the guy replied that maybe he had no reason to betray the Empire. Hearing this, the Republican asked the long-haired man to stop because the boy was incorrigible. It's time to finish him off, Rick Kaiser concluded, after which Kinuan began to stand up. The instructor himself, standing up, shared his thoughts about what a pity it was. Standing in front of the Republican, he expressed his displeasure once again, after which he added that he would have to kill Rick right here. Looking into the terrorist's eyes, the instructor noted what a loss it was. The main character, who was watching all this, was both surprised and terrified, after which a deathly silence fell over the room where they were. Trying to defend himself with trembling hands, Luca did not understand what was happening, to which the long-haired man replied that as Luca understood, he had killed the enemy of the Empire. Next, Kinuan decided to remove the mask of the recently killed Rick Kaiser. What the main character saw next frightened him even more. The shaggy man asked the corpse if Rick really valued this treasure. Does the blonde want to keep this treasure for himself even after death? The man then added that if Luca had accepted the offer, he would not have had to kill. He would have simply entered the boy's name for aiding terrorists and continued reporting. Only now did Luca realize that Kinuan was a double agent, as strange as it sounded. Recalling the words about the Empire, the man replied that his criticism was completely sincere. But the Empire should not fall. Destroying platinum just because it has cracks is absurd. Trembling before answering, he decided to say something to Lucas Castoria. Faced with irreversible death and a desperate situation, the boy did not lose his personal compass. Understanding all this and the pressure that Luca was under, Kinuan expressed his respect for him. After all, the dark-haired one is completely on the side of the Empire after everything he's been through, even knowing that she is not always right, just as this world itself is unfair. Hearing this, Luke replied that these were not such great reasons. To which Kinuan, smiling, suggested that Luke give glory to the first emperor Dino Kratia. The long-haired man himself called himself a servant of the current emperor Yuri Kratia, and his words are endowed with the authority of his majesty, the long-haired man declared, after which Kinuan asked the protagonist to bow before him. Hearing this order, the dark-haired man headed towards his teacher. The teacher then spoke, commanding Lucas Castoria with the authority given to him by Arces Domini. Then he added that they are everywhere, and at the same time nowhere. Hearing this, the protagonist repeated the words of the man with the power given by Arces Domini, after which Kinuan turned to the dark-haired man and asked the young overseer to stand up. The eyes and overseers of the Arces Domini Empire, a position that officially does not exist, and which is not mentioned in the archives. Even the official resources of the Empire denied their existence. Luca doesn't know how many there actually are, but it's unlikely to be many, since even with 100 it would be impossible to keep the secret. The man shared that the Empire has learned from bitter experience, and no matter how hard it is suppressed, the framework will inevitably crack. This is why retribution is allowed to remain free to some extent. This is how most grievances and conflicts are resolved. Those who desire a total revolution are only a few. Luke himself thought that the Empire could not find enemies within its ranks. Kinuan then asked the boy to remember that as soon as people feel a change for the better, their discontent subsides. But no matter what they say, the human brain lives in hope, not despair. Believing that everything will work out helps you to endure any difficulties and pain, even if it is the most brutal truth, the instructor concluded. The guy himself wondered if these convictions were part of his loyalty as an overseer of the Empire. So Rick Kaiser really was planning a coup, Luke thought. And Kinuan added, asking the protagonist to continue to pretend that the investigation was ongoing. Listening to these words, the dark-haired man asked the long-haired man if he knew that Nicholas Castoria had died, to which the man replied that the terrorists decided they had achieved something significant. But this is not entirely true, because the son of Hamilas is in fact easily replaceable. The protagonist then asked Kinuan if it was Rick Kaiser who ordered his death, but the man decided not to answer this, reminding that he was not obliged to provide such information, because let the boy not forget that he is on the edge, where at any moment he can be eliminated. The instructor then added that when the time came, the Emperor himself would contact him. Until then, the dark-haired man will have many questions and doubts, but let the boy try to keep them to himself, Kinuan concluded. Luca himself could not understand how all of the above was connected with Arce's victima. The boy had a thought about whether Noel Muslika was a traitor at all. Perhaps, on the contrary, he devoted himself entirely to the Empire, Luke suggested, after which the boy left the dungeon to find a place where he could catch a connection. As for Kinuan, he left the scene of the incident, leaving everything to the guy. The main character himself was haunted by the thought that there was an overseer of the Empire. But the dark-haired man understood one thing. He would not tell anyone what happened today. After some time, many people of the Empire and the Androcids began to investigate. The body was eventually identified as the real Rick Kaiser. The blonde congratulated Lucas Castorius on the successful completion of the mission. Receiving a lot of information, the main character was very surprised. Having apologized for his appearance, Luca took his leave. The flow of unfamiliar information had greatly affected him. But what his wife really needs is a reduction in the amount of information provided. Once home, the dark-haired man slept for 16 hours straight. After everything he had been through, it was not surprising, but snoring in front of his elders was not right. But until now, he didn't believe that Kinuan had fooled both Hamilas and his friend. The Emperor himself turned out to be the overseer, the only person who could sort out all the chaos. These thoughts gave the protagonist goosebumps. Even the commander of the Imperial Guard who introduced Barbara to Retribution knows nothing. And after some time, the dark-haired man found himself in the main core of the Imperial Guard. As he climbed the stairs, a lot of information came to the dark-haired man. Now the protagonist has realized how Instructor Kinuan sees the world. He also remembered how the long-haired man warned that the Emperor would soon summon him. Luke, realizing this, also understood that this incident strengthened his position. But he didn't fully understand Kinuan's request to stop walking on the edge of a knife. The head of the Castoria family asked his son to enter the office. Looking at his father, access to his data was closed, and he himself asked to sit down. The boy understood that this was expected, because Hamilas was the commander of the guard. Having finished his business, the man decided to listen to Luca's report. After some time, the dark-haired man finished his report. He asked the kid who fought Rick Kaiser one-on-one, to which Luke replied that the enemy had asked him to defect to his side. But then the Republican began to attack, but Luca won because of Arce's. After hearing this, the commander-in-chief asked if there was any information about Kinuan. The protagonist replied that he had found nothing, and there was not even a hint that Noel was actually Kinuan. Hamilas shared how Luca's merit sounds very far-fetched. The main character himself thought how the chief centurion was testing him like this. The boy began to calm himself down, thinking that he shouldn't feel guilty for deceiving himself. After all, even Hamilas is the same as him. He will abandon the boy for the sake of the Empire. But he repeated out loud that he owed his victory to Arce's fighting style, after which the man noted that receiving a medal with crossed blades was an atypical case. This means that he will also increase his position in the family and they will celebrate this, Hamilas stated. The man hopes that the boy has mastered ballroom dancing because he will be the center of attention. After some time, Luca was presented with the promised medal, but the process left him a little tired. But the main character now has another achievement to his credit. The dark-haired man himself invited his friends, including Ailey, to the banquet. Thus began the celebration in the capital of Akbaran, where Luca was the main star. In honor of this event, many people gathered in the reception room of the Imperial Palace. In one of the rooms, Giselle asked the guy if he remembered the names of all the officials, to which the boy gave an ambiguous answer, and the girl suggested that Jeff was currently nervous. He hardly expected that a simple cadet could receive a 4th-rank medal, to which the main character assured that he was simply very lucky. Hearing this, the aristocrat, adjusting Luca's clothes, noticed how modest he was. The boy himself thought that Jeff had little merit for the privileged class, and he is thoroughly nervous about this. After all, he is an aristocrat. He can't afford to be mediocre with a father like that behind him. Looking at the main character, the dark-haired woman said that now the guy looks like an aristocrat. The boy was surprised. Perhaps he had never looked like him before. Luca told how even in the lower sector they call him Lord. Giselle replied that everyone who has achieved something is always slightly flattered. But their conversation ended after the appearance of the head of the Castoria family. Looking at how the main character looked, the man praised Giselle. To this, the boy noted how the girl was aiming for the place of head of the house. Hamilas responded to this that it would be difficult for her, and Luca added that he was more capable than Jeff. Hearing this, the chief centurion laughed. Then he said that you never know where life will lead. After listening to Hamilas' speech, the boy asked permission to ask one question. Having received consent, the protagonist decided to find out who the captain wanted to see in place of the head. If he chooses Jeff, the boy is ready to give up his place to him. To which the man stated that the head of the family is the one who is ready to defend his blood. But neither he nor Jeff are ready yet, and the guy is not one of those who are ready to die for the House of Castoria. The current head said that one should not so carelessly encroach on the position of head. After which, the chief centurion decided to leave the room to return to the main hall. The boy himself thought that Hamilas was right. Even he considered himself an outsider in their family. However, the captain himself always treated Luca no worse than his own children. Even the boy understood that the head of the family recognized his abilities more than anyone else. What an awkward and unpleasant evening, concluded the main character. Having immediately entered the dark-haired world, all possible ranks were attracted to him. Trying to play the good guy, the aristocrat, Luca himself thought how much he didn't like it. Although the guy's face was good-looking, Hamilas understood that the boy didn't like him. Turning to his son, he reminded him how he was the star of the evening. The main character himself could not believe that he would have to spend his whole life trying to stay in his family. If the Hamilas that Luke saw on the battlefield was a natural-born warrior, this one is trying his best to comply, just to fulfill his duty as the head of the family. Suddenly, one of the guests, surprised, greeted the chief centurion. The man introduced his son, Lucas Castoria, to Director Gina. This man's name is Jin Gao, the director of the laboratory, and he is patronized by the royal family itself. The man, showing the sacred stone, explained how it could power an entire ship, to which Hamilas replied that it was dangerous to wear such rare materials. But then the bespectacled man declared that this stone had a couple of flaws. Minor emissions will not cause serious problems, concluded Jin Gao. Then he asked if the chief centurion knew why he was trying with all his might. Then he answered his own question in order to see the result before he died. The main character, smiling, called the bespectacled man too careless. After all, Jin Gao is one of the key figures in the empire. After which, he shared how he only had 25 years left, according to his calculations. He knows this because he understands his body too well. It is becoming more and more corrupted. In the end, he was glad to see Hamilas-san and his little son. But suddenly a familiar voice addressed the old man as if he were dear to him. The owner of this voice turned out to be Martina, the leader of the gang, Lavi and Rose. Realizing this, the main character was very surprised, looking at the woman. The white-haired girl was also surprised to see a friend from the lower sector in this place. But their surprise was interrupted by Jin, who rushed towards his beloved. Having grabbed the white-haired girl, the bespectacled man decided to introduce him to the members of the Castoria family. After some time, the dark-haired man found himself alone with himself. Recently, the head of the family finally left him to take a walk on his own. But the boy himself, not fully realizing his freedom, fell into his own thoughts. Looking at Martina, the guy couldn't understand what she was doing there, not being an aristocrat. But then his surprise increased after he learned her real age. But this meant that Jin Gao's authority was enough to get the resident of the lower sector through. But suddenly the protagonist was brought out of his thoughts by a sudden cry from the bespectacled man. Then he saw the old man jump from the balcony, assuring everyone that he could fly. The dark-haired man was surprised by such a prank, calling Jin Gao a daredevil. Then the star of the evening was called out by his best friend, Eli. The blonde asked the boy to smile more and not be such a grump, after which Luca asked his friend what he knew about Jin Gao, to which he joyfully began to tell how this man had gained recognition in the community for the study of other civilizations. But from drinking, this man loses his head and even too much. Then the blonde added, saying that the bespectacled man was allowed to go to Balato, even though it is an enemy. If two powers begin to share knowledge, the third will be the loser. But in reality, there are many more visitors to Balato, especially in the border areas. Suddenly, music started playing, interrupting the conversation of the two. Having put down the glass, Eli told the boy that it was time for the star to dance. Leaving Luca, the blonde man told him to find himself a partner. The main character himself, putting down his empty glass, was at a loss to understand. At this time, Giselle refused to dance with many guys where she was going. At this time, Eli had already noticed the most attractive girl. As for the main character, he was still confused by the many couples he saw. He didn't ask himself how much he had to go through before he learned to relax. The dark-haired man thought about how he preferred the cramped space. But his worries were interrupted by the appearance of a female presence. It was Giselle asking the guy not to stand there like a pillar and stare into space, to which the main character explained how he was a complete amateur at dancing. The girl added that if the star of the reception does not dance, it leaves a negative impression. Hearing this, the dark-haired man asked the aristocrat what happened. A woman suddenly appeared and suggested that the star of the evening was single. The white-haired girl extended her hand and offered to be the boy's partner. Thus, the main character found himself between a choice, Giselle or Martina. But the guy had already mentally started to apologize to Giselle, but he needed to talk to Martina. The girl, seeing her competitor, pretended to be happy that the boy had already found a partner. She was glad that a girl worthy of her brother Lucas had been found. After which, the dark-haired girl, having said goodbye, decided to disappear from the boy's sight. Martina said she was surprised to learn the name of the hero of the occasion. Then the dark-haired man asked what connected her with Jin Gao. To which the white-haired girl, smiling, asked the aristocrat not to interrogate her. After all, she can tell everything herself, Martina concluded, drawing the guy into the dance. Thus, the two began their joint dance, which was not inferior to that of an aristocrat. Martina shared that diva lovey Anne Rose often had to play the role of companion to aristocrats. To put it simply, she played the role of the mistress of the cream of society. Such is the unspoken role of diva lovey Anne Rose. The woman then shared that rumor had it that the first diva was the emperor's own mistress. The main character himself now understood why this white-haired woman had such authority. If there is a powerful patron, the low-ranking nobility is not scary. Then the girl also wanted to know the answer to one question from the dark-haired man. Why does the son of the captain of the Imperial Guard get involved with slum gangs? To which the boy said that this question was rather slippery for him. He then assured her that if the girl found out the answer, she would not stay in this world for long. Even Dr. Jin would be able to protect her, and Lavi and Rose's safety would be in question. Having heard this warning, the white-haired girl noted how bad it was to mock a lady. But the white-haired girl understood. So let the boy not worry, she assured Martin, after which the music ended, and the pair thanked each other for the dance. Later, as she left Luca, the woman stated that Lavi Anne Rose's safety was her top priority. Hearing this, the main character remembered the head of the House of Castoria, which made him smile. The dark-haired man understood that they were both the kind of people who would not spare their lives for their people. After some time, the protagonist suggested that it was time for him to leave. But later, Luca noticed Giselle standing nearby, who was sad about something. Looking in the other direction, the guy saw Elijah with Jeff's presence. The dark-haired man immediately realized that something bad could happen to his friend, and the blondes were noticed by Luca, from whom he asked for help. Having read the lips, the dark-haired man was surprised, because again he found himself between a choice. The main character wondered what he should do in this situation. Seeing her brother's puzzled face, the dark-haired girl was surprised. But then the aristocrat, embarrassed, turned her gaze away from the boy. The main character himself decided to talk to Giselle a little later, after which the dark-haired man went to the rescue of his comrade. After many tedious conversations, the guy found himself in the corridor behind the reception hall. Finding himself alone with himself, Luca thought how tired he had become that evening. Somehow, the dark-haired man managed to snatch Eli from the clutches of his brother, Jeff. And then the main character reported to Hemilis about the general situation. The protagonist noticed how his sense of smell was gradually becoming dulled. But the next thought was left unfinished. Luca noticed the painting. It depicted the current emperor, Yuri Karfika, the one who knows everything. The boy also understood that as a warden, he was now obligated to him. Suddenly, a stranger appeared and addressed the dark-haired man as the star of the party. Then the owner of this little voice himself appeared, accompanied by the sound of stomping. The main character himself tried to scan this person, but access was denied. The boy noted that the person in the picture was his age, but other information was missing. And the only representative of royal blood in the palace is Franz Kratia, the crown prince. Even though he is a minor, information about him is kept secret even from the guards. Understanding all this, the protagonist greeted the descendant of the founding emperor, to which he emphasized what a sharp-eyed, dark-haired fellow he was. It was no wonder he had received a medal. The boy himself tried to pull himself together, because one wrong move and he would lose his head. And until this young man speaks first, we must remain silent, concluded Luca. After which, the founder allowed the main character to rise, after which the young man, turning to the dark-haired man, asked him to follow him. Heading into the dark corridor, He added that he wanted to show the garden. Following the young man, the main character looked around in surprise to see if there was anyone else. Luca didn't understand why there wasn't a single soul there, since the banquet had just ended. But the main character decided to do nothing and continue to follow the high-status one. Eventually, the two found themselves near the Imperial Garden. The dark-haired man himself thought that it was almost impossible to meet a representative of the royal family. After which, the founder's descendant shared how he wanted to talk to the one about whom there are many rumors. Finding himself in the central pond of the garden, the young man called the fish stupid creatures. As soon as you approach, they immediately flock together, waiting for food, and even those at the back don't understand what's going on, but they're still involved in the process. Looking at the boy, the emperor's descendant declared that if he had something to say, let him speak. Having received permission, Luke replied that these fish are collected because they are constantly fed, to which the young man added that this was correct, because if you stop feeding them, over time they will stop swimming up. The main character said that even if the reward is the master's whim, those who surrender will not even receive it. Laughing, the young man invited the dark-haired man to take a walk in the garden. Here is pristine nature, untouched by civilization, like Earth in miniature. The young man noted that if you look closely, these creatures are quite cute, after which the descendant of the founder ordered Luke to kill all these fish. Having descended into the water, the main character, thinking about the order, grabbed one of the fish. In the very next moment, the young man beheld a picture of complete annihilation. After some time in the scarlet-colored water, the boy became quiet. Taking one of the fish, the emperor's descendant praised the protagonist, after which the young man began to greedily devour the recently killed creature. After some time, the imperial descendant suggested that Luke try it, to which he replied that if this was an order from a superior, he would carry it out. But in response, the young man allowed the protagonist to go, assuring him that they would see each other again. And so the dark-haired man headed towards the exit, and this man continued to eat fish. After leaving the garden, the boy walked down the corridor, leaving wet footprints. A moment later, Luca was surprised to find himself in a corridor filled with nobles. The dark-haired man began to look around in search of that corridor that was not completely dark. But then Luca realized that he was very exhausted that evening. A week passed since that incident, and the guy ended up at a checkpoint in the lower sector. He decided to visit the lower sector, still reliving that awkward conversation. Because of Nicholas, the protagonist was acutely aware that using the internet was fraught with consequences. And as long as there are overseers operating in the Empire, there can be no talk of any network security. Having found Luca, the big guy asked him why he had called him. Gabriel explained how he was allergic to rich people and hated places like that. Listening to all the thugs' discontent, the boy only grinned. After which, the dark-haired man asked to stop talking nonsense and get down to business. The man told how one maniac named Julik took over the entire arena. Gabriel added that the man wanted to hire them as arena security because they stopped Ken the Knife. The main character himself thought that in order for everything to work out, he needed to raise the organization. After examining the papers, the boy tore them up and ordered the bald man to carefully monitor everything. And let him call him at any time if he can't cope on his own, Luca concluded. Gabriel reacted dubiously, since all their problems were caused by idiots, to which the boy replied that their gang was just beginning to form. The bald one, before the race, shouted to the guy not to leave everything to him. But a second later, the big guy finally agreed with these words. At this time, Ken Noja was lying in a hospital bed under a lot of sedatives. Luca and Gabriel went to the hospital to visit a friend. The guy himself thought that if the psycho turns out to be useless, he'll have to think of something. But suddenly, the main character felt a strange feeling when touching the door handle. The dark-haired man clearly felt more than one person inside. Realizing this, the boy told Gabriel that only one would enter. And let the big guy himself stop everyone who tries to enter, Luca concluded. Opening the door, the dark-haired man expected everything possible, which made him nervous. Besides Ken, Kinuan himself appeared in the room and asked the guy to sit down. And of course, the main character listened to the long-haired man and sat down next to him. Luca asked the teacher. He taught the Psycho Archie's victim, to which the long-haired man replied that he used Tora and Ken as a source of income for retribution. Thanks to this, Rick easily became an executor of a terrorist organization. One day, the blonde man suggested that they overthrow the Empire together, but the instructor had no desire to participate in this. Listening to this, Luke assumed that at that time, Kanuna was already an overseer. All this was very similar to the story of Barbara's introduction to the guy. The boy asked the teacher. He chose Ken over Toru because his fighting skills were more suitable, to which he responded positively, adding that he cared about Ken. But when Rick betrayed them, Kinuan's mission ended, and the top brass feared that he too might defect. And since then, the instructor has lived under suspicion from his superiors. Luke himself wondered how this man, walking the rope of death, remained calm. The boy assumed that the teacher had come to get rid of Ken. The man reminded the boy that, as the boy knew, the guards were not allowed to leave traces. And let Luca not torment himself with guilt. Ken broke free of his own free will, even if only for a short time. Even if he dies, he chose this path himself, the instructor said. Now the dark-haired man began to understand why Kinuan did not kill Ken. Because, as in the case of the main character, together with Gabriel, the relationship between Ken the Nose and Kinuan is not built on lies. The teacher fulfills his duty by suppressing all emotions of the mind. This is exactly his version of conscience, the protagonist concluded. After which, the dark-haired man turned to his instructor. The boy said that he would take care of Ken, because killing a close friend was probably not easy. And it's also harmful to mental health, the boy noted. To which the long-haired man replied that Luca had always been a model student. He teaches him one thing, and the boy learns all 10, Kinuan added. The teacher then shared how sometimes Luca's rapid growth is even frightening. Having said this, the instructor headed for the exit, leaving the dark-haired man and Ken. The main character himself, looking at the psycho, began to stretch his hands. And the very next second, the dark-haired man began to strangle Ken the knife, with the words that for the sake of the peace of the Empire, he must get rid of him. Suddenly, the main character, thinking about this incident, came to his senses. In front of him, he saw a picture of Grace insulting the boar in front of the other bandits. After which, the bandage challenged the next gangster to a duel. One of them asked why they needed this torment to learn the techniques. The main character himself, looking at all this, thought that the path ahead of him was long. Gabriel definitely seems like someone the average gangster can't ignore. But in the lower sector, since he is full, until the hierarchy is established, someone has to cover his back. Thinking about this, the protagonist called out to Grace, which surprised her. Then the dark-haired man asked the bandage to arrange a meeting with the diva. And so, in the evening, the duo headed to the Lavian Rose base. The girl asked if the gentleman had been in contact with her recently. The boy thought how the girl had made a good guess. After all, this is exactly how it was. Their meeting took place in the most unexpected place. But the guy decided to change the subject and asked if she held a high position in coquetry. In response, he refused to tell, and then Luca offered the girl an exchange. She must tell him why she left the guard, and he about the meeting with the diva. Grace began to tell how she became an Imperial Guard trainee. She wasn't an orphan from an elite orphanage. She was just more desperate than the others. The boy himself thought that she was the same as him. She didn't want to return to this place. Grace continued to say that she left the guard because of an atypical cadet, and they quickly found each other, after which they became very close friends. Even after becoming a guardsman, he often visited her, and then he was deemed fit for the Legion. Whenever a battle or mission was key, the Legion took him everywhere. To which the boy asked to get down to business, since he still wouldn't lie around about the dissident. Hearing this, the girl noticed how the gentleman did not seem to blindly believe in the Empire. But before continuing, the girl asked for one favor. She needs information about her friend more than a meeting between a gentleman and a diva. The dark-haired woman added that this guard's name was Rosen. Luca thought about how he himself would be interested in learning such an interesting story. But out loud, he assured the girl that if he met her or learned anything, he would tell her. Grace added that Rosen was talented and often went on combat missions. But the more they are used, the more the personality is destroyed. And on the day of their last meeting, he cried and told how scared he was. To which the protagonist replied that the Legion was not a weapon that could be controlled. It takes tremendous mental resilience, but her eldest lacked it. This is why Rosen's personality was destroyed, the protagonist concluded. After some time, the duo found themselves in front of the head of Lavi and Rose. The bandage whispered to the dark-haired man that she would stand next to him and be a diva. Luca himself thought that Grace was a regular client of the diva, and with her she forgot about fear. The girl was afraid that she would lose herself in the Imperial Guard, just like her friend. The white-haired woman noticed how close these two had become recently. To which the main character discontentedly noted how Martina was thinking incorrectly, after which the diva decided to ask Luca one last time not to tease women. Having understood this, the dark-haired man laughed and decided to get down to business. Luca explained how he wanted Martina to look after Gabriel's gang in his absence, to which the girl noted how it sounded as if the boy was worried about him. Then she asked what she would get out of this help to the dark-haired man, to which the protagonist replied that she would gain a useful connection with him. Hearing this, the white-haired girl emphasized how self-confident the boy was. To this, Luca responded to the diva that he knew his place and how to use it. After which, a deathly silence suddenly fell over the room. But it was Martina who broke it, surprised that the guy was so willing to go to such lengths for Gabriel. She knew she wouldn't get anything out of it, but she decided to treat it as an investment. The girl then concluded that Grace would look after the gang in his absence, after which the dark-haired man was surprised that he received a message. Thus, the main character found himself at a training ground. Looking at how the man next to him flew into the wall, Luca was surprised. Judging by the emblem, the guy realized that the one who had been ejected was a member of the elite first squad. Looking at Camillus, the main character could not believe that he was standing against them alone. Within a second, the chief centurion dealt with the guardsmen without any difficulty. Looking at this, Luca realized how strong the commander of the Imperial Guard was. He didn't really get a good look at his father in action during the raid, but now the boy understood why the Legion had nicknamed him the man of the squad. Reflecting on the strength of the commander-in-chief, he himself approached him, after which Camillus suggested that the main character do some stretching. The chief centurion asked the boy to get his personal weapon. Only then would he be able to evaluate it. And then the man shared how he hoped the dark-haired man would not disappoint him. The main character himself thought that he felt strong jitters in the presence of the head of the family. After training, Luca and his father were heading somewhere on a flying transport. The dark-haired man assumed that they were heading to the estate. Hearing this, the chief centurion was surprised that Luke had already understood everything. Then the boy asked why they were flying on Castoria's personal ship, to which the man asked for attention, because now they worked together. Putting on the mask, Luca asked if this was related to the training of the head of the house, to which he responded positively, adding how this was most likely connected with Nicholas's death. Then Camillus told how they were heading to Retribution, to where Nicholas was most active on the day of his death. Since Nicholas's funeral, the boy thought that Camillus had buried his emotions somewhere deep. After all, he seemed to him to be a man who would abandon his own child for the sake of the Empire. But the chief centurion whom Luke saw today at the Imperial training ground was different. The man stated that this was not an easy task. It was personal for the Castoria family. Hearing this, the boy asked why Jeff hadn't been invited then, to which Camillus replied that he was not suitable for this task. And as for Luca, the man told how he had not forgotten his words about Nicholas. After all, taking away the chance to pay is not entirely right, Camillus added. Looking at Luke, the chief centurion asked him not to feel guilty, and so the personal transport of the Castoria family arrived at the right place. Addressing the boy, Camillus reminded him that this was a personal matter for their family, after which the main character saw a couple of people in front of him. Understanding the dark-haired man's intentions, the chief centurion stopped him, and then a human silhouette in a cloak appeared from the dark alley. The green glow noted how they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Having met his man, Camillus introduced his son to him. Hearing this, the man bowed his head and greeted Lucas, introducing himself as Pagon. Usadi explained how he has an additional pair of eyes and ears for Camillus, after which, Pagon asked the two to follow him to a more secluded place. Thus, the trio found themselves in one of the dark alleys. While the mustachioed man decided to open the entrance, the chief centurion decided to say something to Luke. Speed and precision are critical to this operation, as the target may self-destruct. But they need the target alive at any cost, the commander-in-chief concluded. Having opened the hatch, the main character emphasized the foul odor emanating from it. After all, it was the sewer, and that was how the personal mission of the Castoria family began.